always working for you.
A California Highway Patrol officer gets a chance to spend time with a baby boy that he helped bring into this world.
Yeah, it's a delivery for the ages as it happened on the interstate. We can show you a little bit of this. Just before 9 Monday, Officer Phil DeBean got the call from dispatch. Paramedics are on the way. A baby's coming in fast, so he pulls over just north of Interstate 5. That would be the officer. Jumps out of his car and he finds Tefana Lemaster lying in the back of the family truck.
Well, the officer ran to get latex gloves and an EMT bag, but then noticed that the baby wasn't breathing. He took the baby from his mom and immediately jumped into action.
At that point, I just handed it to the officer. I just said, you know, fix him.
He started to strike his back until eventually he dislodged whatever was in his mouth and started to make that beautiful cry.
Kind of safe to say Ezekiel Thompson did not come into the world the way his parents expected, but they are happy that he is here now. Both mom and baby still recovering in the hospital. They are in good health.
A great evening is upon us. We do have some sunshine on our downtown Roanoke Skycam, even a few clouds trying to build in, but temperature is still very warm. 80 degrees right now in Roanoke, 76 in Blacksburg. We have 73 in Wytheville, holding on to 81 degrees in Danville. Temperatures are going to drop off into the 50s tonight, so very mild night. Temperatures straight back into the 70s and lower 80s tomorrow afternoon. We are tracking thunderstorm chances for Friday. 10 News at 6 starts now.
Live from WSLS, this is 10 News at 6, working for you.
Now at 6, another selfie-related death prompts more warnings.
Many of us that work in the fire department, you know, are thrill seekers as well, but it's not worth your life.
How to make sure that picturesque view doesn't cost you your life.
Plus, sold signs decorating the Roanoke Valley, why realtors are telling us that homes are such a hot commodity.
Then a trip canvassing the nation is hoping to lend survivors a helping hand, how one man was inspired to help raise money for a cure. If not careful, taking a picture of yourself could kill you. A 2018 study found that selfie-related deaths are actually on the rise.
Yeah, more than 250 people around the world have died while trying to take selfies.
After a college student died while reportedly repositioning for a photo during a hike in Arkansas, local first responders are warning everyone about the dangers.
10 News reporter Lindsay Kennett explains.
Imagine you've been hiking for hours. You finally get to the peak and all you want to do is stop and get that beautiful mountain view in the background, but getting that perfect shot could be putting your life at risk.
A view like this is what draws hikers like Eric Divers to Virginia's Blue Ridge. But trying to snap that social media worthy picture has gotten his friends into trouble.
I've had some friends that have done some poor things up there and hung off the cliffs.
Taking tumbles off Devil's Marble Yard and McAfee's Knob.
They did survive, thankfully, but it's not a short drop, so it was a very dangerous situation for a very poor decision in a brief moment of, hey, this will look cool.
People have died at Cascade Falls, and Roanoke County firefighters have rescued injured hikers before.
It's not worth your life.
It can take a dozen first responders hours just to save one hiker. So their advice?
Stay back away, you know, from that edge, and don't put yourself in a position where you can fall.
And be prepared.
Know how long it is. Make sure you're back off after dark if you're not prepared to be up there after dark. Make sure somebody knows where you're going. You're wearing the right clothing.
Better to get home than get the shot.
Be safe. Go hiking with a friend. Try not to go it alone. And be careful. Just have a friend take a picture. It's safer.
There's free admission to all national parks this Saturday, April 20th. So if you're planning on hitting the trails, try to stay away from the ledge or get somebody else to take your photo. Reporting in Catawba, I'm Lindsay Kennett, 10 News working for you.
Illegal drug habits are changing among users. Meth is a growing concern.
Meth is a growing concern, really, among local law enforcement, much of which police say is coming from Mexico. The Rocky Mount Police Department says drug users are moving away from opioids and even heroin and turning to crystal meth. Police are telling us that Meth that they are seeing is manufactured in super labs in Mexico and then smuggled in from Atlanta and other large cities.
We are seeing that rise more in crystal meth, the more crystal-like, larger methamphetamine coming from Mexico.
Better, higher quality meth is easier to get. A lot of people are going away from the shake and bake method and buying the high quality methamphetamine.
Police tell 10 News that drug trends are changing quickly and that crystal meth is becoming more popular because of price and availability.
Homes in the Roanoke Valley are selling at a pretty quick rate. From February to March, the number of homes sold went up by 38%. 10 News reporter Arisha Jones is live in Roanoke to explain why they're going off the market so quickly. Arisha?
There were about 1,500 homes available for sale in March. Realtors say people moving in and out of the area, those wanting to upgrade or downgrade the size of their home as some of the reasons as the increase of home sales in the area. According to the Roanoke Valley Association of Realtors, about 450 homes were sold last month, which is a 38% increase over February. Kid Carter with Long & Foster said agents are having to check the listing sheet several times a day before showing the home to make sure it's not already off the market.
There are definitely multiple offer situations going on right now, and then when that happens, you basically have to just hope that what you're offering them is better than what the other folks are offering them.
570 homes were placed under contract last month, which is the highest number of March contracts signed since 2006. Now, Carter says homes are selling all across the valley, but South Roanoke and Botetourt County are seeing a lot of interest with buyers. Live in Roanoke, Arisha Jones, 10 News, working for you.
Montgomery County Public Schools will have a bit more money to use next year after a last-minute change in the county budget. County Board of Supervisors decided to give the district $844,000 additional for the 2020 fiscal year so they can hire new teachers and keep up with pay raises. That's in addition to a $3 million funding increase that was already planned. The supervisors moved the money for the additional increase from the school capital fund, typically designated for buildings and infrastructure.
The schools had needs to fund both a 3.5% raise for all public school employees as well as several new teachers. As Montgomery County grows, so do the number of children in our classrooms, and so we understand that that means more teachers.
Education funding takes up about 70% of the county's budget.
Making Rocky Mount a musical destination, the Harvester celebrates 5 years in business. 10 News reporter Rachel Lucas has more on how it's doing and big name acts coming up this season.
Tens of thousands of people continue to come to Rocky Mount just to see the headlining acts here at the Harvester Center. Last year alone, they did $1.8 million in business.
Last year, more than 40,000 people came through these doors. 34,000 of them were paying ticket holders.
The Harvester brings such a musical diversity here.
For a town like Rocky Mount that's only 6.5 square miles with a population of 5,000, that's a huge deal. But as Harvester Center CEO Matt Hankins says, it's that small town intimate venue that keeps the stars coming back.
Merle Haggard stood in this spot where I'm standing, and he played and sang for a crowd that he said that he had more people in his living room.
Big names coming to town this year include LeAnn Rimes, Rick Springfield, Three Dog Night, and Scott Stapp.
It just justifies the investment of time and effort and energy and love that we've already put into it, that it is paying off. To have artists referring one another saying, you've got to go play this place in Virginia.
An attraction that's created 100 jobs in Rocky Mount and what Hankins says is hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax revenue.
And they've got a season packed full of big name artists, including Ronnie Millsap and Rick Springfield and even Scott Stapp. We posted more information on our website, WSLS.com. In Rocky Mount, I'm Rachel Lucas, 10 News, working for you.
Bringing together 1 million cancer survivors. That's the goal of a mobile art canvas that has made its way to Roanoke this week. 10 News reporter Jessica Jewell gives us a look at the project with a purpose.
Hundreds of handprints.
All sorts of happy paints.
From dozens of cities.
It's a big country, but we feel local wherever we go.
Each with its own story.
Her and her sister were both diagnosed with breast cancer in the same year.
All different colors and shapes with one common theme. survival.
This gal beat cancer, 3 different kinds of cancer. So she put 3 different colors of handprints on there, which I thought was pretty cool.
So these stories stick with you.
Oh, absolutely. It's, yeah, it's locked in there.
Jeremy Gorup's Passion Project on Wheels started 4 months ago, but the inspiration behind it came long before that.
The first and the worst handprint because it was done in 20 degrees in the pouring snow under an umbrella. So that's my mom, Betty, who's just over a year clean from breast cancer. You just drop everything that you're doing. Your priorities are readjusted very quickly, and you realize what's important in life.
Now that Gorup's mother is in remission, he's dedicating a year to the 1 Million Hands Project, driving to every state in the U.S. to get 1 million handprints.
This is the canvas for survivors. They can do whatever they would like to.
Raise money for a cure.
We're the only charity that I think really wants to go out of business.
And most importantly, create a community of survivors.
People that are afraid because they just got a cancer diagnosis. They're learning that it doesn't have to be a death sentence. They're learning that there's people out there that have gone through what they've gone through.
In Roanoke, Jessica Jewell, 10 News, working for you.
If you're a cancer survivor and you'd like to add your handprint to the 1 Million Hands Project, the van will be in Roanoke through Saturday. You can find times and locations on our website at WSLS.com.
A cat is recovering in Danville after getting its head stuck in a peanut butter jar. A Danville police officer on patrol found the cat yesterday morning. The officer cut a hole in the jar so the cat could breathe while waiting for an employee from the Danville Area Humane Society to cut the jar off. The Humane Society's executive director said this is not the first time animals have been brought in after getting stuck in jars.
It's unusual for a cat to even be interested in peanut butter. So that tells us that she was quite hungry. We are hoping that we will be able to get our hands on her in a couple of days when she calms down, but she had obviously been in there a long time.
Oh, it's traumatic for her. If you see an animal stuck in a jar, you can try to remove it yourself, but the best idea is to get help from an animal expert.
And a work of faith. After the break, we'll introduce you to the churches helping 10 News build a home for good for a family of 13.
At Belk and Belk.com.
I'm so happy. I don't know what to say. I don't have any words.
In about 4 months, the Ayamba family will move into this house being built as part of this year's Home for Good project.
We here at Channel 10 have teamed up with Habitat for Humanity and generous community sponsors to get it done. But this year's project is also a big show of faith.
10 News anchor Brittany McGraw introduces us to the churches working to make the Apostles Build a success.
It's been almost 2 weeks since we kicked this year's Home for Good project into high gear.
I know all my dreams would come true in this house.
And for Virginia Garden, chair of the Service and Outreach Committee at Second Presbyterian Church in Roanoke.
There are many agencies in the Roanoke Valley that we support.
It's a blessing for the church to continue their support of Habitat for Humanity.
The Old and New Testament, tells us to love God and love our neighbor, and this is really a way that we can show that we love our neighbor.
Second Presbyterian is one of nearly 24 churches taking part in this year's project, which incorporates Habitat's biennial Apostles Build.
There's so much enthusiasm in our church for doing this kind of work, and so when the Apostles Build year rolls around, people are excited and ready to sign up.
Each congregation donates money, provides volunteers, brings lunch or all free throughout the project.
We're not just church to be sitting here in this building.
Is a very hands-on outreach that's also been a part of the ministries of Our Lady of Nazareth Catholic Church for years.
We have the time and the talent and the treasure to share, and that's what we need to be doing.
Habitat has recognized Our Lady of Nazareth, Second Presbyterian, and St. John's Episcopal Church as this year's cornerstone congregations for their ongoing commitment to Habitat.
We're grateful for all 22 churches. These three are really going the extra mile and being particularly generous.
And it's the combined generosity of all of the churches that will help build a home, community, and hope in the Roanoke Valley. Brittany McGraw, 10 News, working for you.
We have a few clouds streaming in on our Martinsville Skycam, but overall not blocking out that sunshine out there. Temperature of 78 degrees, dew points in the 40s. So still feeling pretty good out there. 81 in Danville right now, still sitting at 84 degrees in Smith Mountain Lake and 74 in Blacksburg. Looking like a fantastic evening if you want to catch a baseball game. First pitch, 7:05. Temperatures will be in the 70s, and you know what? They'll be in the 70s through the duration of the event. We'll have more of a south wind as we head into the overnight hours still. It'll be a very mild night. Temperatures will only be falling in the 50s tonight, so a warm start to the day will be in a mixture of sun and clouds. We'll have more clouds in the morning. We will be dry despite what future trackers representing, and then more sunshine on the way in the afternoon. Temperatures are expected to top out in the 70s, and yes, the lower 80s do return. And then we have a game changer here. We're tracking this system here. Quite a few warnings across northern Texas, even portions of the Oklahoma Panhandle in this watch box. This area low pressure will quickly track off to the east-northeast and bring us the potential for Friday of strong to severe thunderstorms. We are in a slight risk for severe weather, basically encompasses the entire area on Friday. What we're looking at is the potential for some damaging winds as well as some very heavy downpour. So timing this out, we do stand a chance of seeing a stray shower west of the 77 corridor late Thursday night. Ramping up those moisture levels as we go throughout the day on Friday. By 11 o'clock, do you see all these yellows and oranges along this cold front? That is the very heavy rainfall that we are watching for. That's 11 o'clock on Friday. This continues to track to the east northeast. Very heavy rainfall is anticipated across the region in an already saturated area, especially folks along and west of the 81 corridor saw quite a bit last Sunday. This will continue to track off to the northeast towards New England states, and it looks like we could have some wraparound moisture, some light rain showers on the way for Saturday. Not going to be a complete washout for us. So we do have an elevated flash flood threat. We're expecting rainfall 1 to 3 inches. This is like a widespread 1 to 3 inches. 3-hour flood risk. If we get 1 to 2, well, we're looking at the potential for some flash flooding. So get away to have those updates. Great time to download the Storm Team 10 weather app. Tomorrow, no problems weather-wise. Mixture of sun and clouds. Temperatures in the 70s and 80s. You'll also notice in the afternoon higher humidity levels. Near 70 degrees on Friday. Scattered showers and thunderstorms. The potential for strong to severe storms, it is there. 61 on Saturday. Hit or miss rain showers. Easter Sunday looking dry with high temperatures in the lower 70s. Alyssa.
Thanks, Beverly. Some college basketball news. Which players are staying and who is declaring for the NBA draft? And we caught up with Trey and Terrell Edmonds about being back on the same team. Sports.com. Good news for the Hokies. Landers Nolley has announced on Instagram that he will continue to play for Virginia Tech. The 4-star recruit was redshirted last year and entered the transfer portal, but after talks with the new coaching staff, has decided to stay in Blacksburg. Virginia's Mamadi Diakite also took to Instagram to make an announcement. He's the 4th Cavalier to declare for the NBA draft. He will join former teammates Ty Jerome, DeAndre Hunter, and Kyle Guy in testing the professional basketball waters. Details of the 2019 NFL schedule started to trickle out today, and we know that the first Sunday night game on NBC is sure to be a blockbuster. The schedules are officially announced tonight at 8, but many games have already leaked, including the first Sunday night football matchup. The defending Super Bowl champs, the Patriots, will host the Steelers on September 8th. Speaking of the Steelers, a few familiar faces were back in town over the weekend. Of course, we're talking about the Edmonds brothers, also known as the E-Boys. The trio of brothers, Trey, Terrell, and Tremaine, were back in Blacksburg to take in the Tech spring game alongside a number of other former Hokies. Individually, they've all made strides, and now Trey and Terrell are relishing in the fact that they are once again united on the field as Steelers.
You know, I was blessed to be a part of, I think, two of the better organizations in the National Football League. And the Steelers opened me with open arms. And Coach Tomlin, man, he's one of the best guys in the game. So I'm happy to play for him. And being up there with Terrell, man, I'm telling you, it's like being at home all over again. You know, we see each other, we live together, we do a lot together. So it's truly good.
Man, honestly, I can just say that it's a blessing. Just having the opportunity to get drafted for one, and also have an opportunity to play with my older brother on the same team. So that's just a blessing in all forms, and God's blessed my family so much. I can't thank him enough.
It'll be sibling rivalry this fall as the Steelers will host the Bills for a home game, putting Trey and Terrell against their youngest brother, Tremaine. Between Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, and Martin Truex Jr.'s win on Saturday, Joe Gibbs Racing has won 6 out of the 9 Cup races. Former Redskins coach and JGR team owner Joe Gibbs understands success is hard to maintain.
But I think that's the reason why you need to enjoy it in pro sports, because you know it's not going to, odds are this ain't going to keep happening. But there are times when teams get on a run and a roll, and I appreciate our guys, and certainly getting Cole and Martin on board with a win is a huge deal for us, and I know it's a huge deal for Toyota. But I also know it's very hard in pro sports to stay up there.
All right, news and notes. The Salem Red Sox host the Wood Ducks tonight at 7:05. The Hillcats beat Potomac 7-5. And Hokies' new head basketball coach Mike Young has announced he'll retain Christian Webster and add Chester Frazier and Antoine Jackson as assistants. And apparently, if you make any announcement, you have to go to Instagram, because that's the cool thing to do these days.
Yeah, you don't just like come out and say it. You don't have a news conference. It's all. It's on Instagram.
Yeah, and it used to be Twitter. What happened? Now we need to like man Instagram, because that's where all these moves are happening.
Well, I think we're too old to understand. Instagram is
No.
Well, I mean, we're on Instagram, but we're not making announcements on.
Well, I don't
Instagram.
make an announcement about anything.
Well, you know what I mean.
But if you do, it better be on
Here's what
Insta.
I'm eating for dinner.
Right. Yeah. Nightly News is coming up next.
We'll see you at 7.
Just ahead on 10 News at 7, a music hotspot for our region is celebrating 5 years. We're finding out what's ahead for the Harvester.
LS 10.
Live from WSLS, this is 10 News at 7, working for you.
Now at 7, that selfie you're trying to get in the great outdoors could cost you your life. What experts say you can do to get a great picture without risking your safety. Funding schools without raising taxes, we're diving into the budget battle in Danville and what's standing in the way of more money for schools. It's a seller's market in one area, what experts say has home to the Roanoke Valley being bought just as soon as they hit the market. School funding continues to be a hot topic in Danville, especially after last night's city council meeting. People showed support for more funding, but also said they're not in favor of more taxes. Danville superintendent said he's not disappointed. He sent a robocall to parents last week asking for support for more money.
The biggest challenge right now, if we had to make an adjustment, is that we have made an investment in a newly revised teacher compensation schedule. I'd hate to think that we'd have to go back.
A final draft of the city's proposed budget is scheduled to be presented to the public for comment by April 30th. Meanwhile, in Montgomery County, the Board of Supervisors unanimously voted to move money around to fund pay raises for its school district. The supervisors' finalized budget for the 2020 fiscal year includes $844,000 more for the Montgomery County Public Schools Operations Fund. That's on top of a $3 million increase they already planned for. The school board pushed for the extra money so they could pay for raises, new teachers, and health care. Supervisors split a planned increase in the school district's building fund to cover the cost.
It's a never-ending process. And one thing we need to get out is the school board and the Board of Supervisors are working together. We may not see eye to eye on everything, but we are working together. We're trying to compromise.
Education takes up about 70% of Montgomery County's total budget. Not enough homes to meet the demand. Right now, Roanoke is a seller's market. 10 News reporter Irisha Jones tells us more about this upward trend in the Roanoke Valley.
Realtors don't know how long this trend will last, but numbers are continuing to increase for people buying and selling homes.
So yeah, when you walk out on the deck here, I mean, as you can tell, it's a brand new deck.
Kid Carter with Long and Foster says home sales in the Roanoke Valley are on the rise. He calls it a seller's market. But there's not enough homes to meet the demand. Some listings aren't even lasting a whole day.
For this couple I've been working with, and I took them out to see this one house that had been on the market for 2 hours. 2 hours. Took them out there, they loved it. I went straight back to the office, typed up the contract, sent it over to the listing agent, and we still lost it to another offer.
The Roanoke Valley Association of Realtors covers the cities of Roanoke, Salem, the town of Benton, Botetourt, Craig, and Roanoke counties, plus portions of Bedford and Franklin counties. Numbers show 447 homes sold in March, which is a 38% increase over February. Carter says homes are selling across the valley, but South Roanoke and Botetourt County are seeing a lot of interest with people wanting to buy homes. In Roanoke, Arisha Jones, 10 News, working for you.
Turning now to your forecast, Storm Team 10 meteorologist Beverly Perry has a look at when we can expect the next round of storms. But first, let's at least enjoy this really nice weather that we had today.
So nice. And the best part is the humidity levels were low today, and it's going to be feeling pretty good tomorrow, but you'll notice those humidity levels on the rise. But in the meantime, we're dry, looking like a great evening for a stroll. Live look at our Martinsville sky cam. A few more clouds overhead, but temperatures pretty warm. Martinsville 75, 80 in Smith Mountain Lake. We have 79 in Roanoke, 73 in Blacksburg. Few clouds streaming in, but we're expected to stay dry. This is a system that we are watching, currently developing across New Mexico, Texas, and even Oklahoma, bringing us the potential for some severe storms on Friday. In the meantime, looking pleasant for an evening stroll. Just a few clouds out there and warm. That's what it's going to be tomorrow. Warm and breezy, tracking the potential for some severe storms on Friday. The good news is by the time Easter rolls around, it's looking fantastic. We'll have more details on those storms, Brittany, coming up in just a few minutes.
The massive search for Sol Pais, the Florida 18-year-old wanted for making threats to Colorado schools, is over. Police found her dead from what appeared to be a suicide. The FBI says Pais traveled from South Florida to Colorado Monday night. Investigators say she bought a pump-action shotgun and ammunition when she arrived. The police chief in her hometown says her family was helpful in leading authorities to Colorado.
This family contributed greatly to this investigation from the very onset. They provided us valuable information that led us to Colorado, and a lot of things that assisted in preventing maybe more loss of life.
Denver area schools, including Columbine, closed today because of the threats in the manhunt. They say she was infatuated with the Columbine school shooting. Saturday marks the 20th anniversary of that shooting. New tonight, a study shows constant exposure to media coverage of a trauma could impact your mental health. Researchers followed more than 4,000 people for 3 years between the 2013 Boston Marathon bombing and the 2016 Orlando Pulse nightclub shooting. Researchers found when people became distressed following repeated media exposure, they were more likely to have higher anxiety about future violent events. They were also more likely to tune in, which would lead to more stress. New at 7, one of the nation's first female jet fighter pilots is speaking out about her experiences during 9/11. Lieutenant Heather Penny was on the runway of Andrews Air Force Base, ready to bring down United Airlines Flight 93. She didn't have any weapons because there was no time to arm the fighter and still intercept the plane. So she and her commanding officer took off, ready to ram their fighters into the airliner.
Mark Sasseville and I were scrambled against Flight 93. But we never found that airliner because the passengers on Flight 93 were the true heroes. They sacrificed their own lives in order to save the rest of us.
Flight 93 crashed into a field in Pennsylvania, avoiding the hijackers' intended target. New at 7, the suicide rate for veterans suffering from PTSD continues to rise, but now there's a new type of therapy to help. Kristen Holmes explains how the treatment is not only helping those who serve, but also civilians.
You're just going to be following my hand with your eyes.
In a small, unassuming room in a Washington hotel, a group of people are learning a new technique to help treat post-traumatic stress.
It seems like magic, but there's science behind it. It's going to be level.
Accelerated resolution therapy, or ART, uses eye movements to desensitize a person to a memory and requires little or no reliving of potentially painful life events.
Take a nice deep breath.
A person visualizes their memory and the emotions linked to it, then follows the instructions of a therapist, following their hand movements with their eyes, mimicking rapid eye movement, or REM sleep.
When you first start using art with clients,
Marcia Mandel is a trainer with Art International Training and Research.
the eye movements access a person's natural problem-solving ability. So the person remembers, thinks about their memory. The first time they see their scene, it feels real, but then their brain starts to change it. So typically a person is removed from the memory. It's further away.
Some therapists also say the treatment works beyond PTS, helping with phobias, anxiety, and grief. Jill Stevenson agrees.
Prior to finding the art therapy, I thought that I could just cope with my grief on my own.
Stevenson lost her only son, Army Ranger Ben Kopp, when he was killed by a sniper halfway through his third tour in Afghanistan.
He was 17 when he signed up. It was the fall of his senior year of high school.
Inspired by his great-grandfather's military service during World War II, after 9/11, Kopp was certain the Army was his path. After his death, Stevenson found herself unable to move forward.
I was sweeping my grief under the rug, and I started to look for other means.
She connected with the nonprofit Helping Our American Heroes, or HUA, where she learned about art therapy.
It was like being enlightened, like all of a sudden someone, pulled the shade up in your bedroom. It's like, oh my goodness, it is light out here.
She says it helps her focus on the positive.
A selfless human, a selfless humanitarian. That's what he was. From a very young age, Ben championed the underdog. He was everybody's best friend.
In Washington, I'm Kristen Holmes reporting.
A hiking trip takes a deadly turn. A college student died while apparently repositioning herself for a picture during a hike in Arkansas. Now, first responders in Roanoke County have a warning for people looking to enjoy the great outdoors. 10 News reporter Lindsay Kennett explains.
Hikers wanting to grab that perfect picture at the top of the peak could be putting their lives at risk. Hikers and thrill seekers, beware. A 2018 study found that more than 250 people around the world have died while trying to take selfies, either drowning, getting hit by trains, or falling from heights. The number of deaths jumped from 2 in 2011 to 98 in 2016. In the Roanoke Valley, hiking and those picturesque views are a major attraction. But fire officials say a photo isn't worth risking your life.
If you're on something that's got that far of a drop, then we don't want you out close to the edge. You've got to stay back away, from that edge, and don't put yourself in a position where you can fall.
Admission is free on Saturday, April 20th to all national parks. So if you're going to go out for a hike, get somebody else to take your photo or stay away from the ledge. Reporting in Catawba, I'm Lindsay Kennett, 10 News, working for you.
1 million hands, all connected by the same thing, the mission of community that's leaving a lasting print around the world.
Living.com.
Making Rocky Mount a musical destination, the Harvester celebrates 5 years in business. 10 News reporter Rachel Lucas has more on how it's doing and big name acts coming up this season.
Since its inception, the Harvester Center has become a key piece of the local economy here in Rocky Mount, drawing tens of thousands of people each year who come here to see their big name acts.
Last year, more than 40,000 people came through these doors. 34,000 of them were paying ticket holders. For a town like Rocky Mount that's only 6.5 square miles with a population of 5,000, that's a huge deal. But as Harvester Center CEO Matt Hankins says, it's that small town intimate venue that keeps the stars coming back.
Merle Haggard stood in this spot where I'm standing, and he played and sang.
Big names coming to town this year include LeAnn Rimes, Rick Springfield, Three Dog Night, and Scott Stapp.
Just justifies the investment of time and effort and energy and love that we've already put into it, that it is paying off. To have artists referring one another saying, you've got to go play this place in Virginia.
Their next feature performer is Ronnie Millsap, who will be performing here at the Harvester on April 25th. For more show information, we've posted a link online at WSLS.com. In Rocky Mount, I'm Rachel Lucas, 10 News, working for you.
Bringing together 1 million cancer survivors. That's the goal of a mobile art canvas that's made its way to Roanoke this week. Jeremy Gorup started the 1 Million Hands project back in December. It's inspired by his mother, who's been in remission from breast cancer for a year. Gorup says his passion project on wheels is more than just art, but a chance to create a community of survivors.
I met a lot of people that were going through their treatment, and
They had no support system and no friends really to share things with. So what we're doing is also bringing people together.
The 1 Million Hands Project will be in Roanoke through Saturday. You can find times and locations on our website at WSLS.com. Now here's a sneak peek of stories that will be making headlines tonight and tomorrow.
I'm Shane Dwyer. Tonight we're in Roanoke, where people are out enjoying a brand new mountain biking trail built completely by volunteers. It's here in southeast Roanoke, and while these kids are out here having a great time, it means so much more for this neighborhood and for the overall region as a whole. I'll have the story coming up tonight at 11 right here on WSLS 10.
Pregnancy can also come with some risk. The new program keeping tabs on women who face complications. Plus, the new diet that can help you lose weight without losing the nutrients you need. Plan your day with Virginia today, Thursday morning from 5 to 7, right here on 10 News, working for you.
It tastes better.
Oh yes, it was an amazing day today. We saw a lot of sunshine. We do have a few clouds that have built in, but temperatures still not disappointing. We have 73 degrees in Blacksburg. We have 68 in Hillsville, a little cooler there, 77 in Danville, and 79 degrees in Smith Mountain Lake. And temperatures tonight certainly won't be chilly whatsoever. We're looking at a mild night, partly to mostly cloudy skies. Temperatures falling into the 50s. And we'll see more cloud cover Thursday morning as opposed to the afternoon hours. But temperatures, they're going to be heating up into the 70s and lower 80s. That south wind is going to be ushering in a little bit more moisture too. So you're going to notice humidity levels a little bit higher in the afternoon as well. But it shouldn't really be too uncomfortable for us. More clouds stream back in late Thursday night. This is all ahead of our next system that's currently churning off to our west across portions of New Mexico, Texas, and Oklahoma. A lot of watch boxes in place and a lot of warnings that are happening out here. This developing area low pressure is going to slingshot to our neck of the woods and bring us the potential for strong and severe thunderstorms on Friday. We're in the yellow, the bulk of the area, as a matter of fact. That's a slight risk for severe weather. We're watching for strong and gusty winds, damaging wind gusts, very heavy downpours, torrential downpours. Here's the setup. Late Thursday night, we do have the potential to see a stray shower, mostly along and west of the 77 corridor as we continue to ramp up those moisture levels. Going into Friday, light to moderate rain showers in the morning. You see those oranges and yellows along that boundary. That is very heavy rainfall just to the west of us Friday morning right around 11 o'clock. This boundary is going to continue to track to the east northeast, bringing us the potential for some very heavy rainfall and damaging wind gusts too. Rain showers will continue as we head into Saturday. You notice we're seeing a little bit of a wraparound effect and wouldn't be surprised to see a few sleet pellets for our higher elevations. This will continue to barrel up the New England states, but we are looking to dry things out come Sunday. Well, let's talk about that flash flood threat. We've seen quite a bit of rain, especially if you account for Sunday, especially along and west of the Parkway. Expected rainfall 1 to 3, about 2 to 3 though, widespread. 3-hour flood risk, just 1 to 2 inches. Flash flooding will be a threat for us. So have a way to get those alerts. Download that Storm Team 10 weather app for Friday. Tomorrow, no problems weather-wise. 70s and lower 80s once again. A mixture of sun and clouds, scattered showers and thunderstorms though for Friday, some of which could be prompted severe. So heads up there and plan accordingly. Saturday, lower 60s, a few spotty showers. Lower 70s for Sunday. Looking fantastic for the Easter Bunny. So those egg hunts, they should be good to go with temperatures in the 70s.
Yeah, lots of festivities going on this weekend with sunrise services on Sunday, right? Easter egg hunts and just...
Might need the jacket for sunrise service. It'll be a little on the chillier side of things, but looking great in the afternoon.
All right, sounds good. Thanks. Netflix continues to make its mark despite increasing prices, the latest milestone for the streaming service. In your entertainment news, we now know the lineup for Salem After 5 this summer. Here it is, starting April 26th and ending August 9th. Each night will include a new food truck and its own charity. We have the whole thing on our website at WSLS.com. Felicity Huffman could be facing jail time in the college admissions scandal. Prosecutors are seeking a sentence of 4 to 10 months for the Desperate Housewives star. Huffman pled guilty last week to paying $15,000 to a fake charity to get her kids into college. Huffman will learn her fate next month. Beyoncé is back with a new Netflix documentary and a new album. The documentary called Homecoming was released Wednesday morning along with a live album. Homecoming focuses on her set during Coachella last year. Beyonce directed the film, and it includes interviews and behind-the-scenes looks from before and after the show. The documentary is available on Netflix, and the live album is now streaming on Tidal Music. Netflix is on the brink of 150 million subscribers. The streaming company says it's added 9.6 million new subscribers in the first quarter of 2019 and now has 148.8 million subscribers globally. Netflix predicts it will add another 5 million in the next quarter. Here's a quick look at what you can expect to see in prime time tonight, and then after that, it's more 10 News at 11. Thanks for joining us for 10 News at 7. Have a great night.
Tonight.
It was an absolutely gorgeous day all across the region. We saw plenty of sunshine, temperatures in the 60s, 70s, and yes, low 80s. Right now we're in the 60s and the lower 70s, 72 in Roanoke, 65 in Danville, 66 in Blacksburg. Feeling great out there, low humidity levels. We do have a few passing clouds out there. That is going to be the case as we continue into the overnight hours, but it's going to be a pretty mild start to the day on Thursday. Temperatures, though, heating up into the 70s and lower 80s. We're tracking shower and thunderstorm chances for Friday, though. 10 News at 11 starts now.
Live from WSLS, this is 10 News at 11, working for you.
That's the sound of success for the latest mountain biking trail in the Star City. Meet the team of volunteers who came together to make the trail a reality.
The latest threat against Columbine High reopens old wounds.
And I'm always inspired by this community's capacity, resilience and capacity for good in the face of unimaginable evil.
Tonight, we're hearing from the man who sold a gun and ammunition to the woman who police say made those threats.
But first, we're expected to get a better look at a report that many have been waiting 2 years to see.
We are now just hours away from the expected release of special counsel Robert Mueller's redacted report.
The White House and President Trump's lawyers are planning their response. Meanwhile, Democrats are starting their fight to see more. Blaine Alexander is at the White House with the countdown nearly 2 years in the making.
For a third straight day, President Trump's legal team hunkered down, prepping for the release of special counsel Robert Mueller's nearly 400-page redacted Russia report, expected tomorrow morning, handed over by Attorney General William Barr, who will hold a news conference tomorrow with his deputy, Rod Rosenstein. Tonight, the New York Times is reporting the president's attorneys have had numerous conversations with Justice Department officials in recent days about Mueller's conclusions, talks that have helped the president's team plan their rebuttal.
You do not brief the White House on criminal investigations before that information is public, let alone a criminal investigation into the president himself.
According to a new court filing, some members of Congress will see a different version of Mueller's report with fewer redactions, that one available only for limited members and staff. But tonight, some Democrats upset that Congress will not receive a hard copy of the report until more than an hour after Barr's news conference. From the White House,
we're going to read the Mueller report like everyone else is going to read the Mueller report.
For weeks, Barr has been working with members of Mueller's team to redact information that could compromise ongoing investigations or expose intelligence sources, among other reasons. But that's not good enough for Democrats, who are fighting to see every word.
We are ready to take the necessary steps if we don't get the information that we have requested.
Those steps include issuing subpoenas for the full report, something already authorized by the House Judiciary Committee and could come as early as Friday. And a new poll from the Associated Press shows 6 out of 10 Americans do believe President Trump obstructed justice, and they want Congress to keep investigating. Blaine Alexander, NBC News, the White House.
New at 11 tonight, for those who can't wait to get a look at that report for themselves, Barnes & Noble is offering a free download. Customers with a Nook can now pre-order the ebook, and once it's available, then anyone with the app can download the book to their device. A print version will be available by the end of the month. And you can watch tomorrow's news conference with Attorney General William Barr right here on WSLS 10. It starts around 9:30. If you can't watch it on air, you can always stay up to date by downloading the 10 News app or going to WSLS.com.
Noon tonight, former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe will not run for president in 2020. As according to two people close to the Democrat. As we've reported, McAuliffe has considered the decision for several months. And late last year, he appeared at campaign events in early voting states. Political analysts say McAuliffe is widely viewed as part of the party's mainstream and holds much of the same political space as former Vice President Joe Biden. The former VP has still not announced if he plans to run for president. There will be extra security at dozens of Colorado schools tomorrow after threats against those schools forced them to close today. This all comes just 3 days before the 20th anniversary of the Columbine shootings, and police say the suspect in this case took her own life. As Reed Binion shows us, the FBI is combing through her social media and checking for possible accomplices.
News of the apparent suicide of 18-year-old Sol Pais ending the search for her and bringing relief to a tense community.
I'm just glad it's come to an end.
Josh Rayburn is among the many concerned residents, but for a unique reason. He sold Pais her gun.
Haven't been able to sleep since finding out the news.
The Miami teen legally purchased a pump-action shotgun and ammunition here, making credible threats that shut down almost 20 districts. The fear spreading from Colorado.
This opens a wound, especially on an anniversary week.
To her hometown.
When stuff like this happens, because we've had threats and stuff in the past here, they get pretty tense.
The FBI says a long list of very unusual activity led them to Pais.
Comments that were troubling. With regard to her infatuation with Columbine, things like buying 3 one-way tickets in consecutive days.
But Rayburn says she passed 2 background checks.
She did not seem nervous at all. I mean, she seemed normal.
Still, the shop owner will rethink who he sells to in the future.
I'm going to look and see what, if there could have been anything done different. I've been thinking about it nonstop.
Reed Binion, 10 News, working for you.
New at 11, 3 people face charges tonight after a drug bust in Covington. We do have some video to show you some of what police found. Authorities say they discovered about $5,000 worth of meth, $700 in cash, and supplies to distribute the drugs. Also new tonight, 2 people were arrested after police found marijuana cash and a loaded gun in their car. They're the 21-year-old Kane Danley and 19-year-old Hunter Good both faced charges. They were taken to the New River Valley Regional Jail.
New at 11, a Roanoke restaurant will likely be closed for a few days after a fire tonight. Reports of a fire at the TGI Fridays came in at about 7:15. No one was hurt, but Valley View Boulevard was closed for a few hours. Investigators are still working to determine what caused the fire.
New at 11 tonight, a new mountain bike trail in the Star City spells out a story of success between community leaders and some passionate people. The Flow Trail at Roanoke's Morningside Park adds another mountain biking opportunity and betters the neighborhood. 10 News reporter Shane Dwyer checked it out tonight. He joins us live in the studio with the story. Shane?
John, this is the video. I know you know. If you're into mountain biking, this is the kind of stuff that just absolutely makes you want to wake up early in the morning and get out on your bike. The new Flow Trail is a great introduction to a sport that continues to grow in popularity, and it's not only continuing to elevate Roanoke's status as a biking hub, it's also bringing new faces into a neighborhood trying to better itself. The payoff is what it's all about, and for Ben Morgan and his friends, there's no question they've earned this ride.
A couple of me and my friends came and we cleaned it out and we found a bunch of gross stuff here and old stuff, and it's just turned into this over a year.
That's the super short version of the story. All in all, it was 400 hours of work at Roanoke's Morningside Park. This new Flow Trail in the woods replaced what was effectively a homeless camp.
A mile-long, very beginner-friendly loop trail that's unlike anything else in the region.
That's Chris Berry of Star City Cycling. This circuit is packed full of tight curves, straightaway jumps, and challenges designed around one common thread.
We built it primarily because there was not a true beginner-friendly option available to teach kids to ride, and that's a big part of our mission.
These trails do more than just give a place to ride. Morningside Park has a whole new identity thanks to their hard work. Case in point, the Boys and Girls Club right next door.
They got very little use out of it just because it really wasn't a safe place. They've got 150 club members next door, and their entire outdoor play space consisted of about a half an acre.
Now they too can be trail setters right in their urban neighborhood. joining Ben and his friends who have the region's newest trail right at their fingertips.
Because it's so close and we would have to drive like so far to go to other fun bike parks.
Now what you just saw, that is phase 1. Phase 2 will be a more advanced downhill course in the same general area. So here is the first trail right here, the beginner loop trail, and this is where they're going to be putting in phase 2, which is an advanced skills area and progressive jump trails and a slalom course. They will be crowdfunding with Roanoke Side to get professional trail builders in to help put this all together. In the studio, Shane Dwyer, 10 News, working for you.
Is a picture worth your life? That's the question emergency responders want you to think about after a 2018 study finds selfie-related deaths are on the rise. More than 250 people around the world have died while trying to take selfies, either drowning, getting hit by trains, or falling from heights. More recently, a college student died while reportedly repositioning for a picture during a hike in Arkansas. Here at home, picturesque views are a major attraction for hikers.
Don't go as close to the edge as you would like.
Take pictures for people, because a lot of people will do the selfie over it, and you lose balance when you're looking up and down and everything.
First responders also say you need to be prepared for your hike, wear the right clothes and shoes, bring water, a charged phone, and know the route.
For those of you looking to buy a home in the Roanoke Valley, remember this, it's a seller's market right now, so if you're waiting to put an offer on a property, local realtors say don't wait too long. Kid Carter with Long & Foster says there's almost not enough homes to meet the demand. Some listings aren't even lasting a day.
If you see a house that you love, don't wait on it. Which at the same time, it's kind of a double-edged sword because you don't want to rush into something, especially the biggest purchase of your life.
All good advice. Roanoke Valley Association of Realtors showing 447 homes sold in March. That's a 38% increase from February.
Montgomery County's Board of Supervisors unanimously voted to give its school district a financial boost this week. The supervisors' finalized budget for the 2020 fiscal year includes $844,000 more dollars for the Montgomery County Public Schools Operations Fund. That's on top of a planned $3 million increase. The school board pushed for the extra money so they could pay for raises, new teachers, and health care. Supervisors split a planned increase in the school district's building fund to cover the cost.
It's a never-ending process. And one thing we need to get out is the school board and the board of supervisors are working together. We may not see eye to eye on everything, but we are working together. We're trying to compromise.
Education takes up about 70% of Montgomery County's total budget. Meanwhile, Danville city manager says the city will continue to have low taxes and fund the city's schools. At last night's council meeting, people showed up in support of more funding for education, but also said they don't support tax increases. The city's proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year includes an 8-cent real estate tax increase, a 10-cent personal property tax increase, and a cigarette tax.
If we're going to be successful, we have to have high quality education, we have to have low crime, and we have to do what we can to encourage businesses to locate in our community.
Danville superintendent says if the school district's budget has to be cut, the cuts will negatively impact students.
A celebration for all, the heartwarming reason one Easter egg hunt has people keeping their ears open and their eyes shut.
At belkandbelk.com.
New tonight, your everyday Easter egg hunt got a big twist in North Carolina at an elementary school there.
Some special eggs were able to make sure everybody could participate. That beeping sound that you hear is coming from a specially designed egg. It gives off that sound so that the kids would learn to use their ears to find the eggs.
The initiative was all to support their classmate Landon, who is blind, but all the students wore blindfolds during the hunt so they could understand what it's like.
Now I actually see how his life is, and yeah, it just makes me feel happy that he gets to do all that.
And to make it even better, STEM Lab students at the middle school made the eggs. Well, making Rocky Mount a musical destination, the Harvester celebrates 5 years in business. Today, the Harvester CEO, Matt Hankins, announced that last year they did $1.8 million in business and had 32,000 paying ticket holders come through their doors. Year-over-year ticket sales increased by 33%.
Just justifies the investment of time and effort and energy and love that we've already put into it, that it is paying off. To have artists referring one another saying, you've got to go play this place in Virginia.
This upcoming season will feature headliners including Ronnie Millsap, Rick Springfield, and Scott Stapp. We've posted more information at WSLS.com.
Bringing together 1 million cancer survivors. That's the goal of a mobile art canvas that's made its way to Roanoke this week. Jeremy Gorup started the 1 Million Hands Project back in December. It's inspired by his mother, who's been in remission from breast cancer for a year. Gorup says his passion project on wheels is more than just art, but a chance to create a community of survivors.
We're creating friendships for people that are in the towns that we go through. That are going to be lifelong, I'm sure, and building support systems all around the country.
The 1 Million Hands Project will be in Roanoke through Saturday. You can find times and locations posted on WSLS.com.
It was an absolutely amazing day weather-wise. Plenty of sunshine across the region. Temperatures, here's the high temperatures. 82 in Roanoke, 82 in Danville. That's the high in Lynchburg. 77 though in Blacksburg. 75 was the high in Hillsville, and it felt pretty good temperature-wise this evening. Feeling good too. 72 in Roanoke, 65 in Blacksburg, 62 in Hillsville, 65 in Danville. Overnight lows, we're going to maintain a southerly wind, so temperatures won't be as chilly. We're looking at overnight lows bottoming out in the 50s under partly to mostly cloudy skies. We're going to start off Thursday morning off with some cloud cover, but as we head into the afternoon hours, again, we're going to be dry, but we'll see more sunshine in the afternoon. Temperatures, though, topping out in the 70s and lower 80s, much like what we felt this afternoon. But on the flip side, higher humidity levels in the afternoon. That's because we have an incoming system that'll bring some rain chances come Friday. Thursday at 10 p.m. the cloud cover will be thickening up. A stray shower chance come Thursday evening, but here's the system that we're watching. Notice we have quite a few watch boxes, also a few warnings in place too across Texas, Oklahoma, and New Mexico, even all the way up towards Iowa. A whole lot of severe weather there. So on Friday, in this yellow here, which encompasses a good portion of the area, slight risk for severe weather. What we're looking for is very heavy downpours as well as damaging wind gusts. So if you have any planters out, bring them inside for Friday, as well as make sure you have everything secured outside too. So timing everything out, 11 o'clock Thursday night. A few spotty showers right along the 77 corridor and portions to the west. 11 o'clock Friday morning, rain showers will be across the region. See these yellows and the oranges along that cold front? That cold front will continue to lift to the north and east, bring us some very heavy downpours for Friday afternoon and evening. This system will continue to lift to the north and east towards the New England states. Notice by the time Saturday morning rolls around, we'll have a trough across the region, so we're still looking at spotty rain showers on Saturday. Also for the higher elevations, can't rule out some sleet pellets too, but overall not amounting to too much either. But by the time Sunday rolls around, we're going to dry things out, but we got to keep close tabs on this. 1 to 3 inches widespread. I think it could be closer to 2 to 3 inches widespread across the region. We do have a high flood threat across the area, so be sure you have a way to get some weather alerts on Friday for the potential for strong to severe thunderstorms. Thursday is looking fine. Temperatures in the 70s and lower 80s. Lower 70s on the way for Friday. We do have the potential for that strong to severe thunderstorm, so be sure to download the Storm Team 10 weather app and have that handy, a way to get some quick alerts. Lower 60s on the way for Saturday. We're looking at spotty shower chances. Lower 70s on Sunday. Looking great for sunrise services, but be sure to bring the jacket. We'll be starting things off in the 30s and lower 40s, so heads up, a little chilly start to Sunday. But hey, it won't be disappointing because temperatures will heat up in the 70s, so great for some Easter egg hunts and hanging out with the family.
Yes, and those temperatures going into next week.
Oh yeah, they keep going up.
Amazing.
Oh yeah, 80s do return.
That's a nice forecast. We'll take that. All right. How about some sports?
All right, guys, some college basketball news. Which players are staying and who are declaring for the NBA draft? And we caught up with Trey and Terrell Edmonds about being back on the same team. Sports is next.
Today.
Good news for Hokies. Landers Nolley has announced on Instagram that he will continue to play for Virginia Tech. The four-star recruit was redshirted last year and entered the transfer portal, but after talks with the new coaching staff, has decided to stay in Blacksburg. Virginia's Mamadi Diakite also took to Instagram to make an announcement today. He's the fourth Cavalier to declare for the NBA draft, who will join former teammates Ty Jerome, DeAndre Hunter, and Kyle Guy in testing the professional basketball waters. The NFL schedules came out today. The first Sunday night game on NBC is sure to be a blockbuster. The schedules were officially announced tonight at 8 p.m., but many games leaked before that, including the first Sunday night football matchup. The defending Super Bowl champs, the Patriots, will host the Steelers on September 8th. That game airs at 8:20 p.m. here on WSLS 10. Speaking of the Steelers, a few familiar faces were back in town over the weekend. Of course, we're talking about the Edmonds brothers, also known as the E-Boys. The trio of brothers, Trey, Terrell, and Tremaine, were back in Blacksburg to take in the Tech spring game alongside a number of other former Hokies. Individually, they've all made strides, and now Trey and Terrell are relishing in the fact that they are once again united on the field as Steelers.
You know, I was blessed to be a part of, I think, two of the better organizations in the National Football League. And the Steelers opened me with open arms. And Coach Tomlin, man, he's one of the best guys in the game. So I'm happy to play for him. And being up there with Terrell, man, I'm telling you, it's like being at home all over again. You know, we see each other, we live together, we do a lot together. So it's truly good.
Man, honestly, I can just say that it's a blessing. Just having the opportunity to get drafted, for one, and also having the opportunity to play with my older brother on the same team. So that's just a blessing in all forms, and God's blessed my family so much. I can't thank him enough.
It'll be a sibling rivalry this fall as the Steelers will host the Bills for a home game, putting Trey and Terrell against their youngest brother, Tremaine. Between Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, and Martin Truex Jr.'s win on Saturday, Joe Gibbs Racing has won 6 out of the 9 Cup races. Former Redskins coach and JGR team owner Joe Gibbs understands that success is hard to maintain.
But I think that's the reason why you need to enjoy it in pro sports, because you know it's not going to, odds are this ain't going to keep happening. But there are times when teams get on a run and a roll, and I appreciate our guys, and certainly getting Cole and Martin on board with a win is a huge deal for us, and I know it's a huge deal for Toyota. But I also know it's very hard in pro sports to stay up there.
All right, news and notes. The Red Sox beat the Wood Ducks 5-4 after 11 innings. The Hillcats beat Potomac 7-5, and Hokies' new head basketball coach Mike Young announced he'll retain Christian Webster and add Chester Frazier and Antoine Jackson as assistants. For your not so light of the night, a man in Florida broke into a Little League concession stand and caused lots of damage. He stole money and a pack of hot dogs, but the odd thing about it was that he was naked. Really? All he had on was a hat and a towel, and a lot of damage was done. And I don't know why he would try to break into a Little League concession stand, because there's probably not a lot of gain.
Well, not a lot of money in there,
right.
and it's just wrong. You know,
it is wrong. Like,
I guess maybe
steals
he
from
wanted
children?
the hot dogs. I don't know. Let's just go with if he wasn't wearing any clothes, he had other issues. Probably not the best decision maker on the planet.
Yeah, it was very strange. And the fact that he was completely nude trying to steal a Little League concession stand.
Stealing
There's
from the
so
kids.
many questions, and luckily it's in Florida. It's not close by.
Yeah.
But
right.
didn't get a whole lot out of it, so there's that. And hopefully arrested by now.
Hopefully.
Well, with that, stick with us. We will be right back.
It's a lot of water.
Carl's Jr. is giving new meaning to the phrase Rocky Mountain High. On Saturday, which is 4/20, the fast food chain will cook up a burger with a special sauce made from cannabis oil. The cheeseburger will only be sold for 1 hour in Denver on Saturday. And while it is just a one-day special, the chain is testing out the menu item to possibly expand it. The company does caution that consumers should not expect any of the possible health benefits of CBD from eating this burger, and that would include other benefits as well.
Right.
Yep.
Enough said.
Not available in Roanoke.
There you go. Only in Denver for an hour. Tonight's show with Jimmy Fallon coming up next.
The news continues tomorrow morning with Virginia.
Equipment. The police investigation at the spa began as a human trafficking case, but prosecutors never filed charges, saying there was not enough evidence that the masseuses, who are now charged with prostitution, were there against their will. Robert Kraft and the other suspects now caught up in what otherwise would be an unremarkable misdemeanor case.
Carrie Sanders for us. Carrie, thank you.
Investigators in Paris are examining whether sensor problems may have contributed to that devastating fire ravaging Notre Dame. Officials say a fire alarm was triggered at about 6:20 p.m., but no fire was discovered. Then a second alarm went off at 6:43, but by that time the fire had already spread. Our Richard Engel is in Paris and has the latest.
When firefighters rushed in to battle the flames at Notre Dame, the blaze was already out of control. Investigators are trying to determine if the first
working for you.
Live from WSLS, this is Virginia Today from 10 News, working for you.
Seeing the light of day, a better look at the Russia report many have been waiting 2 years to see. Plus, taking a step back.
I could spend 8 months traveling around the country running for president, or 6 months really making a difference.
Why some say Virginia's former governor won't run for president. Good morning and happy Friday Eve to you. We thank you for waking up with us. I'm Patrick McKee. Jenna is on assignment today. Starting off this morning, very pleasant outside as we give you a live look from the Roanoke-Blacksburg Regional Airport. A nice calm start to the day for us, but changes are coming our way. Jonathan Gegas is in the Weather Center. He's working for you as you plan your day. Jonathan, storms on the horizon for us in the not too distant future.
Yeah, once we get into tomorrow, we're going to talk about the opportunity for some pretty strong thunderstorms and heavy rain. Today, though, we are quiet. Gorgeous start, as Patrick mentioned. Temperatures hanging tight around 60 degrees. Big difference from the 30s we woke up to just 48 hours ago. Just after 5 o'clock, it's 56 in South Boston, pushing 60 already in Roanoke. We are at 60 in Hot Springs and Hillsville. Good morning in Blacksburg. We are at 53. We do have a few more clouds out there. We will see more clouds today than what we saw yesterday as we continue to increase those to make way for those storm chances coming into tomorrow, but it's still going to feel like summer. The other thing you will notice again today, the breeze is going to come back again, going to get pretty gusty once we get to the afternoon. We're going to talk about how windy we are and track those storms that are likely for tomorrow coming up at 5:11. First, though, on this Thursday, do want to get you a check on those roads as you get out the door with your Time Saver traffic report.
So far, so good across Southwest and Central Virginia. Do want to let you about one area of road work that's taking place that may impact you if you're traveling through Wythe County. On 81 southbound between mile markers 59 and 58, the right lane is going to be closed due to bridge work there. That's going to be in place today and tomorrow, so do expect some delays if you're traveling southbound through Wythe County. Today is the day. We're just hours away from seeing the much anticipated Mueller report on Russian election interference and whether President Trump obstructed justice. Tracy Potts has more on how this will all play out.
Nearly 2 years in the making and finished almost a month ago, the Mueller report goes public today.
Attorney General Barr is going to be giving a press conference. Maybe I'll do one after that. We'll see.
Barr's briefing at least an hour and a half before the report's release isn't sitting well with critics.
We don't need any more press conferences. We don't need any more summaries. We don't need any more spin. We just need to see the words of the report.
Thousands of words, nearly 400 pages, according to the Washington Post, only lightly redacted, revealing much of special counsel Robert Mueller's work.
I just wish that the Mueller team would come forward.
The Justice Department says he won't be at today's news conference. The New York Times reports the White House was briefed on Mueller's conclusions as they prepared a response.
You do not brief the White House on criminal investigations before that information is public.
If too much information is blacked out, Democrats stand ready to demand the full report.
But on the assumption that it's heavily redacted, we will most certainly issue the subpoenas in very short order.
In a court filing, the Justice Department says they'll provide nearly the full report to a limited number of lawmakers and congressional staffers. 6 in 10 Americans tell the Associated Press they think the president obstructed justice, and they want Congress to keep investigating. In Washington, I'm Tracy Potts, 10 News, working for you.
Now, for those of you who can't wait to get a look at this report, Barnes & Noble is offering a free download of it. Customers with a Nook can now pre-order the ebook. Once it's available, anyone with the app can download it. A print version will be available by the end of the month. The Today Show will have continuing coverage of the report throughout the morning, starting at 7. Special report scheduled for 9 this morning, with the Attorney General expected to speak at 9:30. Former Governor Terry McAuliffe will not run for president in 2020, according to 2 people close to the Democrat. As we've reported, McAuliffe has considered the decision for several months. Late last year, he appeared at campaign events in early voting states. McAuliffe says he wants to focus on the Commonwealth.
I would love to have run for president. I think being a Southern governor who had record amount of jobs and investment in education and the most felon right enfranchisement of any governor in American history, it's all, but you know what? Getting in with a field of 20 today and trying to get your message to break through, where tomorrow I can make a real difference in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Political analysts say McAuliffe is widely viewed as part of the party's mainstream and holds much of the same political space as former Vice President Joe Biden. Former Vice President has still not officially announced his intentions. Happening today, the man who pleaded no contest to being the driver in the crash that killed Christiansburg teen Ashlyn Poole is scheduled to be sentenced this afternoon. 16-year-old Alex Leonard is set to appear in Montgomery County Juvenile Court. He pleaded no contest to involuntary manslaughter, reckless driving with a speed of 80 miles per hour or more, and driving without a license. That deadly crash happened last July. New details this morning about a fire at a Roanoke restaurant. TGI Fridays in Valley View will likely be closed for a few days after that fire. Reports came in around 7:15 last night. No one was hurt, but Valley View Boulevard was closed for several hours. Investigators say the fire was caused by improperly discarded smoking material in mulch. A cat is recovering in Danville this morning after getting its head stuck in a peanut butter jar. A Danville police officer on patrol found the cat Tuesday morning. The officer cut a hole in the jar so the cat could breathe while waiting for an employee from the Danville Area Humane Society to cut the jar off. Humane Society's executive director says this is not the first time animals have been brought in after getting stuck in jars.
It's unusual for a cat to even be interested in peanut butter, so that tells us that she was quite hungry. We are hoping that we will be able to get our hands on her in a couple of days when she calms down, but she had obviously been in there a long time.
If you see an animal stuck in a jar, you can try to remove it yourself, but the best idea is to get help from an animal expert. It's 5:07 now, and what's news today? Virginia lawmakers will talk about this year's General Assembly session with Martinsville-Henry County Chamber of Commerce during the post-legislative luncheon at New College Institute. The New River Health District will have its mobile health bus at John Dalton Intermediate School in Radford today. Parents can take their children to get them caught up on vaccines between 3:30 and 6:30. Students will see how skills learned at school translate to the workplace. Students will get a unique look into different careers during the 5th annual Pittsylvania County Youth Commission Shadow Day. They'll be shadowing the sheriff, Commonwealth's attorney, a pharmacist, and more. We'll get our first look at new art for Valley Metro buses. As part of the Art by Bus program, organizers will unveil the art from the Roanoke City Art Collection and a piece specifically commissioned from Hollins University Art Program. This is the 5th year for the event. Ahead of Arbor Day, Tazewell County 6th graders will plant trees on a reclaimed surface coal mine site in Richlands this morning. Arbor Day is April 26th. 5:08 now. We'll hand things back over to Jonathan with an update on today's forecast. Very pleasant outside this morning.
Yeah, you can leave the jackets at home this morning. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s this morning. 56 in South Boston, 55 in the Hill City. Good morning in Lexington. We are at 56. 54 in Blacksburg, 54 also in Wytheville, 60 already in Hillsville. On our way back to the 70s and 80s. It will be windy today, though. We're going to get that back this afternoon. 15 to 25 mile per hour sustained winds. You see that ramping up through the course of the afternoon into the evening. Gusts at times 30 to 40 miles an hour, helping to pump in the warmth. That is, again, in response to this big-time system out west that could trigger a lot of severe weather tomorrow. Again, especially in the yellow areas and in the orange areas, mainly along and east of Interstate 81 there. You see there in the yellows and oranges, the main threats with this, as we keep on talking about, damaging winds and the potential for some flash flooding tomorrow. We're going to take a closer look at the threats with this system coming in, Patrick, coming up in about 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. 5:09 now. Still to come this morning, helping cancer patients. How one comedian is helping them find support. Plus, anxiety over pregnancy risk. The new program helping women who face complications. And reducing your waistline. The new diet using soup.
Sandwich with Tots.
5:12 now, new this morning. There are an endless amount of possibilities to what can be put into a bowl of soup. Soup is now a new diet technique for some people. A study by the National Institute of Health shows soup can help you lose weight and reduce your waistline. Researchers found soups contain a lot of proteins, vitamins, minerals, and fiber, and offer fewer calories. Eating soup as an appetizer can reduce calorie intake by 20%. A study with the University of Barcelona shows gazpacho can lower blood pressure, reduce hypertension, and it's eaten cold. Soups do have different amounts of calories, so make sure you look at that and choose carefully. New this morning, an interesting way to help cancer patients has nothing to do with medication. They don't even have to talk about cancer, and that's the point. Erica Edwards has more on the classes helping patients.
So we're going to do a scene. It's set at a park bench.
It's no surprise to find an improv class in Los Angeles.
Thank you forever and ever and ever.
But these women are not actors.
What happened?
They're cancer survivors.
Wonderful!
It's a very Hollywood type of support therapy without the drama.
I didn't want to be in a support group where we talked about our cancer. I wanted to be someplace where we laughed and we reduced our stress.
The program at Cedars-Sinai has star power in comedian Shelley Gossman, who has writing credits at Saturday Night Live and the NBC sitcom AP Bio.
I have an awesome new Miles mission.
She's also been through cancer twice.
You don't lose your sense of humanity and wonder and laughter when you're sick. But when people constantly come at you with like, oh no, it can feel like laughter's gone.
Gossman partnered with Cedars-Sinai to study how improv, acting without a script, can help patients faced with cancer, a disease that doesn't always follow a set of rules.
You have no idea where the scene is going, and you start speaking, and all of a sudden you're alone, but you're not. The other person supports you.
From what doctors have observed so far in another cancer survivor improv group, it's having a measurable effect.
Improv has made a big impact on depression, on anxiety, on well-being.
Patients are not required to be funny, just be willing to trust the process and each other. Erica Edwards, NBC News.
If you're looking to buy a home, now's the time, as it's a seller's market. If you're waiting to put an offer on a property, local realtors say don't wait too long. Kid Carter with Long & Foster says there's almost not enough homes to meet demand. Some listings aren't even lasting an entire day.
If you see a house that you love, don't wait on it. Which at the same time, it's kind of a double-edged sword because you don't want to rush into something, especially the biggest purchase of your life.
The Roanoke Valley Association of Realtors shows 447 homes sold in March, which is a 38% increase from February. The Montgomery County Board of Supervisors unanimously votes to give its school district a financial boost. The supervisors' finalized budget for the 2020 fiscal year includes $844,000 more for the Montgomery County Public School Operations Fund. That's on top of a planned $3 million increase. The school board pushed for the extra money so they could pay for raises, new teachers, and health care. Supervisors split a planned increase in the school district's building fund to cover the cost.
It's a never-ending process. And one thing we need to get out is the school board and the board of supervisors are working together. We may not see eye to eye on everything, but we are working together. We're trying to compromise.
Education makes up about 70% of the county's total budget. How to pay for education in Danville continues to be a topic of discussion after Tuesday night's city council meeting. People showed up to the meeting to support more funding for schools, but also say they are not in favor of tax increases. Danville superintendent says he's not disappointed. He sent a robocall appearance last week asking for support for increased education funding.
The biggest challenge right now, if we had to make an adjustment, is that we have made an investment in a newly revised teacher compensation schedule. I'd hate to think that we'd have to go back.
Final draft of the city's proposed budget scheduled to be presented to the public for comment by April 30th. There's no shortage of things to do in Las Vegas, but if you do get bored, you can also get married at a chapel. But if the chapel's the thing you want to get hitched to, an iconic one is now up for sale. A legal union with a little white wedding chapel will cost you, though, a cool $12 million. That's far cry from the $50,000 that Charlotte Richards originally paid for it in 1951. This is an iconic chapel. Nearly 70 years later, she says it's time to retire so she can travel the world. You see this in movies, advertising for Vegas. This is kind of an iconic chapel there. And boy, what an investment for her, from $51,000 to $12 million.
Yeah, and if she gets it, she will no doubt be able to travel.
Do whatever she wants for the rest of her days.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, the Sunshine State has some competition when it comes to top destination for retirees.
Oh.
Yeah, according to a new survey by United Van Lines, retirees are flocking to New Mexico to enjoy their golden years. Maybe it has something to do with that humidity. The company polled nearly 27,000 customers last year and found 42% of those who moved to New Mexico did so because of retirement. Florida, though, did come in second. Arizona followed in third place as the top retirement state among those moving last year.
It's either the humidity or the tourists. New Mexico is going to have a fewer than Florida.
That is very true. Yeah, destination capital for vacations for sure. Beaches, theme parks, all of the above. Come right here for vacation. It has been nice weather-wise for the past couple of weeks. Yeah, temperatures around 80 yesterday, back in that ballpark today. Once we get to Friday, Saturday, different story though with some storms and cooler weather coming in. Nice and mild to start. You can shed the jacket this morning. Satellite and radar showing we have a mainly cloudy sky right now, although those clouds are thin. Back off towards the west, you see that line of storms. That is what we are tracking as we move forward over the next couple of days. That's going to slide through tomorrow and eventually give us that opportunity for some stronger thunderstorms as we were talking about over the past couple of days now. And again, damaging winds, heavy rain going to be the main threats with this. Here's a live look outside. Again, all is quiet. We are very, very warm. Temperatures around 60 degrees now. Winds out of the south-southeast at about 5 miles an hour. Those are going to get cranked up later this afternoon. Good morning in Copper Hill. Getting on the school bus again. Leave the jackets at home today. Middle 50s for us. A mild start. A little breezy this afternoon. Temperatures back to the upper 70s for us with a few more clouds. Again, we do have those clouds now. Those storms coming in from the west are going to work their way in tomorrow, giving us the chance and likelihood for severe weather, especially along into the east of Interstate 81. You see that orange color. That's relatively speaking the best potential for severe thunderstorms tomorrow, but also in the yellow, really the another good shot at stronger thunderstorms. Damaging winds, very, very heavy rain, the main threats. Tracking that here. Again, today we are quiet. Just a few more passing clouds. We'll see a few breaks in those clouds for sunshine to mix through. You really see those clouds increase tomorrow. Here's your commute into work tomorrow. 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We are going to be dodging a few scattered showers, most of those on the lighter side. You see the darker oranges and reds coming back into play, though. Here's 1 or 2 o'clock. You see them there. There's the opportunity for some stronger thunderstorms, and then really starting to light up as we get towards the second half of the afternoon. There's 3, 4 o'clock, some nasty storms possible. And again, each one of these can contain some very, very strong wind gusts, a lot of wind energy just above the surface that will likely be mixed down, so to speak, pulled down from the upper levels of the atmosphere down to the surface. Damaging wind threat, again, on the moderate side of things. Same deal with the flash flooding, as we could add 1 to 3 inches of rain widespread. Some places, especially in those stronger thunderstorms, could be on the higher side of that, even isolated amounts of 4 inches. So watching that flood threat closely. Things quiet down big time for Easter Sunday. We'll start off with some clouds. Back to the mid-50s by 10. We'll be back to the middle 60s by 2 o'clock. So all in all, just a light jacket for those sunrise services, but a nice afternoon for Easter. Hanging around 80 today. Tonight, we're going to have mostly cloudy skies in anticipation for those rain showers to start and the stronger storms into the afternoon. Saturday, we're back in the low 60s. Much, much, much better on Easter Sunday. Looking good early next week.
All right. Thanks, Jonathan. Time saver traffic now as we head into this Thursday morning. We are still looking good with the green showing up across the board for us. Just a couple of slowdowns, it looks like, on 81 in Botetourt County and on 220 in Roanoke.
With college basketball over and the NBA draft coming at the end of June, it's the time of year many collegiate athletes make their decision on their future. Good news for Hokies. Landers Nolley has announced on Instagram that he will continue to play for Virginia Tech. The four-star recruit was redshirted last year and entered the transfer portal, but after talks with the new coaching staff has decided to stay in Blacksburg. Virginia's Mamadi Diakite also took to Instagram to make an announcement that he is the fourth Cavalier to declare for the NBA draft. Diakite will join former teammates Ty Jerome, DeAndre Hunter, and Kyle Guy in testing the professional basketball waters. That wraps up your morning sports. I'm Melissa Ray.
It's 5:22 now. Still to come this morning. Safety for your selfies. Protecting yourself while you try to snap that perfect picture. The sound of success for the latest mountain biking trail in the Star City. A team of volunteers coming together to make the trail a reality.
In funeral care.
You're watching Virginia Today from 10 News, working for you.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Time now is 5:25. I'm Patrick McKee. Is a picture worth your life? That's the question emergency responders want you to think about after a 2018 study finds selfie-related deaths are on the rise. More than 250 people around the world have died while trying to take them, either drowning, getting hit by trains, or falling from heights. More recently, a college student died while reportedly repositioning for a picture during a hike in Arkansas. Here at home, picturesque views are a major attraction for hikers. First responders say you need to be prepared for your hike. Wear the right clothes, bring the right shoes and water, and charge your phone and know the route. The Star City's newest mountain bike trail is a success story in many ways. The new Flow Trail is in the woods at Morningside Park in southeast Roanoke. Well, the 400 volunteer hours went into building the course that was basically a homeless camp. It's packed full of tight curves, bumps, and challenges designed to welcome beginners into the sport. It also helps beautify the area, especially for the neighbors at the Boys and Girls Club.
Prior to the time that we came in here and started cleaning up this park, they got very little use out of it just because it really wasn't a safe place. They've got 150 club members next door, and their entire outdoor play space consisted of about a half an acre.
This is the first phase of the project. Phase 2 includes more advanced courses and riding areas. The group will be crowdfunding to bring in professional trail builders. Jonathan Kegas, good day to get outside and jump on the bike.
Yeah, it really is. Packed water, a warm afternoon again. Temperatures hanging around 80 degrees. Right now, we just have a few thin clouds, a couple of showers to our south and west. That's where they will stay today. We are dry through this afternoon. That will change tomorrow. Here's the system we are tracking now. Brought a ton of severe weather out towards Oklahoma and the panhandle of Texas last night. Still dealing with some stronger thunderstorms east of Dallas, getting ready to move into Louisiana. That pink box there, a severe thunderstorm watch. We could see some of those issued tomorrow again. Today we are quiet. We are windy. We are warm, though. You'll notice the gusty winds later this afternoon as we've been advertising the severe weather threat still possible for tomorrow afternoon and evening. Even the opportunity for a couple of mountain snowflakes or sleet pellets on Saturday morning just because of the dynamic nature of this system. We're going to talk much more about all of that, Patrick, coming up in about 20 minutes.
Thanks, Jonathan. 5:28 now. Still to come this morning, a trip canvassing the nation is hoping to lend survivors a helping hand. How one man was inspired to help raise money for a cure. Plus, during an already difficult time, a Colorado community is left shaken while police are saying about the 18-year-old who was infatuated with the 1999 Columbine High School massacre.
It tastes better.
Live from WSLS, this is Virginia Today from 10 News, working for you.
Taking a test flight.
I am tremendously proud of the work of our team.
How long it could be before 737s are back in the air. Plus, report on Russia, what we can expect to see later this morning. Good morning and happy Friday Eve to you. Thank you for waking up with us this morning. I'm Patrick McKee. Jenna is on assignment. Starting off quite nice outside this morning. Give you a live look over the Virginia Tech campus in Blacksburg. Things are nice and calm. Let's get to Jonathan Kagas in the Weather Center. He's working for you. Jonathan, we're going to stay calm today, or we're going to need the umbrellas?
Yeah, quiet today, Patrick, and really, really warm. Already off to a very warm start. Temperatures around 60. Some of us already there this morning. We're at 59 in the Star City, 56 in Lexington. We've now dipped to the upper 50s in Hot Springs, 55 in South Boston. Good morning in Danville. We are hanging tight in the upper 50s as well. We have a few more clouds out there, just of the thin variety. We'll see some sunshine filter through early on. Thicker clouds arriving later on into the evening. Look at this, though. Upper 70s, lower 80s coming our way. Very warm day. A windy day, though. You'll notice the gusty winds coming our way later on this afternoon and especially into the evening. We're going to talk about those winds and the potential for severe weather. We've been advertising this for the last few days now. That threat going to be there tomorrow afternoon and evening. We're going to break that down coming up at 5:47. First, though, want to get you a check on those roads this morning with your Time Saver traffic report.
Jonathan, so far so good as we remain accident-free across southwest and central Virginia. Give you a look at drive times, 25 minutes. Christiansburg to Roanoke, Lexington to Roanoke, that drive's coming in at 47. There will be extra security at dozens of Colorado schools today after threats against those schools were forcing them to close yesterday. This comes just days before the 20th anniversary of the Columbine shootings. Police say the suspect in this case took her own life. The FBI says 18-year-old Sol Payas traveled from South Florida to Colorado Monday night. Investigators say she bought a pump-action shotgun and ammunition when she arrived. They say a very long list of very unusual activity led them to Payas.
Comments that were troubling with regard to her infatuation with Columbine, things like buying 3 one-way tickets in consecutive days.
As we reported, the Miami teen made credible threats, shutting down almost 20 school districts. A study shows constant exposure to media coverage of a trauma could impact your mental health. Researchers followed more than 4,000 people for 3 years between the 2013 Boston Marathon bombing and the 2016 Orlando Pulse nightclub shooting. Researchers found when people became distressed following repeated media exposure, they were more likely to have higher anxiety about future violent events. They were also more likely to tune in, which leads to more stress. New this morning, the CEO of Boeing takes a test flight aboard an upgraded 737 MAX plane. The flight took off from a Boeing field in western Washington state. 737 MAX jets, they've been grounded worldwide following 2 deadly crashes. Yesterday's flight tested the upgraded maneuvering characteristics augmentation system. Investigators believe this software may have played a role in both of the crashes. After the flight, the CEO reiterated the company's commitment to safety.
Safety is our responsibility. We own it. And the work of our team will make the 737 MAX one of the safest airplanes ever to fly.
The FAA says it will require pilots to undergo additional training before Boeing 737 MAX jets are back in the air. This could still be months away. 3 people faced charges this morning after a drug bust in Covington. This is some of what police found. Take a look at all this. Authorities say they discovered around $5,000 worth of meth, $700 in cash, and the supplies to distribute the drugs. And 2 people are arrested after police find marijuana, cash, and a loaded gun in their car. 21-year-old Kane Daniely and 19-year-old Hunter Good both face charges. They were taken to the New River Valley Regional Jail. Happening today, after weeks of waiting, the much-anticipated Mueller report will be released later this morning. A redacted version of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report is expected to be released by the Justice Department. The report details Mueller's investigation of Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. Attorney General William Barr says the special counsel found no evidence Trump's campaign colluded with Russians. You can see more in a special report coming up this morning at 9. The Attorney General is expected to speak at 9:30. We continue with the Frontiers of Faith this morning. Tomorrow night begins Passover, celebrated by millions of Jews around the world. Around the dinner table, they say next year in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, from the Bible over 3,000 years ago, is a place called the City of David. Next at 7 on the Today Show, Savannah Guthrie gets to help unearth ancient finds of humanity. 5:36 now. It's time of joy for women anxious to expand their families. But pregnancy also comes with a risk.
I don't have to call or anything like that. It's always just right in my pocket.
The new program keeping tabs on women who face complications. And we're looking for the best of the best in Southwest Virginia. This month, we're looking for the top 10 local wedding venues. You can vote for your favorites right now on WSLS.com. Just click on Top 10. 5:39 now. In women's health this morning, pregnancy complications like preeclampsia and gestational diabetes can begin without warning. These are conditions creating long-lasting health problems for both the mother and baby. Some doctors are using a first-of-its-kind monitoring system for moms at high risk. This soon-to-be mom can check her blood pressure with this portable cuff and a smartphone. She has gestational diabetes. An app on her smartphone reminds her to check her blood sugar 4 times a day and report back to her doctors.
We want to be able to identify the patients who need a phone call and not just identify them when they show up in the emergency department.
Doctors say the remote monitoring program also helps with compliance after pregnancy. Only about 40% keep their postpartum appointments. 90% of the women who are enrolled in the monitoring program keep theirs. Bringing together 1 million cancer survivors. That's the goal of a mobile art canvas making its way to Roanoke this week. Jeremy Gorup started the 1 Million Hands Project in December. It's inspired by his mother, who's been in remission from breast cancer for a year. Gorup says his passion project on wheels is more than just art, but a chance to create a community of survivors.
We're creating friendships for people that are in the towns that we go through. That are going to be lifelong, I'm sure, and building support systems all around the country.
The 1 Million Hands Project will be in Roanoke through Saturday. You can find times and locations posted on WSLS.com. We've seen plenty of gender reveals, some of which have been quite creative, but certainly we've never seen one quite like this. It's good to have friends in high places. Nolan Ellenberg works in the Duke University broadcast department, the Blue Devil Network. He and his wife had Zion Williamson help them with a gender reveal. And he helped out as only he could, a high-flying dunk, resulting in, as you see it there, blue confetti for a boy for the happy couple. It's a good way of getting it across, especially for if you work in the industry and you're big fans of the program.
Yeah.
It's the only way to do it.
Good play to do it. Pretty popular in the college basketball world.
Absolutely.
Of course. Temperatures this morning, Patrick, hanging around 60 degrees. No jacket needed today. We're back up to around 80 later this afternoon. Tomorrow, though, the threat for severe weather increases, especially in the afternoon and evening. We are tracking that opportunity coming up at 5:47.
5:42 now. In police custody, why a man was arrested outside a cathedral in New York City.
With Dampred.
You're watching Virginia Today from 10 News, working for you.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. It's 5:45 now. I'm Patrick McKee. New overnight, a man described by authorities as emotionally disturbed was arrested outside St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. Police say the man, identified as Mark Lamparello, parked a minivan on 5th Avenue and left it shortly before 8 o'clock. After walking around the area, he returned to the minivan where he pulled out two 2-gallon cans of gasoline, a plastic bag with 2 bottles of lighter fluid inside, and 2 extended butane lighters. He tried to walk into the cathedral with items, but police say security guards stopped him. A diver is safe after finding himself trapped for hours in a Tennessee cave. The cell phone video captured the moment expert diver Josh Brackley finally came back up for fresh air. The elite British diver spent more than a day lost in the cave. He was a member of the dive team that rescued a soccer team trapped in a cave in Thailand last year. Expert divers were flown in from surrounding areas to rescue the rescuer. Authorities say he was found in an air pocket inside the cave. Glad he was able to make it out safely. Well, your everyday Easter egg hunt gets a bit of a twist at one North Carolina elementary school. Some special eggs were able to make sure everyone could take part.
Good job.
That sound's coming from a specially designed egg. It gives off a beep so that children will learn to use their ears to find those eggs. This initiative was to support a classmate, Landon, who's blind. All the students wore blindfolds during the hunt so they could understand what it's like.
Now I actually see how his life is, and yeah, it just makes me feel happy that he gets to do all that.
Students at the middle school made those eggs. And we've got several of these Easter egg hunts happening this upcoming weekend, and even some with eggs that are designed like this.
That's a really, really good idea. Make sure everyone's included for sure. Great stuff there. If you're going to those Easter egg hunts this weekend, the first half of the weekend looks a little on the wet side.
Okay.
Easter Sunday, though, looks much, much better. We're going to get into that forecast in 1 second. First, your picture of the day. We had a gorgeous sunrise a couple mornings ago.
Oh, that's nice.
Just love it when these high clouds are moving in, and we have some of those high clouds out there now, so may have another opportunity. Thank you, Nathan, for sending this awesome shot from the Hill City, Lynchburg. Looks like the sky is on fire there with those higher clouds. Thank you again for that awesome shot. If you have a picture, I'd love to see it. Hit me up on Facebook, Jonathan Kegas, WSLS 10 News, or shoot me an email, jkegas@WSLS.com. There we go. There's a live look in Blacksburg with our Virginia Tech Skycam. Temperatures back to the mid-50s right now. Winds are calm. That is going to change, though, unfortunately. The gusty winds are going to come back at times 30 to 40 miles an hour later on this afternoon. Commute into work looking pretty good. Just a few of those higher clouds out there, back to the upper 50s. If you're taking lunch outside, hold on to the napkins. We're in the low 70s. Gorgeous afternoon, but it's going to start to turn a little breezy. Upper 70s by 5 o'clock under mainly sunny skies. The sunshine goes away tomorrow. We're going to get the wind back as well later this afternoon. Gusts at times 30 to 40 miles an hour. You really see the wind, sustained winds on the line here, ramp up through the second part of the afternoon. So if you're planning on hitting the greens today, you might have to be chasing the ball around a little bit. Sustained winds still staying elevated later tonight and into tomorrow morning. All because of this guy here. This is what we've been talking about. You see that spin there. That's our upper low that's going to go into creating the severe weather threat tomorrow. All the greens here in the middle levels of our atmosphere. That's all the moisture. Those are all those thunderstorms that are getting going from that area of low pressure that's going to pay a visit to us tomorrow. Here's 11 o'clock today. Stray shower chance mainly north of the region. We are going to try to break free from some of those clouds later this afternoon. It's going to be that cloud-sun battle like we had yesterday. There's 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Most of the rain tomorrow for your commute into work going to be on the lighter side. Watch what happens, though. You see the darker red start to show up. Here's 1 or 2 o'clock. And all of these could contain some very, very gusty winds. And you see there the threat expanding to our east later on into the afternoon. There's 3, 4 o'clock for us across south side. Lexington, Lynchburg, getting into Smith Mountain Lake, Danville later on tomorrow afternoon east of the Blue Ridge. All of those as well can contain some very, very heavy rain and the potential for some damaging winds. So tracking that closely. 6, 7 o'clock, most of this is outside of the region, but you still see hanging on the south side the potential going to be there for some damaging wind gusts as well. Potential for flash flooding also going to be there. That flood threat going to be elevated with a widespread 1 to 3 inches of rain expected. We were talking about this yesterday. In about a 3-hour time frame, all as we need, unfortunately, to get flash flooding going is about 1 to 2 inches of rain. So certainly something we are tracking as well alongside that severe threat for tomorrow afternoon and evening. Hanging around 70 tomorrow. Again, still dodging that chance for severe weather. Nothing severe on Saturday, but a few showers going to start the day. Temperatures in the low 60s. Much better for Easter Sunday. Looking really, really nice early next week, Patrick.
That is nice. Thank you, Jonathan. Time saver traffic now at 5:50. We continue to remain accident-free across Southwest and Central Virginia, so I'll show you some drive times, which are looking pretty good for us. 53 minutes to drive Lynchburg to Roanoke to Rocky Mount will take you 23 minutes. New this morning, with April being National Distracted Driving Awareness Month, efforts are underway to curtail motorists from texting behind the wheel. It's called the You Drive, You Text, You Pay campaign. Now in its 5th year, it's a reminder distracted driving can result in costly consequences. Each day, 9 motorists die and another 1,000 are injured in distracted driving accidents. The agency says 5 seconds is the average time your eyes are off the road while you're texting. And at 55 miles per hour, that's enough time to cover the length of a football field. A Virginia Poison Control Center is issuing a warning about an herbal supplement being linked to drug overdoses and deaths. It's called Kratom. The plant, related to coffee, is from Southeast Asia. It's sold in pills, capsules, even as an extract, and is not regulated by the Food and Drug Administration. A Carilion Clinic toxicology expert has noticed a spike in the drug's use, particularly in the New River Valley. He says it can cause seizures and can have the same effect as heroin, so there's a risk of addiction, overdose, and death.
People are starting to use more of it. Maybe they're taking it more than they should be, or more than it's directed on the packaging, or taking it with other substances that get them into trouble.
If you're worried about a drug overdose, call 911 or your local poison control center. Time now is 5:52. We got 5 things you need to know coming up next. Stay with us.
At belkandbelk.com.
It's 5:55 now. Here's 5 things you need to know before heading out the door. Happening today, after weeks of waiting, the much anticipated Mueller report will be released this morning. A redacted version of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report is expected to come out from the Justice Department. The report details Mueller's investigation of Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. The CEO of Boeing takes a test flight aboard an upgraded 737 MAX plane. Those jets have been grounded worldwide following 2 deadly crashes. Yesterday's flight tested the upgraded maneuvering characteristics augmentation system. Investigators believe that software may have played a role in both crashes. New details this morning about a fire at a restaurant in Roanoke. Investigators say the fire was caused by improperly discarded smoking material in mulch. TGI Fridays in Valley View is going to remain closed likely for a couple of days. Reports of a fire came in around 7:15 last night. No one was hurt. Valley View Boulevard was closed for several hours, but open again this morning. Former Governor Terry McAuliffe will not run for president in 2020, according to those close to the Democrat. As we've reported, McAuliffe's considered the decision for several months. Late last year, he appeared at campaign events in early voting states. McAuliffe says he wants to focus on the Commonwealth.
Good morning. A warm start. We're back to around 80 again this afternoon. A little breezy today, though. Tomorrow, the chance for strong thunderstorms is going to be with us. We'll wrap up Saturday with a chance for a few showers, really for the first half of the day. Then we're going to improve the weather for Easter Sunday.
Next at 6, cash for classes. How Montgomery County is paying for teacher raises. As we continue here on Virginia Today on 10 News. Stay with us.
Air Intelligence.
Live from WSLS, this is Virginia Today from 10 News, working for you.
Seeing the light of day, a better look at the Russia report many have been waiting 2 years to see. Plus, taking a step back.
I could spend 8 months traveling around the country running for president, or 6 months really making a difference.
Why some say Virginia's former governor will not run for president. Good morning and happy Friday Eve to you. We thank you for waking up with us. I'm Patrick McKee. Jenna is on assignment. Starting off this morning, very pleasant outside. We'll give you a live look outside over the Roanoke-Blacksburg Regional Airport. You see things are nice and still for us here as we head into the next to last day of the work week. Let's get to Jonathan Gegas in the Weather Center. He's helping you plan your day. Jonathan, can we leave the umbrellas at home or is it going to rain today?
Yeah, we can leave the umbrellas at home, Patrick. Temperatures back to the upper 50s right now. We are going to be dry today. Different story tomorrow as we have a couple of waves of rain, and some of those could be on the stronger side, at least the storms embedded in that rain tomorrow. Quiet start this morning, though. We're back to the upper 50s in Covington, 57 for us waking up. In Roanoke, 57 also in Covington, 54 degrees in Blacksburg. We are in the upper 50s in Hillsville right now, 56 degrees in South Boston. Mainly cloudy skies right now. Looks like it's trying to rain there. It will not reach the ground. Temperatures, again, going to warm back to the upper 70s and low 80s again. The breeze, that's going to be the one thing we will notice it's different other than the extra clouds today than when you compare it to yesterday. Talk about that severe weather threat coming in for tomorrow, coming up at 6:11. First, though, do want to get you a check on those roads this morning with your Time Saver traffic report.
Still looking good for us across Southwest and Central Virginia. We're hoping we're going to keep it that way as we head into the morning commute today. Drive times this morning a little slower for us than average. Danville to Martinsville on Highway 58. That drive's coming in at 34 minutes. Out to Vista to Lynchburg on 29, a 29-minute drive. Today is the day. We're just hours away from seeing the much anticipated Mueller report on Russian election interference and whether President Trump obstructed justice. Tracy Potts has more on how this all will play out.
Nearly 2 years in the making and finished almost a month ago, the Mueller report goes public today.
Attorney General Barr is going to be giving a press conference. Maybe I'll do one after that. We'll see.
Barr's briefing at least an hour and a half before the report's release isn't sitting well with critics.
We don't need any more press conferences. We don't need any more summaries. We don't need any more spin. We just need to see the words of the report.
Thousands of words, nearly 400 pages, according to the Washington Post, only lightly redacted, revealing much of special counsel Robert Mueller's work.
I just wish that the Mueller team would come forward.
The Justice Department says he won't be at today's news conference. The New York Times reports the White House was briefed on Mueller's conclusions as they prepared a response.
You do not brief the White House on criminal investigations before that information is public.
If too much information is blacked out, Democrats stand ready to demand the full report.
But on the assumption that it's heavily redacted, we will most certainly issue the subpoenas in very short order.
In a court filing, the Justice Department says they'll provide nearly the full report to a limited number of lawmakers and congressional staffers. 6 in 10 Americans tell the Associated Press they think the president obstructed justice, and they want Congress to keep investigating. In Washington, I'm Tracy Potts, 10 News, working for you.
Now, for those of you who can't wait to get a look at that report for yourself, Barnes & Noble is offering a free download of it. Customers with a Nook can now pre-order the ebook. Once it's available, anyone with the app can download the book to their device. The print version will be available by the end of the month. And the Today Show will have continuing coverage of the report throughout the morning, starting next at 7. Special report is scheduled to come your way starting this morning at 9, with the Attorney General expected to speak at 9:30. Former Governor Terry McAuliffe says he will not run for president in 2020. As we reported, McAuliffe has considered the decision for several months. Late last year, he appeared at campaign events in early voting states. McAuliffe says he wants to focus on the Commonwealth.
I would love to have run for president. I think being a Southern governor who had record amount of jobs and investment in education and the most felon right enfranchisement of any governor in American history, it's all. But you know what? Getting in with a field of 20 today and trying to get your message to break through, where tomorrow I can make a real difference in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Political analysts say McAuliffe is widely viewed as part of the party's mainstream and holds much of the same political space as former Vice President Joe Biden. The former Vice President has still not officially announced his intentions. Happening today, the man who pleaded no contest to being the driver in that crash in Christiansburg that killed a teen is scheduled to be sentenced this afternoon. 16-year-old Alex Leonard is set to appear in Montgomery County Juvenile Court. He pleaded no contest to involuntary manslaughter, reckless driving with a speed of 80 miles per hour or more, driving without a license. A deadly crash happened in July of last year. New details this morning about a fire at a Roanoke restaurant. Investigators say that fire was caused by improperly discarded smoking material in the mulch. TGI Fridays in Valley View Mall will likely be closed for a few more days after that fire. Reports came in around 7:15 last night. The good news is no one was hurt. Valley View Boulevard was shut down for several hours, but is open again this morning. A cat is recovering in Danville this morning after getting his head stuck in a jar of peanut butter. A Danville police officer on patrol found the cat Tuesday morning. The officer cut a hole in the jar so the cat could breathe while waiting for an employee from the Humane Society to cut the jar off. The Humane Society's executive director says This isn't the first time animals have been brought in after getting stuck in jars.
It's unusual for a cat to even be interested in peanut butter, so that tells us that she was quite hungry. We are hoping that we will be able to get our hands on her in a couple of days when she calms down, but she had obviously been in there a long time.
If you see an animal stuck in a jar, you can try to remove it yourself, but the best idea is to get help from an expert. 6:06 now in What's News Today. Virginia lawmakers will talk about this year's General Assembly session with the Martinsville-Henry County Chamber of Commerce during the post-legislative luncheon at New College Institute. The New River Health District will have its mobile health bus at John Dalton Intermediate School in Radford today. Parents can take their children to get them caught up on vaccines from 3:30 to 6:30. Students will see how skills learned at school translate into the workplace. Students will get a unique look at different career options during the 5th Annual Pittsylvania County Youth Commission Shadow Day. They'll be shadowing the sheriff, Commonwealth's attorney, a pharmacist, and more. We'll get our first look at new art for Valley Metro buses today. It's part of the Art by Bus program. Organizers will unveil the art from the Roanoke City Art Collection and a piece of specially commissioned from Hollins University Art Program. This is the 5th year for this event. Ahead of Arbor Day, Tazewell County 6th graders will plant trees on a reclaimed surface coal mine site in Richlands this morning. Arbor Day is coming up on April 26th. And a good day for getting outside to do just about anything. Jonathan Kakis is here with an update on the forecast. Starting nice this morning.
Yeah, very, very nice. You don't even need a jacket at the bus stop this morning. Temperatures back to the mid to upper 50s right now. 56 in South Boston. Good morning in Lynchburg. We are at 54 degrees. Also in the mid 50s in Bedford. 55 in Smith Mountain Lake. 55, a popular number this morning. Checking in Blacksburg as well. It is going to turn windy today, really, with the lone hiccup. It's going to be much more windy than what we saw yesterday. Gusts at times 30 to 40 miles an hour. And you see the winds ramp up, sustained winds here on the line, about 15 to 25 miles an hour, especially as we get towards the afternoon. And by dinner time tonight, we're going to keep things a little breezy through the rest of the evening and tomorrow morning. It's tomorrow afternoon and evening we'll see the chance for severe weather, the best chance in the yellow and orange shaded areas, really region-wide. Main threats going to be damaging winds and very heavy rain. The best chance is going to be across Southside for us in Pittsylvania County into parts of Halifax County as well. Everyone, though, tomorrow should be weather aware. Now's a great time to download the Storm 10 weather app. We're going to talk about this threat even further coming up in about 7 minutes. Patrick.
Thanks, Jonathan. 6:09 now. Still to come this morning, helping cancer patients. How one comedian is helping them find support. Plus, anxieties over pregnancy risks. The new program helping women who face complications. Plus, reducing your waistline. The new diet using soup. 6:12 now. New this morning, there's an endless amount of possibilities to what can be put into a bowl of soup. Soup is a new diet technique for some people, believe it or not. A study by the National Institute of Health shows soup can help you lose weight and reduce your waistline. Researchers found soups contain a lot of protein, vitamins, minerals, and fiber, and offer fewer calories. Eating soup as an appetizer, it can reduce caloric intake by 20%. A study by the University of Barcelona shows gazpacho can lower blood pressure, reduce hypertension, and it's eaten cold. Soups do have different amounts of calories, so check that out and choose carefully. New this morning, an interesting new way to help cancer patients has nothing to do with medication. They don't even have to talk about cancer, and that's the point. Erica Edwards has more on the classes, helping patients.
So we're going to do a scene. It's set at a park bench.
It's no surprise to find an improv class in Los Angeles.
Taking forever and ever and ever.
But these women are not actors.
What happened?
They're cancer survivors.
Wonderful!
It's a very Hollywood type of support therapy without the drama.
I didn't want to be in a support group where we talked about our cancer. I wanted to be someplace where we laughed and we reduced our stress.
The program at Cedars-Sinai has star power in comedian Shelley Gossman, who has writing credits at Saturday Night Live. and the NBC sitcom AP Bio.
I have an awesome new Miles mission.
She's also been through cancer twice.
You don't lose your sense of humanity and wonder and laughter when you're sick. But when people constantly come at you with like, oh no, it can feel like laughter's gone.
Gossman partnered with Cedars-Sinai to study how improv, acting without a script, can help patients faced with cancer, a disease that doesn't always follow a set of rules.
You have no idea where the scene is going, and you start speaking, and all of a sudden you're alone, but you're not. The other person supports you.
From what doctors have observed so far in another cancer survivor improv group, it's having a measurable effect.
Improv has made a big impact on depression, on anxiety, on well-being.
Patients are not required to be funny, just be willing to trust the process and each other. Erica Edwards, NBC News.
For those of you looking to buy a home, it's a seller's market. If you're waiting to put an offer on a property, local realtors say don't wait too long. Kid Carter with Long & Foster says there's almost not enough homes to meet demand. Some listings aren't even lasting an entire day.
If you see a house that you love, don't wait on it. Which at the same time, it's kind of a double-edged sword because you don't want to rush into something, especially the biggest purchase of your life.
The Roanoke Valley Association of Realtors shows 447 homes sold in March, a 38% increase from February. The Montgomery County Board of Supervisors unanimously votes to give its school district a financial boost. The supervisors' finalized budget for the 2020 fiscal year includes $844,000 more for the school system's operations fund. That's on top of a planned $3 million increase. The school board pushed for the extra money so it could pay for raises, new teachers, and health care. Supervisors split a planned increase in the school district's building fund to cover the cost.
It's a never-ending process. And one thing we need to get out is the school board and the board of supervisors are working together. We may not see eye to eye on everything, but we are working together. We're trying to compromise.
Education makes up about 70% of the county's total budget. How to fund education in Danville. It continues to be a big topic of discussion after Tuesday night's city council meeting. People showed up to the meeting to support more money for schools, but also to say they're not in favor of tax increases. Danville superintendent says he's not disappointed. He sent a robocall to parents last week asking for support for increased education funding.
The biggest challenge right now, if we had to make an adjustment, is that we have made an investment in a newly revised teacher compensation schedule. I'd hate to think that we'd have to go back.
A final draft of the city's proposed budget scheduled to be presented for public comment by April 30th. Well, there's no shortage of things to do in Las Vegas. If you're bored, you can always get married at a chapel.
Yeah.
But if the chapel's the thing you want, an iconic one, it's up for sale. A legal union with a Little White Wedding Chapel. This is kind of an iconic chapel in Vegas. It's going to cost you a cool $12 million. That's a far cry from the $50,000 that Charlotte Richards originally bought it for in 1951. Nearly 70 years later, she says it's time to retire so she can travel the world. That is quite the investment, from $50,000 to $12 million.
That's a lot. If she gets it, she's going to have a ton of money to travel. It's up for sale. Wow. You see it all the time in movies.
You really do. It's everywhere on everything.
It is, so pretty popular. Someone's going to dish out that money for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the Sunshine State now has some competition when it comes to the top destination for retirees. This, according to a new survey by United Van Lines. Retirees are now flocking to New Mexico to enjoy their golden years. The company polled nearly 27,000 customers last year and found 42% of those who moved to New Mexico did so because of retirement. Florida, though, did come in second. Arizona followed in third place as the top retirement state among those moving last year. It's a dry heat out there.
It is. You got all the humidity in Florida, plus, depending on where you are, you got all the tourists, too.
That's true. Stay away from the Grand Canyon out west, and you've got it made. It's a lot of sand.
It is a lot of peace and quiet out there, but certainly a lot of heat. And We're going to see a little bit of that heat on
Yeah.
our way for today. It's feeling quite nice.
Felt great. Had a lot of the P word on my Facebook page yesterday. Perfect. The humidity
really
was
was
low.
perfect.
It was warm. Sunshine filtering in with the clouds. Gorgeous day yesterday. It's going to be back in that same ballpark again today. Changes tomorrow with that threat for severe weather. Starting to get a little brighter out there now. You can kind of see those wispy clouds out there. Gorgeous sunrise likely coming our direction. Snap those pictures. Send them our way. News at WSLS.com. Highs in the upper 50s. Temperatures in the upper 50s now. Highs going to head towards the 70s and 80s again. Winds are light out of the south at about 5 miles an hour. That's going to change. It's going to be gusty this afternoon. Good morning in Copper Hill. School bus jackets are not needed today. A mild start. Temperatures into the mid to upper 50s. We're back to the upper 70s today. A little breezy when you get off the school bus. We'll see some sunshine mixed with a couple of clouds. The showers you see here not reaching the ground and likely won't. We will just see a few of those higher clouds passing through what is reaching the ground. This is what we are tracking for tomorrow, at least that severe threat. You see the line of storms here really now racing east of Dallas into Louisiana. Some very heavy rain, gusty winds, potentially damaging winds. That's the system that is heading in this direction. Had some big hailstorms out in the panhandle of Texas last night. You see there in the yellows and oranges, these are the best chances for severe weather locally tomorrow. Again, 3 out of 6 here in the yellow, 4 out of 6 on the severe weather scale there in the orange. That enhanced risk across parts of Southside, the Piedmont, into the Tidewater. Tracking that here again, damaging winds, heavy rain going to be the main threats. We're going to be in and out of clouds today. Very similar day to yesterday, except for the wind. Again, that wind is going to stay elevated today, gusting at times 30 to 40 miles an hour. On your commute into work tomorrow, just dodging a few light showers. Nothing going to be severe on your commute in. Changing, though, for the afternoon. You see the darker reds and oranges. This is some very, very heavy rain. Each one of these little cells, at least the darker colors, has the opportunity to produce some very, very strong wind gusts. Here's 3, 4 o'clock as this line moves from west to east for us across central Virginia through Lynchburg, Lexington, into Southside. Then it's our turn, unfortunately, for the chance for some damaging winds and some very, very heavy rain. We'll keep that threat rolling into the early part of the evening. So your commute home across Southside could be a little rocky still. Main threats, again, going to be damaging wind, flash flooding. The lightning threat will be there. Tornado threat, not zero, but it is low. Not a lot of instability tomorrow. So the hail threat going to be on the lower side as well. But nonetheless, and those stronger storms could have some small hail. Widespread 1 to 3 inches of rain going to be possible, isolated higher in spots. Good news is, though, things clear out if you have Easter egg hunts on Easter Sunday. For today, again, just clouds and sun. We are windy. We are warm, though. Temperatures around 80 degrees. Tonight will be mostly cloudy on the milder side after a couple of rocky days to start the end of the work week and start the weekend. Things much quieter into next week, Patrick.
Quiet is good. Thank you, Jonathan. Time saver traffic now at 6:21. We are still looking good across Southwest and Central Virginia. Some drive times for you this morning. 33 minutes, Floyd to Hillsville, South Boston to Danville. Takes you 28.
This is your daily tech and business briefing from Cheddar. Apple may be revving up its self-driving car ambitions. Reuters is reporting that the tech giant is in talks with several suppliers of LiDAR and 3D radar for self-driving cars. This may be an indication that the iPhone maker is renewing its Project Titan push to develop autonomous driving technology. Apple had pumped the brakes on that division earlier this year, laying off nearly 200 employees. And Queen Bee, Beyoncé, surprised us with some new music this morning. Alongside the release of her new film on Netflix, Beyoncé dropped Homecoming, the live album, both featuring her performance at Coachella last year. And she was the first black woman to ever headline the music festival. The album includes 40 tracks from the concert, as well as one brand new song. It's available on streaming services like Spotify, Apple Music, and Tidal. And Carl's Jr. is adding a special ingredient to its burgers. The fast food chain selling a CBD-infused burger in Denver on 4/20. This is in honor of the unofficial weed holiday. The Rocky Mountain High cheeseburger will include 2 beef patties, pickled jalapenos, waffle fries, and CBD-infused sauce. This comes as a National Restaurant Association survey named CBD as the top food trend of the year. The move seems to be in direct violation of the FDA's rules, which explicitly ban the use of CBD in food and drinks. And that's your Cheddar Business and Tech Update. I'm Brad Smith from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange.
6:23 now, still to come this morning. Safety for your selfies. Protecting yourself while you try to snap that perfect picture. The sound of success for the latest mountain biking trail in the Star City. A team of volunteers coming together to make the trail a reality.
.com. You're watching Virginia Today from 10 News, working for you.
Welcome back. It's 6:26 now. I'm Patrick McKee. Is a picture worth your life? That's the question emergency responders want you to think about after a 2018 study finds selfie-related deaths are on the rise. More than 250 people around the world have died while trying to take them, either drowning, getting hit by trains, or falling from heights. More recently, a college student died while reportedly repositioning for a picture during a hike in Arkansas. Here at home, picturesque views are a major attraction for hikers. First responders say you need to be prepared for your hike. Wear the right clothes and shoes, bring water, a charged phone, and know the route. The Star City's newest mountain bike trail is a success story in many ways. The new Flow Trail is in the woods at Morningside Park in Southeast. More than 400 volunteer hours went into building the course that basically was a homeless camp. It's packed full of tight curves, bumps, and challenges, and is designed to welcome beginners into the sport. It also helps beautify the area, especially for their neighbors at the Boys and Girls Club.
Prior to the time that we came in here and started cleaning up this park, they got very little use out of it just because it really wasn't a safe place. They've got 150 club members next door, and their entire outdoor play space consisted of about a half an acre.
This is just the first phase of the project. Phase 2 includes more advanced courses and riding areas. The group will be crowdfunding to bring in professional trail builders. Jonathan, we've had plenty of opportunity to get outside and ride our bikes. Is that going to continue for us?
Yeah, for the most part. We do have a couple of rogue thunderstorms popping, though, in parts of the 77 corridor. You see a couple little cells here. Some thunder being reported in Ivanhoe and Max Meadows. Again, the dynamic nature of the atmosphere. There's just another lightning bolt popping up. This is going to work its way in towards Indian Valley a little bit later on. Pulaski, we might end up hearing some thunder as well. Just a couple of rogue little cells there popping through, not associated with that severe weather threat coming our way tomorrow. See some of that green. Again, most of this not reaching the ground with the exception of those 2 or 3 rogue thunderstorms we have through the 77 corridor. Here is the main line we are tracking. This will arrive as we get into tomorrow. Again, that's when the severe weather threat comes in, not associated with those couple of rogue storms we have going on towards the 77 corridor. Today we are windy and warm. Tomorrow that mess starts to slide through with that severe weather potential, flash flood potential there tomorrow afternoon and evening. Even a couple of mountain snowflakes going to be in the mix as we get into Saturday morning. Dynamic nature of this system going to generate a few. Nothing to write home about. We're going to talk much more about the storms out there now and that severe weather threat Friday coming up in about 20 minutes.
6:29 now. Still to come this morning, a trip canvassing the nation's hoping to lend survivors a helping hand. How one man was inspired to help raise money for a cure. Plus, during an already difficult time, a Colorado community is left shaken. What police are saying about the 18-year-old who was infatuated with the 1999 Columbine High School match.
It's a lot of water.
Live from WSLS, this is Virginia Today from 10 News, working for you.
Taking a test flight.
I am tremendously proud of the work of our team.
How long it could be before planes are back in the air. Plus, report on Russia, what we can expect to see later this morning. Good morning and happy Thursday to you. We thank you for waking up with us. I'm Patrick McKee. Jenna is on assignment. We're starting off this morning quite pleasant in many parts of the area, though I've seen a little rain pop up for a few. Live look over the Virginia Tech campus in Blacksburg, where it looks like a lot of clouds are in place this morning. Jonathan Kegas is working for you on what you need to know as you step out the door, and a few folks may need those umbrellas.
Yeah, especially in the 77 corridor, a few little rogue thunderstorms popping up. They are teeny tiny, but you can hear the thunder in the mix. A weak little wave of low pressure sliding by overhead. Most of us are going to be dry today, but again, if you are heading to work in the 77 corridor, just pack the umbrella. You won't need it all day by any means. You see those little tiny red dots there, little baby thunderstorms south of Blacksburg. So heads up in Narrows again into Parisburg. In the next 15-20 minutes, likely going to get a little downpour before it moves on out of here. Temperatures into the mid to upper 50s right now. We are going to be warm today, again, mainly on the cloudier side this afternoon. High temperatures back to the upper 70s and lower 80s. We are pretty warm this afternoon. We are going to be windy. Coming up in a few minutes, we are going to track those few little itty-bitty thunderstorms we have going on out there, plus that severe weather threat, the bigger boomers coming in tomorrow, coming up at 6:47. First, though, do want to get you a check on those roads this morning with your Time Saver traffic report.
Hey, Jonathan, things are looking good across much of the region, though we are seeing a slowdown Roanoke to Blacksburg southbound on 81 this morning. That drive time coming in at 76 minutes. I don't have any reports of a crash right now, but certainly we could start to be seeing some of the morning traffic of the day that's starting to slow things down. But going northbound, things are looking good. That drive right now coming in at 54 minutes. There will be extra security at dozens of Colorado schools today after threats against those schools forced them to close yesterday. This comes just days before the 20th anniversary of the Columbine shootings. Police say the suspect took her own life. The FBI says 18-year-old Sol Payas traveled from South Florida to Colorado Monday night. Investigators say she bought a pump-action shotgun and ammunition upon arrival. They say a long list of very unusual activity led them to their suspect.
Comments that were troubling with regard to her infatuation with Columbine. Things like buying 3 one-way tickets in consecutive days.
So we reported the Miami team made credible threats, shutting down almost 20 school districts. A study shows constant exposure to media coverage of a trauma could impact your mental health. Researchers followed more than 4,000 people for 3 years between the 2013 Boston Marathon bombing and the 2016 Orlando Pulse nightclub shooting. Researchers found when people became distressed following repeated media exposure, they were more likely to have higher anxiety about future events. They were also more likely to tune in, which could lead to more stress. New this morning, the CEO of Boeing takes a test flight aboard an upgraded 737 MAX airplane. The flight took off from a Boeing field in western Washington. There you see it. 737 MAX jets have been grounded worldwide following 2 deadly crashes. Yesterday's flight tested the upgrade maneuvering characteristics augmentation system. Investigators believe this software may have played a role in both of the crashes. After the flight, the CEO reiterated the company's commitment to safety.
Safety is our responsibility. We own it, and the work of our team will make the 737 MAX one of the safest airplanes ever to fly.
Now, the FAA says it will require pilots to undergo additional training before those jets get back in the sky, but this could still take several months. Happening today, after weeks of waiting, the much-anticipated Mueller report will be released this morning. A redacted version of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report is expected to be released by the Justice Department. The report details Mueller's investigation of Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. Attorney General William Barr says the special counsel found no evidence Trump's campaign colluded with the Russians. You can see more in a special report coming up this morning at 9 here on 10 News, with the Attorney General expected to speak at 9:30. This morning we continue the frontiers of faith. Tomorrow night begins Passover, celebrated by millions of Jews around the world. Around the dinner table, they say next year in Jerusalem. The Jerusalem from the Bible over 3,000 years ago is in a place called the City of David. Next at 7 on Today, Savannah Guthrie gets to help unearth ancient finds of humanity. 6:37 now. It's a time of joy for women anxious to expand their families, but pregnancy, it also comes with risks.
I don't have to call or anything like that. It's always just right in my pocket.
The new program keeping tabs on women who face complications. 6:40 now. In women's health this morning, pregnancy complications like preeclampsia and gestational diabetes can begin without warning. These are conditions creating long-lasting health problems for both mother and baby. Some doctors are using a first-of-its-kind monitoring system for moms at high risk. This soon-to-be mom can check her blood pressure with his portable cuff and a smartphone. She has gestational diabetes. An app on her smartphone reminds her to check her blood sugar 4 times a day and report back to her doctors.
We want to be able to identify the patients who need a phone call and not just identify them when they show up in the emergency department.
Doctors say the remote monitoring program also helps with compliance after pregnancy. Only about 40% keep their postpartum appointments. 90% of women who enrolled in the monitoring program keep those appointments. Bringing together 1 million cancer survivors. That's the goal of a mobile art canvas making its way to Roanoke this week. Jeremy Gorup started the 1 Million Hands Project in December. It's inspired by his mom, who's been in remission from breast cancer for a year. Gorup says his passion project on wheels is more than just art, but a chance to create a community of survivors.
We're creating friendships for people that are in the towns that we go through that are going to be lifelong, I'm sure, and building support systems all around the country.
The 1 Million Hands Project will be in Roanoke through Saturday. You can find times and locations on WSLS.com. All right, here's a fun story for you this morning. We've seen plenty of gender reveals, some of which have been quite creative, but certainly none quite like this. Take a look. It's good to have friends in high places. Nolan Ellenberg works with the Duke University Broadcasting Department, the Blue Devil Network. He and his wife had Zion Williamson help them with their gender reveal. There you see it. He helped out as only Zion could. A high-flying dunk resulting in, here it comes again, blue confetti, indicating the happy couple having a boy. Quite the way of having it done, kind of showing up all those other creative and not so creative gender reveals we've seen on Facebook.
Yeah, it pays to be friends with the most popular player in college basketball.
It does.
For sure. Temperatures this morning back to the 50s and 60s, a very warm start. We do have a couple of thunderstorms out there, really tiny guys pushing through the 77 corridor. We're going to track those and then talk about the widespread severe weather threat coming in tomorrow afternoon and evening. That's coming up at 6:47.
6:43 now in police custody. Why a man was arrested outside of a cathedral in New York City.
Why start anywhere else?
Watching Virginia Today from 10 News, working for you.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. It's 6:46 now. I'm Patrick McKee. New overnight, a man described by authorities as emotionally disturbed was arrested outside St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. Police say the man, identified as Mark Laparello, parked a minivan on 5th Avenue and left it shortly before 8 o'clock. They say after walking around the area, he returned to the minivan where he pulled out two 2-gallon cans of gasoline, a plastic bag with 2 bottles of lighter fluid inside, and 2 extended butane lighters. They say he tried to walk into the cathedral with the items, but police say a security guard stopped him. A diver is safe this morning after finding himself trapped for hours in a Tennessee cave. Cell phone video captured the moment expert diver Josh Brackley finally came back up for fresh air. The elite British diver spent more than a day lost in a cave. He was a member of the dive team that rescued a soccer team trapped in a cave in Thailand last year. Expert divers were flown in from surrounding areas to rescue the rescuer. Authorities say he was found in an air pocket inside the cave. Your everyday Easter egg hunt just got a little bit of a twist at one North Carolina elementary school. Some special eggs were made to make sure everyone could take part. Take a look at this.
Good job.
Now that sound's coming from those specially designed eggs. And they give off that beep so that children would learn to use their ears to find them. The initiative was all to support a classmate, Landon, who's blind. All the students wore blindfolds during the hunt so they could understand what it's like.
Now I actually see how his life is, and yeah, it just makes me feel happy that he gets to do all that.
STEM Lab students in the middle school made those eggs. A wonderful project so everybody could take part.
Yeah, that's really, really cool for sure.
Forecast here at home, many of us are starting off quite nice, but some folks not so much.
Yeah, a couple of really teeny tiny boomers out there. Weak little wave of low pressure sliding through, and it's got a few thunderstorms mainly into Giles County, parts of Pulaski County as well. These are really, really tiny. They're just going to push north and then get on out of here. We're going to get into that in a second. First, love this picture.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah, this coming in from Lynchburg from a couple of mornings ago. Thank you, Nathan, for this awesome shot. Looks like the sky is on fire with those higher clouds. We have some of those clouds out there now. So another opportunity to send in your pictures. Hit me up on Facebook, Jonathan Kegas, WSLS 10 News. That's my Facebook page. Or you can shoot me an email, jkegas@WSLS.com. A few more clouds out there for us in Blacksburg. Off towards our south and west, we have a couple of those very, very tiny thunderstorms that are likely going to move through within the next 20 or 30 minutes. Middle 50s for us. Winds are light now. That is going to change later on this afternoon. Again, that rogue thunderstorm out there, especially through the 77 corridor areas west of Interstate 81, likely going to try to get in on that over the next couple of hours. Most of us, though, dry through the afternoon. Temperatures in the low 70s, a little breezy, though. Upper 70s later on into the afternoon and evening. Some of us even getting back into the low 80s. Very similar day, just like yesterday, but we will have the winds today, gusting at times to 30 to 40 miles an hour, 15 to 25 mile per hour sustained winds with us. We'll keep things breezy later on tonight. There's that weak wave trying to go through. You see the darker whites and greens there. That's sparking those few thunderstorms we have in the 77 corridor. We're getting reports of, again, thunder in Ivanhoe, Max Meadows as well, likely seeing that in Simmonsville and Newport. We have the greens there representing the deep, deep moisture associated with this spin in the atmosphere working through the Big Bend of Texas right now. That's the area of low pressure that's going to fuel those thunderstorms, at least the potential for them tomorrow. There's 11 o'clock. There's what's left of those thunderstorms we have out there now. Those are going to swing on by mainly towards our north later on this afternoon. We'll try to clear things out a little bit. That sun cloud battle going to take place. Here's 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Your commute into work likely going to be dodging a few light showers. That severe threat doesn't come our way until the afternoon. Here's what it's going to look like, at least it has the potential to look like. The darker oranges and reds, that's where we could see the stronger wind gusts, potentially damaging wind gusts and very heavy rain. We're going to be up as we head towards the second part of the afternoon for us in Lexington, Lynchburg, into parts of Southside, getting into Charlotte County, Halifax, and Pittsylvania County as well through Danville. That's going to slide to our east for the most part as we get just a little past dinner time, 6, 7 o'clock, still dealing with the opportunity for some very heavy rainfall, maybe a strong wind gust as well. But that threat for severe weather will diminish as we move forward over tomorrow evening, really as we get towards 8, 9 o'clock. Rain coming our way as well. Some of that could be heavy, 1 to 3 inches of rain expected. It's only going to take about 1 to 2 inches in a 3-hour period to get flooding started again. So watching that closely as well. Not only is the severe threat going to be there, but also the flood threat. Tomorrow around 70 again, watching that potential for severe weather and flooding. Lower 60s as we get into Saturday with a few showers, even a couple of snowflakes in the highest elevations. Much, much better for Easter Sunday, turning warmer again early next week.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. 6:51 now. Time saver traffic this morning. Still looking good on area roads. Clifton Forge to Roanoke on 220, 39 minutes your drive. Roanoke to Lynchburg on 460. That takes you 61 minutes. New this morning, with April being National Distracted Driving Awareness Month, efforts are underway to curtail motorists from texting behind the wheel. It's called the You Drive, You Text, You Pay campaign. Now in its 5th year, it's a reminder distracted driving can result in costly consequences. Each day, 9 motorists will die and another 1,000 will be injured in distracted driving accidents. The agency says 5 seconds is the average time your eyes are off the road while you're texting, and at 55 miles an hour, that's enough time to cover the length of a football field. 6:52 now. 5 things you need to know. It's coming up next. Stay with us. 6:55 now. Here's 5 things you need to know before heading out the door. Happening today after weeks of waiting, the much anticipated Mueller report's coming out this morning. A redacted version of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report will be released by the Justice Department. The report details Mueller's investigation of Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. Special report coming your way at 9 here on 10 News about that. The CEO of Boeing takes a test flight aboard an upgraded 737 MAX plane. Those jets have been grounded worldwide following 2 deadly crashes. Yesterday's flight tested the upgraded maneuvering characteristics augmentation system. Investigators believe this software may have played a role in both of those crashes. New details this morning about a fire at a Roanoke restaurant. Investigators say it was caused by improperly discarded smoking material in the mulch. TGI Fridays in Valley View will likely be closed for a few more days. Reports of the fire came in around 7:15 last night. No one was hurt, but Valley View Boulevard was closed for a few hours. Former Governor Terry McAuliffe says he will not run for president in 2020. As we've reported, McAuliffe's considered the decision for several months. Late last year, he appeared at campaign events in early voting states. McAuliffe says he wants to focus on the Commonwealth. Political analysts say McAuliffe is widely viewed as part of the party's mainstream and holds much of the same political space as former Vice President Joe Biden.
Good morning. There are those little baby thunderstorms that are making a little bit of noise in Giles County, also in Carroll County, Hillsville. You're likely seeing some lightning flashes. Same deal for us near Simmonsville, Narrows, and the Newport. These are going to weaken quickly as they work their way to the north, and we will dry out for the rest of today. Temperatures around 80 today. Again, these are not associated with the system that is likely going to bring us at least some thunderstorms, the potential for some stronger ones tomorrow, some flash flooding. Again, all eyes to the sky. Great opportunity now to download the Storm Team 10 weather app. Things much, much better, Patrick, for Easter Sunday.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan. Coming up next on Today, continuing coverage of the Russia report that's being released later on today. We'll leave you with a live look outside. Have a great day.
In funeral care.
This is your morning update from 10 News, working for you.
Good morning. It is 7:26 now on your Thursday morning. A live look over Martinsville. We're seeing some clouds in the sky this morning. Jonathan's on to update your forecast coming up about 1 minute from now. Former Governor Terry McAuliffe says he will not run for president in 2020. As we've reported, McAuliffe has considered the decision for several months. Late last year, he appeared at campaign events in early voting states. McAuliffe says he wants to focus on the Commonwealth.
Would love to have run for president. I think being a Southern governor who had record amount of jobs and investment in education and the most felon right enfranchisement of any governor in American history, it's all, but you know what? Getting in with a field of 20 today and trying to get your message to break through, where tomorrow I can make a real difference in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Political analysts say McAuliffe is widely viewed as part of the party's mainstream and holds much the same political space as former Vice President Joe Biden. Former Vice President has still not officially announced his intentions. Let's get over to Jonathan Kagis with an update on today's forecast. Some folks seeing a little bit of rain.
Yeah, we are. A little thing sneaking in here, giving us a few scattered showers, even a few rumbles of thunder. This is going to pass through areas along and west of Interstate 81 over the next couple of hours. We are going to be dry for the afternoon. Temperatures today back to the upper 70s and lower 80s. Scattered showers and storms tomorrow. Some of those could be strong. A few more showers Saturday morning.
Remarkable.
Good morning. We're tracking a few scattered showers, mainly along and west of Interstate 81. These are light, although a couple of rumbles of thunder across parts of Craig and Giles County right now. This will continue to slowly work its way up and out of our region. We will continue to see things dry out, though, for the afternoon with breaks of sun. Summer-like day today, back to the upper 70s and lower 80s. Chance for some stronger thunderstorms, though, coming in our direction tomorrow. Damaging winds and very heavy rain going to be the main threat. So we're going to keep a few showers around on Saturday. Even the opportunity for a few stray snowflakes in the highest elevations as this system swings on by. We are in the mid-60s on Sunday for Easter, middle 70s on Monday under a mainly sunny sky, lower 80s on Tuesday. We're going to stay in the mid-70s on Wednesday with just a few passing clouds.
cclife.org.
This is your morning update from 10 News, working for you.
Good morning. It's 8:26 now on your Thursday morning. A live look from the Roanoke-Blacksburg Regional Airport. We see a shower off in the distance there this morning. Jonathan Kagis is tracking those. He's working for you in your forecast and is up in about 1 minute. Happening today, the man who pleaded no contest to being the driver in the crash that killed Christiansburg teen Ashlyn Poole is scheduled to be sentenced. 16-year-old Alex Leonard is set to appear in Montgomery County Juvenile Court. He pleaded no contest to involuntary manslaughter, reckless driving with a speed of 80 miles per hour or more, and driving without a license. That deadly crash happened last July. New details this morning about a fire at a Roanoke restaurant. Investigators say the fire was caused by improperly discarded smoking material in mulch. TGI Fridays and Valley View Mall will likely be closed for a few days. Reports of the fire came in around 7:15 last night. No one was hurt. Valley View Boulevard was blocked off for several hours, but it's reopened this morning. Jonathan Keggis joins us now with today's forecast, and for some, you may need the umbrella for a little while.
Yeah, for some of us along and west of Interstate 81, still a lot of this, especially across the Blue Ridge, not reaching the ground just yet. We are seeing a few scattered showers along and west of Interstate 81. This is going to be quick to get on out of here. Then we'll see some sunshine try to break free later on this afternoon. Upper 70s to around 80 today. Still watching the potential for some strong storms tomorrow. We're hanging around 70. A few showers to start Saturday as well.
Hello and welcome to Daytime Blue Ridge. I'm Joanna Himes.
And I'm Bridget Curran. Today on the show, we're starting in the kitchen with 419 West. They're getting us ready for Easter with a special dish that you'll want to share with the whole family.
And we're also getting an inside look at Blue Ridge Hydroponics. Join us at their store as we learn how you can use their expertise and equipment to start your garden inside this spring rather than dealing with all that Mother Nature can serve up.
And we're back out at Crunch Fitness. Since I'm pregnant, I get some one-on-one help from a trainer, learn how they tailor a unique plan for me, and can do the same for you too.
Well, Easter is only a couple of days away now, so we want to know, how are you planning to celebrate this Sunday?
Yeah, are you checking out a new church, spending time with your family, or visiting the Easter Bunny somewhere? Let us know on Facebook.com/Daytime Blue Ridge.
What about you, Bridget? Where are you headed this weekend?
I don't know. I'm a
don't know
loner,
yet.
so I'm going to check
Okay.
out a church, maybe hit a brunch. I don't know. We'll see.
Guys, leave her some recommendations in the comments.
And you said you're going with Lindsay in the
Yes,
comments.
my sweet dear friend Lindsay Ward has invited my family over to her church this Sunday and to have Easter dinner with her family. I think she's cooking, so we'll see how that goes. I'll be sure to update everybody on Lindsay's cooking skills.
Yep. Yeah, join the conversation on Facebook. And now we're going to send it over to Storm Team 10 meteorologist Jonathan Keggis. What are you doing for Easter?
Hey, good morning. Church, of course, and we'll figure out what's going on the rest of the afternoon. The weather's looking pretty good, though, so if you have outdoor plans, looking pretty good. Live look in Martinsville now, the sunshine breaking free again. It is warm. Temperatures back into the low 70s. Winds right now out of the south at about 5 miles an hour. Had those showers and a few thunderstorms roll through earlier this morning. That is out of here. Now we will be on the drier side for the rest of the afternoon and evening. That'll again change tomorrow. We had some of the showers and storms. It's a little cooler, only 60 in Roanoke, 63 in Blacksburg. We are at 67 in Hillsville, certainly where we were dry today, already in the mid 70s in South Boston, 74 for us. In Danville, everyone are going to get in at least on the potential for the rain tomorrow. We are going to stay windy. At least the winds are going to crank up as we go through the rest of the morning and afternoon. Also warm, as we just saw. Tomorrow, though, that's whenever that severe weather threat really starts to ramp up as we get deeper into the early part of the afternoon, mainly after lunch, and then through the rest of the evening. That's what you see right there, the darker reds on your screen. Once we get into Saturday, dynamic nature of this system is going to be a area of an upper low pressure center overhead. That's going to help to get some snow showers going, at least the potential for that, mainly into the highest elevations in Grayson County and especially into the Smokies and the mountains of North Carolina. We're going to talk all about the timing of this severe weather threat and the impacts to you coming up at noon on 10 News.
The following portion of Daytime Blue Ridge is sponsored by
We are in the Daytime Kitchen with our good friend Chef Ted from 419 West Restaurant. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
And it's a big weekend coming up, Easter weekend.
Absolutely.
How are you guys preparing?
Cooking a lot. So it's like I don't want to be
As
around
you
the
can
bush. Just
imagine.
kind of running up the middle. But so everybody always kind of asks me, my wife, when we go places or we talk, it's like, well, what kind of side dishes for Easter, for the holidays? And for me, I like simple. And I think this is a great thing. I always do this at home with my kids too, so my son can practice his knife skills.
Oh, okay. Wow. How old is your son?
8.
Okay.
I think it's important. Everybody should know how to cook.
Right.
Absolutely.
True.
Cutting is scary though.
So
I
this
get that.
this could be any vegetables that you like, firm root vegetables. This is rutabaga. I grabbed some carrots and some cauliflower. You could do turnips. It could be radishes. It could be anything under the sun.
And so we're chopping these up into like what size for this specific
whenever you
recipe?
chop it up, you just want to make sure it's consistent, and that's the biggest part of knife skills. You know, you want to make sure it's consistent so it all cooks the
Evenly.
same. and
Absolutely.
evenly. So whether there's squares.
All right, Ted, I'm sorry I got to cut you off. Unfortunately, we
it's
do
all
have a
right.
special report coming down from NBC on the Mueller report, so we're going to toss over to that.
All right.
Here we go, Ted. We can do
pages in length, not counting exhibits and other documents, and it is now live. It's public. We will put it on NBCnews.com, and as we go along this morning, we'll be reading it along with you. We already know the top-line legal conclusions here. Number one, there was no finding of conspiracy on the part of the Trump campaign or President Trump himself to conspire with the Russians to meddle in our elections, and we know that the Attorney General took the evidence that was provided by Robert Mueller and made a legal conclusion that there was not sufficient evidence for obstruction of justice. Earlier today, we heard from the Attorney General himself as he discussed some of the reasons for his findings. He also talked about some of the redactions, which is a fancy legal term for saying some of this report will be blacked out for a variety of reasons, ongoing investigations, classified information, grand jury material, but that he said he had sought to release as much as possible. And now the report is being released publicly, and it's also going to Capitol Hill.
Yeah, and what is happening in this news conference today, William Barr laying out a very strong case of vindication for President Trump if you just base it on his words and what he talked about today. Now come the details. Finally, we will have a look inside as to what the Mueller report says to the extent that we can, with the knowledge that some of this is redacted for various reasons that have been laid out over the last several days. But we will particularly want to hone in on the whole decision not to pursue obstruction of justice charges. We understand this document will list some of the areas that would point to potentially obstruction of justice and the view from the special counsel on why he simply couldn't come to a decision.
A lot of open questions. As I said, we had those top-line legal conclusions. We don't know, for example, why Robert Mueller chose not to render a legal judgment. This was an investigation that went on nearly 2 years. There were 23 months, 500 search warrants, 2,300 subpoenas, several guilty pleas, trials that are stemming from this report. We will find out now what the underlying evidence is. I believe Kristen Welker is at the White House. The president's getting ready, Kristen, to have an event unrelated to this. He may make remarks on this, but what is the White House view of what they've heard so far from the Attorney General?
Well, so far you have the president essentially claiming victory. Savannah, he tweeted out game over against a Game of Thrones backdrop. And the reason for that is because you have the Attorney General Bill Barr, who held that press conference and essentially said that there was no determination of no collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia. There was no evidence of criminal obstruction. So from President Trump's perspective, he is going to continue to argue that that's total vindication. And the president's legal team already out saying that this is essentially a slam dunk for them. But of course, the devil is going to be in the details, because Barr also said that Mueller was looking at 10 potential examples of possible obstruction. And so I've been talking to some of the president's allies who say that's where their focus is going to be right now. Savannah, I know the president's about to start talking.
Yeah, he's making some remarks at this Wounded Warrior event. Let's listen and see if he talks about it.
Thrilled to host the Wounded Warrior Project. It's been a long relationship I've had, and the soldier ride is something very, very special. Few people could do it, including me. I hate to admit it. I hate to admit that, General, but including me. We're deeply honored to be in the presence of true American heroes. I want to thank our great Vice President.
We're going to continue to listen to this event, and if he remarks anything about the Mueller report, we will certainly bring it to you. But as mentioned, the Department of Justice, at long last, has put on its website this actual report, and our reporter, our correspondent, Pete Williams, has been looking at it. I hope you're a speed reader, Pete, but what are you seeing so far?
Well, let me start out with a dramatic moment, according to the special counsel report, when the president was told on May 17th that this whole process of the special investigation would be started with the appointment of Robert Mueller. I'm going to read from a portion of the report that describes that moment in the Oval Office. It says, when the president was told a special counsel had been appointed, the president slumped back in his chair and said, "Oh my God, this is terrible. This is the end of my presidency. I am..." And then he used a form of a word that begins with F. I am effed. The president became angry and lambasted the Attorney General for his decision to recuse from the investigation, saying to Jeff Sessions, according to this summary, "How could you let this happen, Jeff? You were supposed to protect me." And then, according to this summary from Robert Mueller, he said to people in the room, Everyone tells me if you get one of these independent counsels, it ruins your presidency. It takes years and years, and I won't be able to do anything. This is the worst thing that ever happened to me, close quote, according to the Mueller report. The president then told Sessions, according to the report, that he should resign as Attorney General. And in fact, according to the investigation, Jeff Sessions did submit a letter of resignation, but that was never accepted by the president. Now, the report goes on to say that at one point there were press reports that then White House counsel Don McGahn was directed to fire the special counsel Robert Mueller, and that the president urged White House officials to tell McGahn to deny this. But according to what was said in this report, McGahn said he wouldn't do that, and said McGahn told officials that the media reports were accurate in stating that the president had directed McGahn to have the special counsel removed. And of course, obviously that never happened. Now, let me just give you some overall, step back from that dramatic thing a little bit and give you some overall sense of how the special counsel report is put together. I'm going to direct you to there. It's in 2 volumes, and we've been handed these 2 volumes in 3-ring binders. And I think one question that people may have is how heavily redacted is the report? Section 2, which deals with the investigations of potential obstruction of justice, as you can see, is very lightly redacted. But the other 3-ring binder that we've been given, Section 1, does have more extensive redactions. Here, example, is a page of what one of these pages looks like. So the Section 1 part about the investigation of Russian meddling into the election has more redactions, and they relate to, in many cases, harm. They say harm to an ongoing matter. As you may recall, this is one of the categories that Attorney General William Barr had said would be used to redact some of the report that is going to the public, although he said this morning that members of Congress would be able to see that. Now, on the question of obstruction of justice, the report said that it looked at several actions by the president as potential actions of obstruction of justice, and many of them we were familiar with. The dinner with Comey, the firing of Comey, the dinner in which he asked for Comey's loyalty in January of 2017, the meeting in which he asked Comey to go easy on Flynn. The report says that the president did not know about Flynn's discussions with the Russian ambassador at the time they were made, and was only told about it when the Justice Department told the White House of what he was up to. And it also says that as they analyzed that issue as a potential obstruction of justice, just to give you an indication of the kind of thinking that Mueller says went into his decisions about whether to say actions constituted obstruction of justice, the report says that the president never connected in his mind Flynn's discussion with the Russian ambassador with what the president called, according to the report, the Russia thing. In other words, the special counsel's investigation of the president's conduct and the campaign's conduct. It also talks about the Mueller team looked at the president's request to Comey repeatedly to say that the president wasn't the subject of an FBI investigation and to lift what the president regarded as a cloud. And I should say, by the way, that the report basically accepts James Comey's versions in every instance of his interactions with the president that was memorialized in Mr. Comey's memos with the meetings with the president. It talks about another potential issue of obstruction of justice that was investigated by Mueller was the president's outreach to the intelligence community, to the director of national intelligence, the director of the NSA and the CIA about the Russia investigation, the president's rationales for firing Comey, and the president's involvement in issuing a statement, and this has been much reported and debated about the infamous June 9th, 2016 meeting in Trump Tower between Russians and senior Trump campaign officials. You'll recall that the president was involved in setting up an email about that was supposedly about adoption, and admitted the fact that the Russians had offered to provide the Trump campaign with what they called dirt on Hillary Clinton. Some other facts that were in the Mueller report is the discussion here about why they decided to leave it open about whether these actions amounted to obstruction of justice. And among the factors they considered, they said the president had the authority to fire James Comey because he's the head of the executive branch. He could do that. And some evidence, the report says, indicates that the president wanted to protect himself from an investigation of his campaign, but, the report says, the evidence does not establish that the firing was intended to cover up any kind of conspiracy between the Trump campaign and Russia. Now, a couple of other notes, and let me just then pause and catch my breath. Mueller believed that he had the authority to subpoena the president. He concluded that was a legal question about whether somebody in his position could, in fact, legally put the president to a subpoena, and concluded that he did have the legal authority to do so, but decided that the negotiations were so protracted that it would happen at a very late stage, and by then the investigation already knew enough based on what had been publicly stated. Now, there's an appendix to those two notebooks that I showed you. This appendix with that we got in our copy of the binder in it, and one of the things it has in it is the president's written answers to the questions from Mueller. And I haven't had a chance to go through that yet, but we are going to get the full copy of the written answers to the questions that the president gave him.
Pete, let me ask you, and let you catch your breath for a moment. This is amazing you're able to digest this so quickly, but let's talk about, so there's no interview with the president. They thought they had the right to subpoena and didn't. Is there any talk about how they gleaned intent or no intent?
Yes, based on his conversations with other people, his actions. They say, for example, Lester, that his actions toward the special counsel shifted after his early alarm that I read you that very dramatic account about. After he was initially told about the special counsel, he sort of laid back and let Mueller do his thing. But then, when it became clear that to the president that he himself was under investigation for obstruction of justice, the report says the president's tone changed. He began to tweet about Mueller and about his investigators, to criticize the attack. That's the beginning of the infamous string of witch hunt attacks, an attack which continued all the way up apparently until today. And that's one factor that they looked at. But what they came down is they said for everything that they looked at, the president either had the authority to do it or the intent wasn't clear enough. And they hang their hat a lot on the fact that it didn't appear that he was trying to cover up some crime. In other words, having concluded that there was no collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia, having concluded that the president didn't do anything wrong, they said that's a factor we have to consider. Now, there is an interesting discussion, and let me see if I can find it. There's an interesting discussion, I think, in some of the loose pages that I pulled out of there, Charlie, about the fact that they looked at whether they could charge the president with obstruction, and they can. I don't find it right here, but my recollection is that they concluded that they actually probably could charge the president with obstruction because it was not a crime that was directed at his ability to do the job or his official functions in office. So they basically say that it was not a showstopper for them, the Justice Department's longstanding policy under both Republicans and Democrats that you can't indict a sitting president. That, they say, was not a concern because they actually not only got past that constitutional problem, but decided they probably could charge the president with obstruction if they thought the evidence was there. Now, they
just don't so people
say
understand that, I just want to pause you right there because I don't want people to misunderstand. Sure. They're saying, we all know the Department of Justice has a rule that says you can't indict a sitting president, but what you read in the report is that the Mueller team found that was not an impediment, that if they had had the factual basis, they would have gone ahead and charged, as I understand you saying it, but they found they did not have sufficient factual basis. Is that correct?
Correct. That was, in other words, it wasn't that they thought that if he was anybody else, they could have charged him with a crime, but because he's the president, they couldn't. That was not the thinking.
Okay. I noticed, I'm looking, we're trying to read along with you, just so you can catch your breath, Pete, too. But I'm noticing that with regard to the collusion part, the conspiracy part of this report, it does say that there is not sufficient evidence to establish a crime, but it does say that there were the investigation identifies numerous links between individuals with ties to the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign, but it says the evidence was not sufficient to support criminal charges. And then it gets into some of the technical legal statutes, which is, you know, what the prosecutor is asked to do, not just to look at the facts, but also to see if there's a crime that could be established by those facts, if they meet the technical aspects of the statute. We're all going to law school here today. Yep, go ahead, Pete.
Sure. Let me just back up on this section we just talked about, because I've just found the section that discusses this. It says the Department of Justice and the President's counsel have recognized that the President is subject to statutes that prohibit obstruction of justice by bribing a witness or suborning perjury, because that conduct does not implicate his constitutional authority. So, in other words, it was doubly not a showstopper for them. Not only were they aware of the Justice Department policy, but they also said they separately concluded, and the President's counsel agreed, that a president could be subject to a charge of obstruction of justice. But again, they just found that the evidence didn't meet it. Now, a couple of other little tidbits from the report that I've seen in the brief time I've had to look through it. You'll recall that there was, and this remains controversial to this day, early on in the investigation, the FBI got this dossier from a person who had done work for British intelligence, and one of the allegations in it was that there was a compromising, salacious videotape. This was the allegation that was made when the president was in a hotel room in Moscow, a conduct that involved some women. According to the report, a Russian businessman told Michael Cohen, who was then, at that time, the president's well-regarded personal lawyer, about the Moscow tapes. But this Russian businessman told the investigators that the tapes were fake, but had never told Cohen about that.
And Pete, I want to go back to something that excuse me, William Barr said in his news conference. He says the special counsel's report acknowledges that there was evidence to show the president was frustrated by his belief that the investigation was undermining his presidency, propelled by political opponents, and fueled by illegal leaks. Were those Barr's words, or were they actually referred to in this report?
That is a summary. You know, I have to say that the way Barr described what he called the top line or bottom line conclusions of the Mueller investigation tracks very closely with what I've been able to read. His summary of what the investigation says is pretty much on point here, I think, Lester. And by the way, you know, you come up in this report because one of the things that Mueller looked at, as I think is pretty well known, is the interview the president gave with you, in which he said that one of his motivations for firing James Comey was the Russia thing.
I am sure that all Americans.
That was one of the factors that the independent counsel or the special counsel looked at.
All right, Pete, hang there. I know you're going to continue to read. We have the benefit of some great legal analysts at our table. We have Danny Cevallos here and Neil Katyal, the former Solicitor General, acting Solicitor General of the U.S., and I know you both are looking at it. I see it on your screen. What pops out so far?
Well, Savannah, it's been 22 minutes since the report's come out, and I do think that's really important. This is a 400-page report. All Americans need to pause, read the thing, and then dissect it. There are a couple of things that stand out to me right away. Number one, Mueller goes through 10 different episodes of possible obstruction of justice. And so far, I haven't read anything that said he concluded there was nothing there, that there was no crime or anything like that. Rather, after discussing the 10 episodes, Mueller then goes through a whole explanation of why the president's legal theories are wrong. He says that they, quote, lack merit and that they're contrary to the litigating position of the Department of Justice. And so I suspect what happened here, but again, we have to read the report to figure it out, is when it comes to that key obstruction of justice investigation, Mueller couldn't resolve it one way or the other because he wanted Congress to. That's, after all, what his predecessors did, Leon Jaworski in Watergate, Ken Starr in the Lewinsky investigation.
Is it clear that he wanted Congress?
It's not clear. He doesn't say anything one way or the other, but when you're writing this report, if you're a special counsel and you know, well, what have my predecessors done? Well, they haven't resolved it, even with Nixon, where the evidence was overwhelming. And Mueller's writing against the backdrop of that history. And so he doesn't resolve it. He leaves it for Congress. And it's Barr who comes in and inserts himself into the process and flips it.
Is it possible, though, that Mueller, operating under different statutes than those other counsels, thought the Attorney General, he's leaving it for somebody to decide. It's not going to be him operating under the statute that I believe you helped write. Is it possible he thought, no, the Attorney General should render this judgment?
No, I don't think so, because the special counsel regulations that we wrote in 1999, which governed Mueller, were actually patterned on Leon Jaworski. So I don't think that they're different. And I think for, if Mueller's writing this, he's going to say the most obvious precedent is what my predecessors have done.
And from a legal standpoint, 10 items of potential obstruction, does the number change the ultimate conclusion? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10?
Well, I mean, legally, I don't think it does, but I think practically it does. I mean, this is a really remarkable thing to have a sitting president have 10 different episodes of possible obstruction of justice. That just shows where the bar has moved away from past presidents.
But again, the question of intent looms large.
Absolutely. And so under an obstruction of justice investigation, you have to prove a corrupt intent. And what it looks like, and again, we're just starting to look at this, but it looks like Barr decided, well, you have to have some sort of underlying crime in order for there to be obstruction of justice. It can't simply be you obstruct something, an investigation into something unrelated that isn't itself a crime.
And we should note to folks that a lot of our pages look like this, probably not as heavily redacted as many people expected, but
I think Pete pointed out, and it certainly seems to be the case, that the first part of the report, which has to do with this issue of conspiracy and also the Russians' efforts to meddle in our election, those seem to be more redacted, which makes sense. You're more likely to see classified information, the kind of thing
and they list them here. It says a harm to an ongoing matter.
The rationale for why things are blacked out.
Yeah.
Danny, you're reading it there as well. What pops out?
What pops out is, as many have suspected, from the early parts of the investigation, Mueller concluded that he cannot charge a sitting president based on that OLC opinion, and that guided his decision to not make a prosecutorial decision, because what prosecutors do is they allege that people committed a crime, and then we have an adversarial process that allows them to tell their side of the story. That never would have been available here, and consequently, because President Trump would not have the opportunity to defend himself if Mueller simply made a conclusion that he committed a crime without being able to charge him, that justified not making a prosecutorial decision.
It's interesting, because I thought Pete, I don't know if Pete's still with us, I thought Pete saw in a section that wasn't necessarily the determinative issue, that actually they had kind of overcome that hurdle, so to speak, Pete, this issue of the OLC guidance. I'm confused.
That's my reading of it, yes.
Okay, well, you know what? This is, to Neil Katyal's point, Professor Katyal, you do have to actually read the report, and we're all in this together trying to piece it together as best we can and determine what it was. I mean, there is this guidance out there that the Department of Justice and Robert Mueller, being an employee of the Department of Justice, would have abided by. Pete has read a section of the report that suggests that they felt it does not extend to an obstruction type crime, that it can't possibly mean that. It seems like that was a legal judgment they made.
Absolutely. The president's lawyers evidently went to Mueller and said, you can't apply the obstruction of justice statutes to us as a constitutional matter. You'll restrict the president's power. And that, by the way, was the argument made in that silly 19-page memo that Bill Barr wrote last summer. And the Mueller team obviously rejected that. That's one thing that's in the report, in which they're saying, no, a president can't obstruct justice. It's not interfering with his constitutional responsibilities.
Which it's worth. I'm just looking ahead here. They talk about the Trump Tower meeting, and that they spoke with every participant except Veselnitskaya and Donald Trump Jr., who declined to be voluntarily interviewed by the office.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the questions that loomed over this. Who had been interviewed, who asserted their Fifth Amendment, who was not subpoenaed. And, of course, the biggest question of all was, and perhaps answered in these pages, is why Mueller did not pursue a sit-down interview with President Trump. He did accept written answers to questions, but chose not to subpoena him and go into the legal fight that would have ensued.
And that's what I found so interesting about Barr's press conference earlier, which is a very unusual thing for a sitting attorney general to do in advance of the report coming out. But he said, well, I don't think there was intent because Donald Trump was quote, frustrated. And
as I said
that is
during
not
my
the
Senate
way
confirmation
criminal
hearing and
prosecutors
since,
ever talk.
I'm committed to
And it's
ensuring
really
the
not
greatest
if you haven't
degree
actually interviewed the
possible of
president. But that
transparency
didn't happen
concerning
here.
the
So how
special
Barr made
counsel's
that determination
investigation
is something that I
consistent
think
with the
all
law.
Americans will be asking.
Let's go back to Pete Williams, who has continued to read ahead of us, and we need a breath here for a second. What more do you see there?
Well, let's dip into volume 1 a little bit, which is the investigation of whether any members of the Trump campaign illegally were involved with the Russians in helping them meddle, and we know the conclusion was that they didn't, but let me just read a little of this to you. It says the investigation identified numerous links between individuals, and if you want to follow along with me, I'll tell you this is volume 1, page 9. While the this is the third full paragraph. While the investigation identified numerous links between individuals with ties to the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign, the evidence wasn't sufficient to support criminal charges. For example, it says the evidence wasn't sufficient to charge any campaign official as an unregistered agent of the Russian government or any other Russian principal. And as for that June 9th, 2016 meeting and the WikiLeaks releases of hacked materials, the evidence wasn't sufficient to charge a criminal campaign finance violation. And it says also the evidence wasn't sufficient to charge that any member of the Trump campaign conspired with representatives of the Russian government to interfere in the 2016 election. So that's a key sentence out of volume 1. Now, it does go on to say that several people identified with the Trump campaign lied to the special counsel and lied to Congress about their interactions with Russian-affiliated people and related matters. And of course, we're familiar with the ones that were charged: Papadopoulos, Flynn, Cohen, and Manafort, and most recently Roger Stone, charged with lying to the investigation as well.
All right, Pete, stand by there. We have the president's personal attorney, Jay Sekulow, who has the advantage of having seen this actually, I think, on Tuesday, Jay.
Hey, Savannah.
Yeah, hi, good to see you. So people are just trying to ingest this. Sure. What's your understanding report in the first place? Then
To
just
find
let
the
it,
facts.
to find the facts. To send
Because
them to
remember, the House at that time was controlled by Republicans, and they were investigating Benghazi the whole time, and the Senate, similar things. So there was only one place to do this.
You feel like Mueller thought his job, his commission, find the facts, marshal the facts, send them to Congress, let Congress decide what the remedy, if any, is.
Absolutely. I think after the November election, that's when we started to hear, oh, the Mueller investigation's wrapping up, because now there was someone else to carry that football forward.
And through these last 2 years, this has been loosely, alternately referred to as the Russia investigation, and we've got a little more insight into the contacts with the Russians. Let's go to Andrea Mitchell for that. Andrea.
Well, there's a number of references in the report. First of all, that because of encrypted messaging and deleted messages and communications between key officials in the Trump campaign and others, that they could not get to certain facts in order to make decisions about what is called conspiracy or collusion. There's also some intriguing overtures from Russia. The overtures, the outreach from the Russian government on approximately 3 a.m. on election night, or the night after, obviously the morning after, Trump campaign press secretary Hope Hicks received a call on her personal cell from a 202, a Washington, D.C. area code, but with someone from a foreign accent saying that it was a Putin call, and that this caller said that they would be sending an email, and it was a message from Putin to the now president-elect. She tried through Jared Kushner, the son-in-law, to ascertain who this person was. And the days that followed, there were a number of outreaches, not just from the ambassador to the new president, which would have been completely appropriate, but also from private sector people. And this leads up to an extensive discussion of what has been a very suspicious contact with Eric Prince, a big fundraiser, an outside fundraiser for the Trump campaign, but the brother of the incoming Secretary of Education. And he traveled to the Seychelles, if you will remember, and said at the time, the public statements were that he just happened to meet with a Russian. But apparently that meeting, according to this report, was carefully briefed in advance at Trump Tower to a number of people, including Steve Bannon, and that he was going to meet with this Russian who was the head of the Russian sovereign wealth fund very close to Vladimir Putin, and that this meeting was to discuss a number of issues regarding U.S.-Russian relations, and that, in fact, he came back, went to Steve Bannon's home, and according to Eric Prince's testimony, briefed Bannon extensively. Bannon did not recollect that, and there were no contemporaneous communications that were provided to the special counsel. So there's a lot of smoke here, but they could not actually prove some of these very suspicious contacts between close members of the Trump organization, the Trump campaign, and Russians.
All right, Andrea.
Thank you so much. We've talked a lot this morning about this issue of obstruction. The report is divided into 2 volumes. Volume 1 having to do with this issue of conspiracy or collusion, any cooperation with Russians.
Yeah.
You're holding them. Your muscles are growing as we speak. Volume 2 having to do with obstruction. We've talked a lot about obstruction. Andrea was touching on this issue, these foreign contacts. And for that, I want to go to Jeremy Bash, who was a former chief of staff at the CIA and the Department of Defense under the Obama administration. And Jeremy, put your intelligence hat on for a second. What so far have you gleaned in terms of the context around these contacts that the special counsel says did occur between associates and members of the Trump campaign and the Russians? Fell short of a conspiracy case that could be prosecuted, but what did it find in terms of the evidence?
Yeah, well, Savannah, beginning on page 53 of the report, there's a lot of detailed information about how Jerome Corsi was in touch with Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. Much of that section is redacted, presumably because it involves the prosecution of Roger Stone, someone who we know was in direct contact with the Trump campaign and with the candidate Trump himself. There's also a section that describes communications between Donald Trump Jr. and WikiLeaks itself. In one case, WikiLeaks asked Donald Jr. to publish information that was derogatory of Hillary Clinton, suggesting she had tried to target Julian Assange with a drone strike, as crazy as that sounds. And Don Jr. responded that he had already done so. I mean, he had already put out that information. In another case, he retweeted information that WikiLeaks had sent him and asked him to retweet and publish. There's also a lot of information about the Trump Tower meeting, Savannah. And basically, at the end of the day, the prosecutors in the special counsel's office concluded that it could not determine beyond a reasonable doubt that the Trump campaign knew that it was a violation of law, that the dirt they were receiving on Hillary Clinton was valued enough to satisfy the statutory requirements, and that fundamentally that they knew that it was a federal crime to be receiving this derogatory information. So essentially, we know they were engaging in this unethical, inappropriate, unpatriotic conduct, but it wasn't illegal.
All right, and the Trump Tower meeting, for those who aren't familiar, was June 9th, 2016, a meeting with the top of the Trump campaign, including Donald Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, Paul Manafort, and they met with some Russians who earlier had said they had dirt on Hillary Clinton, and that was a big part of what Robert Mueller looked into.
Let me bring Chuck Todd into this right now. Chuck, let's look at this from a political perspective. In 30 minutes, the Attorney General came out and gave a glowing report on this report, and essentially exonerated, used the term there was no collusion several times. That's been the mantra of the president. Right. In the meantime, over the last hour, we have all been going page by page, looking at black lines, trying to find the story. From a political standpoint, is this a clean win for the president?
No, I don't think it's a clean win, but the waters were muddied before, and I think it certainly isn't going to, I think, change the larger sort of parameters of the political debate about Russian interference and all of this. But, you know, you guys were setting up an interesting back and forth when you were talking on the obstruction front, which is there's legal, there's ethical, there's moral. I want to go to the Russian part of this, because when you read, and this is where the Attorney General really overly glossed over, and if anything, I think warped the view of the report, and that is on the Russian interference aspect of it. Essentially, Bob Mueller proves that the Trump campaign was cheerleading Russia, was well aware of what they were doing, was hoping it would be as effective as it turned out to be.
Patrick,
they just couldn't prove that they helped the Russians do this, that they were part of it. They were sort of cheerleading it. And this is why I wish all of us would take a step back, and every elected official, which is the fact that the president and all of his allies are going, no collusion, this is great, and not
General Counsel of Veteran Affairs,
at the
Jim
morality
Byrne. Jim, thank you
of
very
an
much,
American presidential campaign cheering foreign interference. And my concern after all of this, and the way that particularly one political party is embracing the conclusions of this report, is that it could mainstream the idea of foreign interference. I read
also
this Mueller
want to
report, I'm
thank
curious of our legal minds there,
two great
as saying
congressmen.
we didn't really have
we
laws
we would have had a lot more. Phil Rowe
to deal with
and James
when American
Baird.
citizens are essentially
Thank you, Kelly.
opening the door for foreign interference. Right? There's a campaign finance law that they couldn't specifically use as sort of an in-kind contribution, things like that. But it is not exculpatory at all when you read this. It's clear that the Trump campaign was cheering all of this, hoping that there was a lot more, and trying to figure out ways how to get it into the ether even faster.
Let's go to, it's an interesting point you raised, Chuck. I mean, let's go to Danny Cevallos on that. Is that the case, that the statutes just aren't built for the situation and the conduct that is described in this report?
Chuck is exactly right. When it comes to conspiracy, it does not take much in the way of overt acts. Sometimes it takes virtually nothing at all to make you a co-conspirator. But simply reacting with glee, being happy about something bad happening, or even a crime being committed, does not bring you into the conspiracy. And I think early on we saw that with Roger Stone, who, in his very long indictment, was charged with a form of obstruction with false statements, but all that seemingly bad stuff he did vis-a-vis WikiLeaks, he was not charged with. So we've long known that it may have been the possibility that the Trump campaign did just about everything except cross that threshold into conspiracy, because, as I've said, being thrilled or happy about the fact that a computer is being hacked, or that WikiLeaks is releasing the information, or that it got it through illegal means, is not itself criminal.
And the report talks about that, saying, you know, just the mere dissemination of this information, unless you can establish that an actor was involved in the illegal getting of it, the hacking of it, was not going to be sufficient to charge a crime.
Not sufficient, but very close. You don't need a whole lot more, maybe even a phone call, arrange a meeting. For whatever reason, the special counsel did not find the overt acts necessary to reach that level. But
was this a long shot from the beginning? I know there's going to be a lot of revisionist look at this whole thing, but standing back, was this going to be a difficult case to make?
As to the collusion.
Collusion.
All they needed was to connect the dots between the campaign, any of those intermediaries, say, for example, Roger Stone, and some act that was maybe a quid pro quo, leaving a bag of cash in exchange, for example, for release of information, or participating in some way, not necessarily doing the hacking themselves, but facilitating, assisting the hackers in some way, perhaps providing them money, perhaps providing them resources. So in that sense, if they didn't find those overt acts that would be traditionally necessary to make a conspiracy, then that would have been a challenge.
Did they get close based on what you've seen so far?
I think when you're talking about reacting with happiness to a known crime being committed, I think you can read between the lines, and that is close, because if you have that special knowledge that a crime is being committed and about to be committed, that alone isn't criminal, but it sure sounds criminal.
One thing I want to know when I really can read this is what evidence, if any, there is, Neil, of the Trump campaigns or any of the associates' knowledge that it really was the Russians behind this hacking and these leaks. That seems very crucial. It's one thing to cheer it on and not know, oh, it's just WikiLeaks, it's DC leaks. What was the level and status of knowledge of any Trump associate? And I don't know if the report answers that.
Right. I think you're asking a crucial question, and I'm realizing now that I've read parts of the report, there's a part that hasn't been reported yet that I think is really important that bears on that. So it's not just about the statutes, about conspiracy, or about the facts of the Russian collusion. Mueller says clearly at the beginning of his report that he applied a legal standard that could not implicate the president. That is, he's saying, I write this report, and if I think the president committed a crime, I'm not even going to tell you. He says, we considered whether to evaluate the conduct we investigated under the DOJ manual governing prosecutorial and declination decisions, but we determined not to apply that approach that could potentially result in a judgment the president committed crimes. Fairness concerns counseled against potentially reaching that judgment when no charges can be brought. So as I read it, what Mueller is saying here is, in this entire report, I'm applying a legal standard in which even if I thought Trump committed crimes, I wouldn't say so in this report. And that really puts to the test what you just heard Jay Sekulow say, that this is a declination thing. It clears the president, what the president said, oh, it's a good day for him. No, there's nothing in this report because that Mueller said I couldn't do that.
Well, and is that going only to this issue of conspiracy and collusion with Russia or the whole thing?
Whole hog. The whole report is written under that assumption. It's right at page 2 of his report.
Okay, but if there had been other associates who had conspired and met the definition, and they could have been charged.
And many, of course, were, right? So you have...
They were charged, though, with false statements or obstruction or that kind of thing, with the exception of Paul Manafort.
Exactly. But when it comes to Trump and his own wrongdoing, particularly when it comes to obstruction, I think it's real important to understand the standard Mueller used.
Do we have Pete to speed up right now? Yeah, Pete,
Yes,
I want to talk to you about those who have tried to discredit the work of Mueller, the special counsel's office. The Attorney General himself dropped that little grenade about spying. Is there anything in here that gets to the origins of this investigation and the way that it was conducted?
Yes, there's a factual predicate laid out for what got them onto this in the first place. And that's pretty well known right now. The meeting that a campaign aide, George Papadopoulos, had with a foreign ambassador who promised, a former diplomat who promised to said he could get dirt on the Hillary Clinton campaign. That was relayed to the U.S. by the Australian embassy. And today, by the way, the Australians for the first time said, yeah, we raised our hand. We admitted we had a role in this. So the origins of this are clear. I think what the Attorney General is talking about is the concern by some Republicans in Congress about the reliance early on by the FBI in some of the people that were involved in the Mueller investigation who had sent messages suggesting they had an animus toward Donald Trump, and secondly, what many conservatives have said was an over-reliance on this dossier to the extent that that involved Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act surveillance against Trump associate Carter Page. I assume that's what Barr is talking about, but I think that the distinction has to be drawn between the early days of the FBI's investigation and then the later stages when Mueller came into it.
Yeah, important point. Pete, thanks.
And one other point, I think, going back to this this question that we keep coming back to is, well, if Mueller had all this evidence, why does he say it points in both directions? And the report keeps coming back to 3 points that they say point both ways. First of all, they say, and this has been something that's been raised by the defenders of the president since the early days after Comey was fired, the report says some of what the president did, he had the authority to do. Because he's the president, he could fire the FBI director. Now, of course, the report goes on to say, if you fire him for a corrupt reason, that's a problem. But the point is, the president had the authority to do many of these things. Secondly, they say no cover-up of an underlying crime. We've talked about that. And thirdly, they say, this is interesting, they say many of the president's actions were public. Many of these were statements he made in public, or tweets he made in public, or actions that he took in public. That doesn't absolve them of potential taint of criminality, the report says, but it's a factor that we had to consider.
Yeah, and he had, and they lay out that he had the right to fire Comey, but in my conversation with the president, he was the one that brought up Russia. I was thinking of this Russia thing. Did that not then put it in a whole different category of statements and actions?
Well, again, that's the sort of the double-headedness of this, according to the Mueller report, is on the one hand, he had the authority to do it, no question. No one questions that. Comey doesn't even question it. But the report says if it's done for the wrong reason, it can be corruption. It can be a corrupt act. It could be an obstruction. So they say it points both ways.
All right, Pete Williams, this is a challenge. I know we're all trying to read
it.
It's
such a challenge. I wish that I really, on behalf of our viewers, wish that we had a little more clarity, because I myself, sitting here, have heard a lot of different answers with regard to one big issue, which we just talked about with Professor Katyal, but Pete seemed to say something different. Everybody seems to have a different view of it, which is, did Robert Mueller not ultimately charge an obstruction crime because the Department of Justice says he cannot indict a sitting president, or not? Barr says his own analysis on that issue had nothing to do with that constitutional question about whether a president can be indicted, and had everything to do with the facts, not being sufficient to establish obstruction of justice. So that's Barr. But what about Robert Mueller? Pete said one thing. My old professor Neil said something else, and I really think this is important for our viewers to understand.
Yeah, as I read the first few pages of the report, it is saying the standard that Mueller applied was because I can't indict a sitting president, it's unfair for me to accuse him of committing crimes when I can't bring those charges and have the president defend himself in court. So if that's right, and I defer to our dear Pete Williams on this, but if that's right, all of this stuff we're hearing from the president's lawyers and the president himself about this totally exonerating him is bunk.
It's hugely significant. If he said, I'm not even going to go there because I can't, as a matter of practice and a matter of law or the manual of the Department of Justice, that's a much different thing than saying, I didn't find a crime. I looked everywhere and I didn't find one.
And how do you determine that there was no collusion if, in fact, there's evidence that there may have been obstruction, even if there was no intent that there was obstruction? How do you get back? I know it's maybe a circular argument.
It is a little bit circular. It does appear, just from looking quickly at the report, that Mueller believed that you could charge someone for obstruction of justice even if there isn't an underlying offense. Normally, you do have an underlying offense.
Thank you for the kind comments about
someone goes and robs a bank, and then they go and destroy the evidence afterwards about the bank robbery. Here, Mueller said, well, I might not be able to necessarily prove the underlying offense, but still, under precedent, that's a prosecution that could be brought in ordinary circumstances. Barr appears to have disagreed with that.
I know, Pete, you went in on this, right? What do you think on that issue?
Yeah, well, so on what we're just talking about, this is, I think, maybe a good summary that Mueller offers here. He says, if we had confidence after a thorough investigation of the facts that the president clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would say so. Based on the facts and the applicable legal standards, we can't reach that judgment. The evidence we got about the president's actions and intent presents difficult issues that prevent us from conclusively determining that no criminal action occurred, and that's why they say we don't conclude that this report exonerates him.
But Pete, I think the question is, that's about exoneration and the standard that is being applied there. The first part of the report says, if Mueller wanted to implicate the president in a crime, I won't do that in this report because that would be unfair under DOJ policy in which he would have no opportunity to defend himself.
Pete, did you catch that? I think, Danny, this is what you were saying earlier on.
Yes.
The first time this issue came up, and I think our two lawyers here agree that Mueller's analysis was, I can't indict under Department of Justice guidelines, therefore I'm not examining this issue with whether or not he committed the crime of obstruction of justice.
We learned from the outset that Mueller concluded, I cannot indict. Therefore, all I can do is amass evidence. And candidly, I don't know that he was concerned with who would ultimately make that decision because that was not his duty as he saw it. A potentially thorny issue that Neil raises is, yes, Barr seems to say that I didn't address the issue of whether or not a sitting president can be indicted, where it seems very clear that Mueller did consider that and it colored his decision. A related but almost the same issue to whether a president can be indicted is, can a president obstruct justice? I noticed in Barr's letter that he mentioned whether a president can be charged. Noticeably absent was his discussion of whether a president can obstruct justice. And we know that Barr has some thoughts on the issue because he authored an unsolicited 19-page memorandum on the topic that Professor Katyal has said many times is flat wrong. I believe I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But I think you've made it clear you disagree. So it's an interesting issue. Was this deliberate? Is Barr essentially saying, I didn't deal with whether or not a president can be charged because, parenthetically, I never had to because I already don't think he can obstruct justice? Maybe we'll never know.
And further to the perception that this attorney general is just acting as the president's lawyer, the president's arguments for why he couldn't obstruct justice, so we now have them in the Mueller report, they're exactly the arguments in the 19-page memo.
Well, both volumes of this report likely falling with a thud for a lot of Democrats right now. Let's go to Casey Hunt right now on Capitol Hill to tell us what plays out now, what happens now. We suspect a lot.
did land with a thud, Lester, that's right. But I actually think there's an important piece of this conversation that you're just having right now about what Robert Mueller thought about all of these precedents and the obstruction question and how it relates to Congress. Because just a few paragraphs above what Pete Williams was just reading, Robert Mueller talks about how the president is not categorically and permanently immunized from obstructing justice through the use of his Article II powers. And he said that the separation of powers doctrine authorizes Congress to protect proceedings and that the president is not inherently protected from quote unquote corrupt actions that are designed at protecting himself. So one of the big questions we had here on the Hill was whether or not Mueller was going to say that this question about obstruction of justice was one for proceedings in Congress and potentially impeachment proceedings. And I think there's going to be a lot more here to work with and a lot more pressure for Democrats to continue to investigate this question of whether the president obstructed justice. Now, we know from a political perspective that there's not a whole lot of appetite from the Speaker of the House to move forward with such a proceeding, which, of course, is where this would all start to unfold as Democrats control that chamber. But considering the actions that we saw from the Attorney General today, the pressure is already ramping up on the left side of the Democratic Party on their leaders to try and take a stronger stand and to show that this just incredible narrative of what the president was doing in the Oval Office and instructing the people around him to do was something that they actually should take official action here in Congress.
And they'll get a less sanitized version of this report, correct?
We're working on figuring out exactly which information. We know from Pete's reporting on the Roger Stone case that they are going to get some additional information that the public is not able to see. What we don't know yet is that going to differ from committee to committee? For example, might the Intelligence Committee see classified information, whereas other committees might be able to see information related to an ongoing investigation, et cetera. So that's all things that we're reporting out today, Lester.
All right. Thank you, Casey. This is a lot of pages here, and they're going to be spinning, literally spinning from different viewpoints and different sides.
A lot to digest. The good news is all of this is public, and the American people are able to read it in redacted form. Some of it is blacked out, but they will be able to make their own judgments. You can find the full report at NBCnews.com. And, of course, we'll continue to cover this on MSNBC. We've got to give our thanks to our legal analyst and to Pete Williams, speed reader extraordinaire. And, of course, Lester, you're going to have all of it on Nightly News.
Yeah, I'll be spending the next several hours digesting this as well. We'll see you on NBC Nightly News. And, of course, as developments want to come back.
Live from WSLS, this is 10 News at Noon, working for you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. I'm Patrick McKee with an update on some of today's top local stories. The body discovered in the James River last week is identified as a man missing from Lynchburg. Bedford County deputies say the medical examiner in Roanoke is working to determine Nathan Fadley's cause of death. Our crews were in Bedford County last week at the riverbank as the body was found. As we've reported, police and search teams have been searching for Fadley since March 3rd. During the search, crews looked at nearly 9 miles of shoreline using drones. New at noon, the man accused of shooting and killing his father pleads guilty in Pittsylvania County Court. Court records show Zachary Long pled guilty to the first-degree murder of his father last summer. 23-year-old also pled guilty to use of a firearm in the commission of a felony and 4 other firearm-related charges. Court records show he could serve between 27 years to life plus 25. Pennsylvania County deputies say Zachary's father, David Long, was found dead in a home on Neil Davis Road in Ringgold in July of last year. New at noon, a 50-year-old man is in jail on multiple charges, including felony assault and battery. Bedford County deputies say Stephen Laurent was arrested in Huddleston after receiving a call from Manita about a woman claiming to have been sexually assaulted. The victim says Laurent took her phone and ran away from home. Deputies say she was injured and sent to Roanoke Memorial for treatment. Lawrence being held in the Bedford County Adult Detention Center without bond. He was arrested on an outstanding warrant for failure to appear from Rockbridge County. Let's get an update now on our forecast. Jonathan, we saw some showers, more rain to come, though, down the road.
Yeah, once we get into tomorrow, we are clearing out now. We have sunshine across much of the board this afternoon, and we have the temperatures responding to that. There's the line of storms we are tracking, that bigger system out west. That's what pushes through into tomorrow. Chance and likelihood for some thunderstorms. Some of those could be on the stronger side, especially along into the east of Interstate 81 in the yellow colors here and in the orange colors here, especially across south side where we're in that enhanced risk. Damaging wind and very heavy rain going to be the main threats. You see there again just a few clouds pushing throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening. Your morning commute tomorrow going to be dodging a few scattered storms and then you have a few scattered showers. Once we get to the afternoon, there you see it there, the darker reds, and those embedded thunderstorms could contain some very, very strong winds and very heavy rain. That's tomorrow. Again, on Good Friday, we're back into the low 60s. On Saturday, we are calming down big time, getting into Easter Sunday. Temperatures into the mid to upper 60s with increasing sunshine. The warmth comes back into early next week. Chief Meteorologist Jeff Hanowich is in at 5 o'clock tonight. He's going to have the latest as we track this storm from west to east. And again, that severe weather potential tomorrow afternoon and evening.
And if you don't already have it, download the Storm Team 10 weather app on your phone so you can get any alerts as those come out tomorrow if that severe weather should materialize. Because of the Mueller report, that is our time together. We have got you updated on all the day's headlines online at WSLS.com. And we are working for you to get the very latest information on all of this, plus the Mueller report. We'll have that for you later today at 5. Have a great afternoon.
WSLS 10.
Live from WSLS, this is 10 News at 5, working for you.
Now at 5, the highly anticipated Mueller report is released to the public.
There was no collusion, and there certainly was no criminal conspiracy with any Russians.
What we're learning about the Justice Department's take on the investigation.
Plus, a $38 million overhaul to Appalachian Power Company's power grid, and it's all hidden underground.
It's the only system like this in the area.
We'll give you an exclusive look at the system beneath the streets of downtown Roanoke and how it will improve your service. And
the Roanoke Rail Yard Dogs are making history tonight on the ice in the semi-final round of the playoffs, But tonight we're looking at the history they're making off the ice with their attendance numbers and how they're fitting in the Star City.
But first, we are tracking the potential for heavy rain and some strong winds over the Easter holiday weekend.
It's been sunny and quiet today, but that is about to change. A new round of severe weather is hitting parts of the deep south. You can see that with that yellow and orange on our satellite and radar, and that is moving our way. The storms have brought damaging winds and hail and are impacting thousands, including people in Arkansas who had to be rescued from flash flooding.
As that system pushes east tomorrow, it will threaten areas from Florida to Washington, D.C., including us. Storm Team 10 Chief Meteorologist Jeff Hanowich joins us now with more on what we might expect to see right here at home. Jeff?
Yeah, guys, I want to show you the storm system. And you need to know this, that the rest of today and tonight, you've got nothing to worry about. As a matter of fact, the showers from earlier today, now just a distant memory. But this storm system is packing a huge punch, really from Tennessee all the way south into Louisiana. Several tornado warnings right now, several severe thunderstorm warnings right now, with several tornado watch boxes right now, and all this is heading to the north and to the east towards us. Already, the Storm Prediction Center has put areas along and west of the parkway in a slight risk for severe weather. That's a level 2 out of level 5. Areas east of the parkway, that's Lynchburg and Southside, you're an enhanced risk for severe weather. That's a level 3 out of level 5. Without question, the two main threats for us tomorrow will be heavy rain and damaging wind, but the tornado threat is not zero for areas east of the parkway heading into tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening. At the ground tomorrow, it's going to be breezy. We're going to have winds 15 to 25 miles per hour, but you go about 3,000 feet high, could have some winds 50, 55, even 60 miles per hour. So what's going to happen is in some of these cells, the wind is going to be brought down to the surface. So we could easily have some wind gusts over 60 miles per hour in some of these cells. Even if they're not tornadic tomorrow, the chance for damaging wind is elevated for us here especially between around noon and 8 p.m. So the timing of this, the worst of the weather, noon to 8 tomorrow. The threat, again, flooding, damaging wind gusts, and all the threat for a tornado is low. It is not zero. And the location is going to be all of the Storm Team 10 viewing area, with perhaps the worst of the weather east of the Parkway. John.
Thank you, Jeff. This is a good time to remind you at home you can stay up to date with the latest conditions with the Storm Team 10 weather app.
The app came in handy this past weekend when severe weather rolled through. With a look at live radar and up-to-date forecasts, to find it, search WSLS in your app store.
Special Counsel Robert Mueller's Russia investigation report is now public, at least most of it, released today by the Attorney General. It's revealing how President Trump felt threatened by the investigation and tried to get his staff to fire Mueller. Blaine Alexander has the story from Washington.
Nearly 2 years in the making, Special Counsel Robert Mueller's Russia report is finally public with redactions. According to the report, when President Trump learned that Mueller had been appointed in May of 2017, he panicked, launching an expletive, saying, "Oh my God, this is terrible. This is the end of my presidency." In Mueller's 448-page report, he details several examples of potential obstruction of justice, including the firing of FBI Director James Comey and one instance where the president directed then White House lawyer Don McGahn to order Mueller's firing. McGahn refused. The report says that the president's efforts were mostly unsuccessful, largely because the people around him declined to carry out orders. But that does not exonerate him, Mueller writing, "If we had confidence that the president clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would so state." Still, President Trump declaring victory.
I'm having a good day, too. It was called No Collusion, No Obstruction.
Mueller found no criminal conspiracy between the Trump campaign and Russia, something highlighted today by Attorney General William Barr, echoing a frequent phrase from the president.
As he said from the beginning, there was, in fact, no collusion.
That not sitting well with Democrats. Also upset, the president's lawyers got a look at the report earlier this week, days before Congress.
The special counsel made clear that he did not exonerate the president, and the responsibility now falls to Congress to hold the president accountable for his actions,
strengthening their calls to see the full report without redactions.
And Barr will testify before Congress early next month. Now today, Democrats are intensifying their calls for Special Counsel Robert Mueller to come to Capitol Hill. Today, Barr says that he has no problem with the special counsel testifying. In Washington, I'm Blaine Alexander, 10 News, working for you.
2 men are locked up tonight accused of killing another man at his home over the weekend. The Campbell County Sheriff's Office says 31-year-old Ashard Adams and 27-year-old Antonio Waller are being held without bond on multiple charges. Deputies say they found 54-year-old Orlando Roby inside his home on Hat Creek Road in the Brookneal area on Saturday. The medical examiner is working to determine how he died.
A teenager charged in a crash that killed his girlfriend will not face jail time. The 16-year-old, who 10 News is choosing not to identify because of his age, was driving when Ashlyn Poole was thrown from the passenger seat and killed. This was in Christiansburg last July. 10 News reporter Lindsay Kennett is live in Christiansburg with more on his punishment tonight and what was obviously an emotional day in court. Lindsay.
That's right. It was really heartbreaking to watch, an emotional and difficult day for both Ashlyn's family and the defendants. Now, each family took time to pray before the sentencing, and there were a lot of tears in court today. Ashlyn's aunt, sister, and mother all gave witness testimony today, calling that this tragedy has turned into their daily nightmare. The Pooles wore buttons with Ashlyn's face and described her as bubbly, caring, and spunky during their victim impact testimony. The family said the teen has shown no remorse and never apologized. They did not want retribution, but they did want him to face consequences for his actions. An investigation found that he was traveling over 86 miles per hour, which is more than double the speed limit on Mud Pike Road. The defendant suffered a serious head injury in the accident and says he doesn't remember anything from that night. For the first time today, he apologized to the Pooles, saying, quote, "I'm genuinely sorry. I miss her very much to this day, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about her." The teen was found guilty on both misdemeanor charges of reckless driving and driving without a license. And he was also found delinquent on the felony involuntary manslaughter charge. He was sentenced to 30 days detention, had his license suspended, cannot contact the Poole family unless they ask to meet with him, and he must undergo counseling as well as community service. Now, the judge said that he would like the defendant to use those community service hours to educate everyone about safe driving so that no other families have to suffer. Live in Christiansburg, I'm Lindsay Kennett, 10 News, working for you.
And a sad ending tonight in the weeks-long search for a missing man. Deputies say a body pulled from the James River in Bedford County last Thursday has been identified as Nathan Fadley. The medical examiner in Roanoke now working to determine the exact cause of death. As we've reported, crews had been looking for the 28-year-old Lynchburg native since early March. There's no word on what led him to the Big Island area.
New tonight, French investigators believe an electrical short circuit is likely what started the huge fire at Notre Dame Cathedral, but the investigation into the official cause will take time because crews can't search the rubble because of safety concerns. Now the focus is turning to rescue workers who are being hailed as heroes for saving the 850-year-old Gothic masterpiece. Today, a ceremony was held for firefighters who prevented the flames from spreading. French President Emmanuel Macron says he plans to rebuild within 5 years.
There's so much hope about rebuilding it and all the things that it can be. President Macron has said it will be even better than it was before. The French are incredibly resilient, and they are, after all, les batailleurs. So I think it will happen.
Nearly $1 billion has been pledged to rebuild the historic cathedral.
Improvements to the local power grid. Appalachian Power just completed a $38 million overhaul to modernize its underground electric network in downtown Roanoke. 10 News reporter Rachel Lucas got an exclusive look at how all of this will improve your service.
The new system took 4 years and 15 miles of cable to complete, and you've been walking across it the entire time because it's all underground.
Okay, you've entered the vault.
A state-of-the-art power boost to the Star City.
That's the transformers, the new equipment that we've installed.
In case you've ever wondered what was below, this is what it looks like. Appalachian Power took our cameras underneath the pavement to see the bells and whistles and how it all works.
Everyone walks across it and you don't know where it's at.
Director of Distribution Operations Scott Chambers drove in from Charleston, West Virginia to talk to us about the system that he says will reduce power outages and speed up response times when there is a problem.
We have some new technologies in place that will allow us to do switching for our folks quicker and safer.
Chambers walked us through the brains of it all.
This is our distribution dispatch center.
The most interesting part.
We can control it here in this building on Franklin Road.
And when an outage does happen?
And those folks work 24/7 and they're watching this system every day.
They'll get a notification on this electronic board before you can even get a chance to make a phone call, meaning crews can respond much sooner than before. The bigger system means that even if there is a problem, most likely customers will never know.
We're serving new customers every day. We're adding new load to the system that we have, and it will function well. We're now prepared for the continued growth of Roanoke.
This new underground system is expected to last Roanoke City for decades. In Roanoke, I'm Rachel Lucas, 10 News, working for you.
A new home for local firefighters is starting to take shape. You can see that in these pictures from Montgomery County Emergency Services. Construction for the new Reiner Fire Department and Rescue Squad is well underway. The new 46-acre property on Reiner Road will cost about $375,000. The county also plans to build parks and recreation fields and facilities there in the future.
A unique project will soon provide dozens of homes to people in need. This time next year, construction should be well underway for Habitat Village in Danville. The announcement by Habitat for Humanity was just made this week, but planning has taken 10 years. Habitat villages are all across the country, including in Lynchburg and Charlottesville, but this will be the first for Southside.
Once we have a better feel for how quickly we can construct the houses, we will do a better job of, being able to recruit the families. We do anticipate that this will be highly desirable.
And you'll hear from the organization that donated the land for the village. That's coming up tonight on 10 News at 6.
Pieces of art showcasing spots around our region are now featured on several Valley Metro buses. The new work that's on display and the goal of the Art by Bus program.
That looks pretty good. Meanwhile, let's take a live look from Lynchburg. This is our Liberty University Skycam. Sunny skies today, but there's more on the storms that we're tracking for the weekend after the break.
At 5.
You are looking at a live picture from our Martinsville New College Institute Skycam. Look at those trees swaying back and forth. It's been a breezy, arguably windy day at times for us, and it looks like those winds are going to stay elevated over the next couple of days. Obviously tomorrow, with a very active weather day with the front moving in, the winds will be at their strongest, and any strong to severe thunderstorm that we have move across southwest, central, and south side Virginia. Right now, though, outside of the wind, we are seeing some sunshine. This morning we were awakened by some showers. This afternoon we saw more sunshine, and we have been dry since around about 10 or 11 o'clock this morning. Tonight looks to be a night where you've got nothing really to worry about. Could there be a few showers after 3, 4 o'clock in the morning? Absolutely. Best chance will be along the southern Blue Ridge. By the time you head out the door tomorrow morning, looks like you may have some spotty showers around on Good Friday, but overall the worst of the weather comes in for us as we head, say, from lunchtime on tomorrow. This is around 1. At that point in time, there's going to be a line of some strong to perhaps even severe thunderstorms from, say, the panhandle of West Virginia south into Boone, North Carolina. That could potentially even impact you folks towards the NRV and Mountain Empire at that point. This is going to be a storm line that does indeed move. It's not going to stay stationary. I think the worst of the weather for Roanoke will be between roughly 2 and 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Lynchburg, south side, your worst weather will probably come between 3:30 and about 8 tomorrow. One line will leave us. There may be another line, though, however, that enters from the south moving to the north as we head into the evening hours. That will create more in the way of some heavier downpours. By around 11, I think no later than that, our severe weather threat ends. But by 11 o'clock Friday evening, we may still have a couple of more rounds of rain moving in throughout the course of the overnight. So it looks like it's going to be a very active day tomorrow. Frankly, it looks like it's going to be pretty active into Friday night, but I think the severe weather potential will leave us at some point in time Friday evening. And then on Saturday, we're just going to have some spotty leftover showers around. We will probably see a little bit of sunshine on Saturday, but I also think on Saturday we're going to have the chance for at least some isolated to widely scattered showers around. Chance for rain 30 or 40%. So the storm threats for us tomorrow, damaging wind, flash flooding, and lightning, we're going to put all that on the moderate category. The threat for tornado and hail, we're going to put that on the lower end of things. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. I just think that the main two threats for us tomorrow will be damaging wind and flash flooding. And I think that although the threat is low for a tornado, the threat is not zero for areas east of the Blue Ridge. Flooding, need to talk about that potential tomorrow. We're expecting anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain. Keep in mind the 6-hour flood risk is about 1.5 inches to 2.5 inches. So we could also have some localized flash flooding issues come tomorrow as well. And those river levels, especially along the Dan, may rise tomorrow as well. And we may have to watch that as we head into the holiday weekend as well. Rainy Friday so far this year. Blacksburg and Lynchburg, 13 out of 15 Fridays have been wet. Roanoke, 12 out of 15 Fridays have been wet. So if you're kind of thinking to yourself, Fridays have been a very wet day for us so far this year, you'd be right on the nose. Here's some good news. By Easter Sunday, although a stray shower or two cannot be ruled out, Easter Sunday, we're looking at more sunshine. Going to have temperatures around, say, the low to mid 40s as you head off to sunrise services. And then as we head to, say, brunch time on Sunday afternoon, temperatures will likely be in the upper 50s. It has been a day with strong winds. Winds right now 10 to 20 miles per hour. We've had some gusts in excess of 30 miles per hour. As I told you, the winds are going to be a factor for us for at least the next couple of days. And look at that high on Saturday. Again, falling into the upper 50s. We're only in the low to mid 60s on Easter Sunday. We're dry Monday, few showers Tuesday and Wednesday, and then by next Thursday we'll have a better chance for scattered showers. So after a cool weekend, temperatures start to go back up again by next week. Brittany.
The Roanoke Rail Yard Dogs are set to make history tonight.
Yeah, the hockey team is in the semifinals of the major or the minor league playoffs for the first time ever, and that's a big moment for the Star City's youngest sports team.
10 News reporter Shane Dwyer is live at the Berglund Center tonight. Shane, how are things ahead of the game?
Brittany and John, you know, they're putting the final touches on the ice right now. They're out here cutting and resurfacing the ice. The players are over here getting a little bit warmed up. We got guys bringing hockey sticks over to the benches. They are ready for go tonight. And it's not only been great success on the ice, but they've also had great success off the ice. And it's amazing the relationship that they've been able to foster here in the Star City. It was more than 3 years ago when the team announced that the Rail Yard Dogs were coming to Roanoke and that hockey was back. And many people were hopeful for success, but there were some skeptics based on some of the older teams teams here in Roanoke that had folded in the past, but now in their third season, they've had lots of fun games. The team has beat its attendance expectations, even setting 2 attendance records this year. And it's not only the fans that love hockey. The cool thing here is how the team and the players feel about Roanoke.
And I think our team is really setting up nicely to love Roanoke as well. You know, we get comments from the guys all the time that they enjoy being here and love the downtown area and the scenery and the outdoor stuff. So it's been a really nice relationship over the past 2 years.
The Rail Yard Dogs beat the top team in the league to make it to the semifinals tonight. They face off with Birmingham, and the puck drops at 7:05. Joe, you got horn? Give us the horn. There we go. They're ready for some hockey here. We'll check back in an hour when the gates open up to see how the fans are feeling ahead of tonight's game. Live at the Berglund Center, Shane Dwyer, 10 News, working for you.
All right, so Shane gets the horn on demand. I'll take that. Hey, still to come, 2 Virginia men are being called heroes for saving the life of a baby bear.
How a regular fishing trip on the river turned into a once-in-a-lifetime experience. A lot of water. A relaxing fishing trip turned into a rescue mission.
Yeah, father and son from Rockingham County spent their vacation on the Williams River in West Virginia, saving a black bear from drowning.
Right, really is a once-in-a-lifetime sort of experience. Alex Flum has the story.
For father and son Darren and Eli Barkley of Broadway, it was a normal fishing trip in West Virginia.
So basically, we just got done fishing as we were walking up the riverbank.
Until Eli noticed something, a small bear on the side of the Williams River.
We were really worried about him. The bear looked very wore out, and it just didn't look right.
The Barkleys called forest rangers, and bear caretaker Joel Rosenthal came to help.
Jumped out of my vehicle. I have equipment to sedate it, but the little bear jumped into the water.
That's when Eli jumped in to help.
He then got out in the current, and as soon as his head went under, I guess it was just natural instinct. I mean, I didn't say nothing to nobody. I just sprung out into the water and kind of went for a pretty big swim.
Eli saved the bear, and Joel was able to sedate it, bringing it back to his farm.
The bear, which I named William.
We'll be keeping updates with Joel and this bear named William now. Williams River, so it's pretty cool.
A once-in-a-lifetime experience for the Barkleys.
Definitely being in the wildlife years, growing up with my dad. I mean, it was pretty cool.
I'm very proud, very proud. He did the right thing.
And a new lease on life for William.
Alex Flum with our report tonight. The bear caretaker in West Virginia says he hopes the cub can eventually be released back into the wild.
But the Barkley family is hoping that they can go and visit him before that happens. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
At belkandbelk.com.
You'll notice new works of art on the outside of Valley Metro buses.
Yeah, today the Art by Bus program unveiled the pieces that will be displayed. This is a unique way that Roanoke City is working to promote public transportation through artwork.
One piece by Ann Glover comes from the Roanoke City Art Collection. The other was designed by Hollins University's art student Mandy Lamb. This is the 5th year for the program.
And that looks nice.
It really does.
Our 90 Minutes of News continues next.
Stick with us for 10 News at 5:30.
High-speed internet. Live from WSLS, this is 10 News at 5:30, working for you.
These 3 words have the power to save lives.
Now at 5:30, what's in a name? How Uber and a South Carolina university are trying to change your rideshare habits.
Plus, more scandal for the world's largest social media site. What you need to know about the more than 1 million emails Facebook collected without your permission.
Plus, some localities and states have made changes to smoking laws, but now it could be a national proposal. We'll tell you why one Republican wants to up the age. Well, it's a tale of 2 different pictures as you look at your screen right now. While we are sunny and clear here at home, a very different story elsewhere in the country.
This is video from a storm system yesterday when it rolled through Oklahoma. Right now, there's stormy weather south of us, but Virginia is in the path of the storm.
Storm Team 10 has been tracking that weather since it started in northern Texas and the Central Plains and started chugging in our direction. Storm Team 10 Chief Meteorologist Jeff Hanowich joins us now. He's in the Weather Center. Jeff, is it going to get here and will it be that intense?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty intense when it gets here tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. Let's head on over and show you that we've got nothing to worry about for the rest of today. Really tonight doesn't look to be all that bad, maybe a few showers late. It's tomorrow when we're going to be dealing with all this mess that you see really from Kentucky south into parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. This is going to move to the north and to the east, and as it does, we're going to be in its path from around noon tomorrow through about midnight tomorrow night. So as far as what we're looking at from the Storm Prediction Center, they have areas in the mountains in a slight risk for severe weather. That's a level 2 out of level 5. While areas in orange, that's for Lynchburg and south side, you are an enhanced risk for severe weather tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. That's a level 3 out of level 5. Without question, the main two threats will be heavy rain and damaging wind, although a tornado cannot be ruled out in areas east of the Parkway. So the impacts, again, guaranteed tomorrow. We're going to pick up on heavy rain. I think we're also going to have some wind damage across the region because this storm packs a punch. I cannot rule out a tornado. I cannot rule out the possibility of some hail as well. And again, as we plan things out for you for tomorrow in the morning, may have a few showers, cloudy, very warm, very mild. It's midday. We're going to start to see some scattered showers and thunderstorms, and by the latter part of the afternoon into the evening, storms will become likely. So again, the second half of tomorrow looks to be more active than the first half of tomorrow. Brittany.
Uber has unveiled new security changes following the death of a South Carolina college student. Police say 21-year-old Samantha Josephson mistakenly got into a car she thought was her Uber. She was found dead hours later. The driver of the car, who didn't work for Uber, is now charged with her murder. In response, the rideshare company is teaming up with her university to create the What's My Name campaign.
Simply put, every time someone uses a rideshare service, they should stop before entering the vehicle and ask the driver plainly, "What's my name?"
Uber is also rolling out a new alert system that will remind you with push alerts to check the make, model, license plate, and driver of the Uber you requested.
Well, Facebook is back in hot water after it admits to collecting the emails of over 1 million users. It's blaming a software change that was supposed to protect privacy. Yesterday, Facebook said the email contact lists of thousands of users were uploaded unintentionally. That's their word. 3 years ago, the social media site made changes to the process that users went through to sign up. Before the changes, users were given the option to load their email contacts when they opened an account in order to find their friends. But in May of 2016, Facebook stopped explaining that users' lists could be uploaded when they signed up, meaning in some cases the lists were uploaded without their consent. The company said the mistakenly uploaded contact lists had not been shared with anyone outside of Facebook.
Now that the redacted Mueller report has been released to the public, there's major criticism from lawmakers about Attorney General William Barr's summary of the report that was released in March. Lawmakers are expected to spend the next few days poring over that 448-page report, but already some say the Attorney General's letter, written after the report was given to the Justice Department, mischaracterized the results. Prior to the report's release today, Barr explained the conclusions in that letter.
Special counsel confirmed that the Russian government sponsored efforts to illegally interfere with the 2016 presidential election, but did not find that the Trump campaign or other Americans colluded in those efforts.
Virginia Senator and Vice Chair of the House Intel Committee says he's concerned about the mischaracterizations in that letter and promises that his committee will continue to investigate.
And there are clear concerns from Virginia's Democratic Party tonight. That's what our political analyst is saying played a major part in former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe's decision not to run for president. McAuliffe had been considering that decision to run for several months, but announced last night that he would not. 10 News political analyst Dr. Ed Lynch says it's clear that Virginia's Democratic Party thinks they need McAuliffe as their chief fundraiser this fall in order to have a chance of taking over the General Assembly. Lynch says this also points to concerns over whether the lieutenant governor or the attorney general would be electable in 2021 for statewide office. And McAuliffe, he says, may have decided to run himself.
A lot of states have been considering a major change to tobacco laws, but one senator wants to make it a federal priority. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell wants to raise the minimum age to purchase tobacco nationwide to 21. McConnell cited surveys that show 45% of the state's high schoolers have tried vaping.
So by raising the age that you could legally purchase to 21, tobacco won't be in most high schools, presenting fewer opportunities for children to get their hands on vaping devices.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says 90% of cigarette smokers tried their first cigarette before they turned 18. Looking to the future, students in Pittsylvania County got an inside look at jobs that could be on the horizon, how it can help put them on the right path. Plus, we're tracking the chance for severe weather. We'll let you know when and where it could hit.
But first, here's a look at how stocks of local interest finished the day on Wall Street.
Welcome back, friends. I'm Storm Team 10 meteorologist Jeff Hanowich. Maybe a few clouds around, nothing more than that. It's actually very nice outside. But what's going to happen tonight is these clouds are really going to thicken up, especially after midnight. And then after midnight also may actually have a few showers moving in as well. So what we're tracking, a low pressure system and an associated front going to move through here tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be the polar opposite of today. Today had a few showers in the morning, but in the afternoon we saw sunshine. Good Friday. Looks like we're going to have some strong to even severe thunderstorms possible. Looks like some of the worst weather will be around sunset tomorrow, right when Passover begins. Looks like we're going to have Saturday being a little quieter. Okay, Saturday will be a day where we're breezy, we're cooler. We're going to have some scattered showers around, maybe even a little bit of tiny hail, but I don't think we're going to have any severe weather as we head into Saturday. And then by Easter Sunday, it looks like we're going to have a day where we're going to be, for the most part, dry. Maybe a stray shower or two, can't rule it out. Otherwise, it looks like we're partly to mostly cloudy on Easter Sunday with temperatures pretty mild. It looks like we're going to cool down big time on Saturday. Temperatures will start to go back up again as we head into Easter Sunday. So timing out the impacts for you for tomorrow in the morning, we're going to have some spotty to scattered showers around. It's really from noon through about 8, maybe 9 o'clock tomorrow. We're going to have some strong to even severe thunderstorms, damaging wind, heavy rain, could have some hail, and a tornado cannot be ruled out in areas east of the Parkway. Then as we head into tomorrow night, it's going to be a night for us where we're going to have some leftover showers around, maybe even a leftover thunder shower, and it's going to be breezy at times as we head into tomorrow night as well. So as far as how much rain we get from now all the way through Saturday, looking at around 1 to 2.5 inches of rain. Could be a few folks that see a little bit less than that. Could be a few folks who get a little bit closer to 3 inches, but for the most part, we're looking at around 1 to 2.5 inches of rain before all is said and done, and that could produce some flooding. We're going to have to watch out for some ground flooding. We also have to watch out for some river flooding as we head into the weekend as well. Aches and pains forecast for the next 3 days. The pain level may go up a little bit for you if you suffer from fibromyalgia or perhaps migraines. It looks like you're going to have the pressure going down as we head into Friday and Saturday. But by Sunday, Easter Sunday, we're going to start to see the pressure go back up again, and that should mean you should start to feel a little bit better as we head into the latter part of this holiday weekend. Temperatures for us right now, 70s and low to mid 80s. Very, very warm outside. However, look at these temperatures towards Omaha, St. Louis, and Chicago. Temperatures 40s, 50s, and 60s. Once we get this cold front out of here, we're going to turn much cooler. Again, upper 50s for a high on Saturday, low to mid 60s on Easter Sunday, and by next week we should be in the 70s and 80s once again. So your forecast for tonight, mostly cloudy or mild, overnight lows in the 50s and low to mid 60s. Again, few showers will develop late tonight. As we head into the day tomorrow, showers, thunderstorms will develop, and some of them could pack a punch, especially from around noon to about 9. Looking at highs tomorrow in the mountains in the 60s. Farther east, we're in the low to mid 70s. And simply put, the warmer you are, the more unstable you become. Your extended forecast showing highs again 50s, 60s, Saturday, also on Sunday, 75 to 80 as we head into Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Temperatures, though, 1 week from today may fall into the upper 60s to near 70. Looks like on Easter Sunday may have a stray shower or two around. Monday we're dry, few showers possible. Tuesday and Wednesday under partly sunny skies with another chance for rain as we head next Thursday.
It's going to be a stark difference from Friday to Saturday, especially with their Easter egg hunts and so many other activities happening Saturday morning.
Yeah, it's going to be a very busy weekend, and I can tell you that Sunday looks to be a little bit drier than Saturday, but Saturday by no means looks to be a washout. Just some scattered showers here or there.
And not that warm.
Not that warm at all.
Right.
As a matter of fact, it's going to be breezy, so those temperatures may actually feel even colder than that.
Yeah, so the rain might not even be the biggest thing.
Well, I think tomorrow the rain and the thunderstorms are going to be a headline. I think as you head into the weekend, it's going to be just a cooler weekend for us. Not abnormally wet by any means. Okay.
Okay. Well, it's the weekend. It must be raining in Virginia. It seems the way it goes. Speaking of which, comedy, wine, maybe even a little cabaret. We're going to take a look at the events that are going on across the region this weekend. That's still ahead tonight on 10 News at 5.
Several Pittsylvania County teens spent the day job shadowing to get a better idea of what they may want to do in the future. 16 spent the day at businesses in Danville in Pittsylvania County. One of those businesses was Piedmont Pharmacy in Danville.
I wanted to have a good paying job, but in a cubicle, I feel like it'd be boring. But here you could walk around.
If you're going into pharmacy or any healthcare role, you want to have a passion for helping people. You want to be able to relate with all people, and really you want to be able to not just know your schoolwork, but also know your patients.
The Pittsylvania County Youth Commission sponsored the event.
Well, just in, BMW is adding nearly 185,000 cars to a 2017 recall for possible engine fires. The company recommended the cars be parked outdoors until the problems are fixed. Here's what's going on. The recall expansion covers several different models. BMW plastic parts apparently can degrade in humidity over time, which can lead to an electrical short and a possible fire even when the engine isn't on. Dealers will replace the heater at no cost.
It's been a nearly 2-year fight, but Google and Amazon have made up and are bringing their streaming apps to each other's smart devices. Later this month, Amazon users should see YouTube on their devices, and Google devices will be able to add the Prime Video app. Coming up tonight on 10 News at 6, drumming up new life for some musical equipment, how one area program ended up with some much-needed instruments.
Plus, a viral wish is granted. These sweet deliveries that are overflowing from a World War II veteran's home. We are working for you to help you find something fun to do this weekend.
10 News anchor Patrick McKee gives us a look at what's going on around town.
The Star City Comedy Club welcomes Chris Kattan. He is best known as one of the longest-running cast members on Saturday Night Live. There are shows at 7 and 9:30 Saturday and Sunday nights at Charter Hall in the Roanoke City Market Building. Tickets start at $25. Head to Blacksburg for Fork and Core. Nearly 24 wineries will be there, as well as a dozen restaurants and food trucks. There's also entertainment, cooking demonstrations, and more. It's Saturday from 1 to 6 at the Virginia Tech Corporate Research Center. Admission starts at $30 at the gate, with designated drivers getting in for $10. Roanoke's Grandin Village celebrates Earth Day. There's educational activities, live music, food, and more. It's 10 to 4 on Saturday. Admission's free. Wolfbane Productions presents Cabaret. It tells the story of life in Berlin as Germany slowly yields to the Third Reich. There are shows tonight through Saturday at 8 and Sunday at 6 at the Wolf Den in Appomattox. Head to Rocky Mount for the annual Southwest Virginia Antique Flea Market and Swap Meet. You'll find all kinds of treasures, including farm equipment, household wares, cars, and more. It's Friday and Saturday at Franklin County Recreation Park. With a look at what's happening around town this week, I'm Patrick McKee, 10 News, working for you.
For more information on that and other Easter fun, including all of the area Easter egg hunts, check out our website at WSLS.com.
Stacking together. Take a look. One family's found a unique way to stay close. The sport that is taking them pro and keeping them together. Quality family time can be hard to find with all the electronic distractions in our lives these days.
But a family in Maryland has found a rather unique way of hanging out, and they've gotten pretty good at it.
The 3 generations of cup stackers include Dina Wilson, her 11-year-old son Colby, and her mom, Donna. Next week, they're all heading to Spain, yes, Spain, to compete against stackers from all around the world. While it's their first international competition, they have competed all across the United States.
I love it. I love traveling. I love being able to compete with something that my son can do with me.
I'm not the type of person that's going to play baseball or football or anything like that. I'd rather be indoors stacking cups.
The World Sports Stacking Championship starts April 27th in Molina, Spain.
This morning we were awakened by some showers, even a little bit of lightning out across the New River Valley. This picture is from Angela Collins on the Virginia Tech campus of a thunderstorm early this morning, but now we are seeing more sunshine. It's turned out to be a beautiful afternoon, but tomorrow, not so much. We're going to have nasty weather moving in tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening as a low pressure system and associated front impact the region big time. 72 Hot Springs, 79 in Lynchburg, 80 Martinsville, 69 Hillsville and Galax. Your forecast first showing temperatures tonight falling in the lower 60s, highs tomorrow low to mid 70s. Showers and thunderstorms will form tomorrow and some can pack a punch. We're going to talk about tomorrow's forecast coming up momentarily. 10 News at 6 starts right now.
Live from WSLS, this is 10 News at 6, working for you.
Now at 6, a deadly decision lands a New River Valley teen in a detention center. What the judge hopes he learns from the tragic accident.
Plus, mourning the loss of one of their own. How a local sheriff's office is remembering Deputy Sheriff Rose Clark after her sudden death.
And then an exclusive look at the power grid underneath your feet. What a $38 million Appalachian Power renovation project means for your service. But first, heavy rain, the chance for severe storms, maybe even flooding.
Yes, and that is a big concern for a lot of people heading into the Easter holiday weekend.
The system that's now bringing tornadoes and heavy rain to the Gulf Coast is getting ready to turn its sights on us.
For the timing of everything, here's Storm Team 10 Chief Meteorologist Jeff Hanowitz. Jeff.
Yeah, guys, it looks like this storm is going to pack a punch for us tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening. Main threats will be heavy rain and damaging wind, although a tornado cannot be ruled out in areas east of the Parkway. In yellow here, that's where we have a slight risk of severe weather tomorrow. That's a level 2 out of level 5. Areas in orange, this is basically for areas east of the Parkway. That's where we have an enhanced risk for severe weather. That's a level 3 out of level 5. So it looks like tomorrow's going to be a very active weather day, especially as we look into the afternoon and evening hours. Now, one of the things we're going to be looking at is the wind. At the ground level tomorrow, looking at a southeast wind 15 to 25, but you go up about 3,000 feet and you're looking at winds 50, 55, in some places up to 60 miles per hour. And in any storm that does form in the afternoon and evening tomorrow, some of those strong winds up high can be drawn to the surface. So that's why we're looking at a pretty impressive squall line developing as we head into tomorrow afternoon and perhaps even lingering in areas, say, near south side into the early evening hours of tomorrow. So the timing of all this looks like the worst weather will be between noon and 8. The major two threats would be flooding and damaging winds, and location is all the Storm Team 10 area, but I think the worst of the weather will probably be in areas east of the Parkway towards Lynchburg and south side. More on this coming up in about 12 minutes.
All right, thank you, Jeff. By the way, folks, if you haven't already, this is a great time to download the Storm Team 10 weather app before this severe weather moves in. And tomorrow's one of those days where you're very likely to be tracking it. It'll help you be up to date on the latest conditions when we're not on the air. All you have to do is search for WSLS in your app store.
A judge hopes a teen's sentence will be a lesson after his girlfriend was killed in a car crash. The 16-year-old, who 10 News is choosing not to identify because of his age, was driving when Ashlyn Poole was thrown from the passenger seat and killed in Christiansburg last July. An investigation found he was traveling more than 86 miles an hour, more than double the speed limit. He was sentenced to 30 days detention, community service, and had his license suspended, among other things.
And a local sheriff's office is mourning the loss of one of its own tonight. 10 News reporter Magdala Lusant tells us how a Nelson County deputy's short time with the department helped to change her co-workers' outlook on life.
For deputy and former high school friend Aaron Harris, walking through the Nelson County Courthouse will never be the same.
One day we was down in circuit court and I ran in the courtroom. I said, Rose, we got to bring this guy up, that guy up. I said, how in the world we get all this done? She looked at me like, why are you sweating it? We got this, Aaron.
His partner in crime, Deputy Rose Clark, died this week, according to the Sheriff's Office Facebook page.
We're at a loss right now, just trying to, take it all in.
Sheriff David Hill could not go into details, but tells 10 News he believes she died of natural causes.
Being that we couldn't get in touch with her, we knew something was just out of the ordinary.
Clark's death has also rocked the Charlottesville community. She retired from the sheriff's office there in November 2018 before moving back home to Nelson County.
Things that we sometimes have difficulty in training people to do, she assured me, she said, "Oh yes, Sheriff, I'm good with that. I'm good with that." And just a beautiful smile, bubbly personality, and that's one thing that in law enforcement you can't teach personality.
In their short amount of time together, Harris says Clark left her mark and taught her colleagues valuable lessons.
She taught me that, just to handle the situation at a time, but calm, cool, and collected.
Life's a precious thing. It's not, we're not guaranteed tomorrow. And she left I tell you, she left her mark on this world.
In Nelson County, Magdala Lusant, 10 News, working for you.
A major upgrade to the local power grid. Appalachian Power just finished $38 million worth of renovations in downtown Roanoke. At first glance, you won't notice it because it's all hidden underground. 10 News reporter Rachel Lucas got an exclusive look inside at how all of this will improve your service.
Some of the benefits of the new system are less outages and quicker response times. All of it is managed from here in this room. And when there is a problem, the folks that work here get an alert that tell them what type of problem it is and exactly where it's located.
The new system took 4 years, 15 miles worth of cable, and $38 million to build. You walk over it every day in downtown Roanoke and probably haven't even noticed because it's all underground.
Okay, you've entered the vault.
A state-of-the-art power boost to the Star City. In case you've ever wondered what was below, this is what it looks like. Appalachian Power took our cameras underneath the pavement to see the bells and whistles and how it all works. Not only will current customers benefit, but now the area is more attractive to major businesses looking to move in downtown.
When we work with businesses that want to locate into our area, especially a downtown area, they ask about infrastructure, and now we can say that we have a brand new system in Roanoke that's ready to serve your needs.
This new system is expected to last the city of Roanoke for decades to come. In Roanoke, I'm Rachel Lucas, 10 News, working for you.
Turning a forest into a village. That's what Habitat for Humanity in Danville plans to do. 10 News reporter Colter Anstad tells us about the plan that's been 10 years in the making.
In 5 years, the woods along Seminole Drive and Springfield Road in Danville will hopefully look like this: a sprawling neighborhood with 30 single-family homes, a road, and a community space.
We have a growing list of homeowners that need decent and affordable homes.
Habitat for Humanity Executive Director Kim Baldridge says the Habitat Village will be built in phases. The first phase will consist of 8 homes fronting Seminole Drive and Springfield Road.
We should hopefully be able to start on this project by first of next year.
Nearby St. Luke's United Methodist Church agreed 10 years ago to donate the roughly 7 acres of land for the village. Lay leader Sherman England says the church's original plan for the land fell through.
In looking for something to do with the property, we decided that we couldn't find a better thing to do than to donate it to Habitat for Humanity.
Now, after 10 years of trying to decide on a plan, Habitat for Humanity announced this week that the project is moving forward.
The church has the funds available to build the first home.
England says the church congregation is more excited than it's been in several years.
It's been said that this is a God project, so God has led us to do this.
In Danville, Colter Anstad, 10 News, working for you.
Win or lose, the Roanoke Rail Yard Dogs make history tonight, going the farthest in the playoffs that they've ever been. And when you look at the team's on-ice success, it's close to the success they've found off the ice as well. 10 News reporter Shane Dwyer is live at the Berglund Center tonight, where the puck drops against Birmingham in just under an hour. And Shane, last time we saw you, you were calling for the horns.
Brittany, we were calling for the horn. Now we're up here at the ticket office where the gates have just opened and the diehard fans are just starting to get in. But this is what you want to see right here. This is the shirt that everyone has to have their hands on tonight. It shows the first ever playoff victory for the Dogs. Challenge accepted, challenge completed. They have been selling about 40 of those pre-sold before people even got here, and they're quickly going through them here at the arena this evening as more people come in. Now the Dogs are in the semifinal of the playoffs. This is the first time they have ever done that in the history of the team. They beat the team last week here. It was the top team, those Peoria team, they were the top team to earn the spot here, which truly makes it a historic moment for the team, and the fans are just as excited. This is the third season for the Rail Yard Dogs, and they have beat their attendance goals every year, so they are feeling good about that, but they also have the long game in mind.
Every year it's been, you know, we haven't, you know, blown the doors off, but every year it's just that steady climb, and that's what we're looking for, you know. We aim to be here for the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, so that steady increase is what you need to see.
The team says cumulative attendance for the season is just about 100,000 people, which is above where they expected to be. They are most proud of the relationship they've been able to build with the city, and they say the fans here in the Star City are all in for hockey. We just talked with one of the owners. That's what makes this team really unique. There is a local minority share of owners here. We just chatted with him, a man from Salem, who says that he is thrilled to see how well the team is doing and see the community accept the team, and the team want to be a part of the community. We're about to catch up with one of the team's biggest fans. We'll have both of their stories coming up tonight at 11 right here on WSLS 10. Live at the Berglund Center, Shane Dwyer, 10 News, working for you.
Thank you, Shane. The new drum corps at Bonner Middle School in Danville has more instruments thanks to a Pittsylvania County school. Old instruments from Hargrave Military Academy delivered to the drum corps this afternoon. Hargrave's band director saw a news story back in February about the drum corps' need and then reached out to the middle school.
And that story touched me in a way that I thought I could share with my students in that helping out in our community.
For the record, the drum corps is still in need of more instruments and uniforms. To see how you can help, go to WSLS.com.
Celebrating a century in a unique way, the one thing a Lexington man and World War II veteran is asking for his 100th birthday.